You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? It's sick, but I'm lacking the placement. Thoughts as I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant, you're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it, I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met, it's time that you face it, so tell me.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. The rise before the fall, the slide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. The celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've writ. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air, walking on water, blending between borders to let you know this is here to support you. The blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, yeah. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beat as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gifts in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth to rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's terrorizing, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really needed a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, Woody in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping a one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go where I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's effing from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pop. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all of them, who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, mate, for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do what we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, I came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give him something to say now. Got him stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, easy, don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my van. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You're so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't ever turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth.
Oh, here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What is you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying on me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Yeah. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
It's day 2 of the play-ins here at the Asia Pacific Challengers, and we're going to be witnessing the remaining teams that are going to be playing in Group A and Group B. Onic G in Full Sense, Griffin Esports, and Global Esports, and this will definitely set the stage for what's going to happen this weekend on who will get the chance to go into the group stages. And without further ado, welcome to day 2 of APAC Challengers.
This could be absolutely brutal. Flaring alive, but then fucking Darion on the edge. What a dodge!
Welcome to day 2 of the Asia Pacific Challengers play-ins. I'm Nomad, your panel host for today. What's up with me is Black and Blue and Raph. How are you guys doing? It's going to be an awesome day today. The rest of the groups are going to be playing in right now.
Oh, hella, man. Looking at the 2 matchups we're going to be having today, it is going to definitely deliver. I mean, what else can we expect when you have some of the biggest names, honestly, in APAC playing here alone today? We only have 2 matches, but pretty much all 4 of those are going to be star-studded.
You said it. Star-studded is the way to really put this out there. Again, it is a proving ground. A lot of these teams are finally showing up for, you know, again, a regional battle royale. And like every day of APAC or VCT, really, we're all as excited as we can be.
Yeah, and before we get into the matches right now, later on, let's have a look at the matches that happened yesterday, because yesterday was pretty much a 2-0 affair for the most part, and surprises came in for the first series of the day between Fancy United Esports and the No Namers, where No Namers took a 2-0 victory off of that. Like,
yeah, totally. I mean, you were kind of expecting Fancy United to bring, I guess, a better fight, put up a better fight against No Namers, considering Fancy United, you know, have that tenure, have that experience behind them, have the big backing that they do. Meanwhile, No Namers, they just show up and they came to play, and that's sometimes how these tournaments go. You know, whoever shows up on that day, because of how competitive the scene already is, whoever shows up on that day can pretty much take things over, and that's what NN did here.
That they did indeed. My goodness, getting mixed up with my words here. But yeah, NN has been a pleasant surprise, really showing the strength of, well, the relative unknowns. And I love that, well, as you can see, a very supportive merch there. It's like, yes, that is my good luck charm. But anywho, we've also mentioned that all of the Vietnamese teams that we've seen so far play have had such a strong outing on the first sequences of the game, the first 4 rounds. It's almost guaranteed to go that way, but unfortunately for them, could not catch a break no matter who they fought. Action PH was absolutely scalding the moment map 2 hit. After such a thrilling map 1 like this, it went fairly even, right? But oh, I think we're about to see a scene that's grown all too familiar already to our audiences.
Yeah, and you're watching the highlights from BAM and Action PH. We're in. Yeah, it was the debut of the new Icebox here in Asia Pacific. Went as close as it can get, but when we went to Ascent, Action PH and the rest of the Filipino squads, they were able to just go ham, secure a decisive 2-0 victory off that matter, and then put the Vietnamese team to the lower brackets now, and they're waiting for their opponents, and that it will be setting the stage for the next matches we're going to be having tomorrow, where Big Bam's going to be waiting for their opponent, as well as Fancy United Esports. And we're actually going to be having a look at the standings of each group that we have right now. And as mentioned earlier on, Team Big Bam got dropped down to the lower brackets, and they will be awaiting their opponents on whoever loses between the match between Full Sense and Onic G. And that is a series that we have to talk about later on. But moving forward, on the flip side of things, over at Group B, we're going to be seeing Fancy United Esports on the lower bracket, and they will be waiting for their opponents, whoever loses, between Griffin Esports and Global Esports.
And these brackets, especially that Group A1, that's looking super deadly, but we're looking at Group B now, and I mean, this is the group, I think, that more importantly just is a complete toss-up in terms of who can come out of it and who's going to make it, I guess, to the top. You got no-namers, you know, pretty much kind of pulling a small upset against Fancy. I say upset because that's we most of us here in the panel can predicted Fancy, but I mean, Griffin and Global, I'm pretty sure that this is going to go haywire as well.
Haywire indeed, and I know this is the first step of our APAC Challengers, but it's already looking so deadly and looking also terrifying for some of our teams. But yeah, I just want to highlight that Griffin Esports versus Global Esports. I know a lot of our fans are going to be tuning into that. I believe this is the debut of the ever so loved SK Rossi.
All right, and with that, we're gonna have to look at the matches that we have for today. And as mentioned earlier on, it's Onic G versus Full Sense, followed by Griffin Esports and Global Esports. And the first series specifically is a series that a lot of the eyes are looking into, because Onic and Full Sense, you mentioned it yesterday, it was supposed, you could expect them to not be in play-ins, but in group stages instead. But this time around, we're seeing them fight for their tournament lives, for that matter. And then followed by Griffin Esports and Global Esports, as the South Asian scene will try to go up against Hong Kong and Taiwan. And Global Esports, after their run at the VCT Challenger Playoffs, the last chance qualifiers last year, we will want to prove themselves at the Asia Pacific Challengers.
Well, fortunately for, you know, a lot of these teams, they are used to playing on that with that pressure on their shoulders, with Onic, you know, a lot of expectations from them coming from Indonesia to be maybe like the second best team after Boom Esports. But then they're in the play-ins, as we talked about. Full Sense, well, they have so many times see Challengers Stage 2, see Challengers Stage 3, and to an extent LCQ. They're so used to coming back on these dire situations, playing all throughout the lower bracket just to make the lower bracket finals, and then potentially even get them into the finals. So Full Sense, they definitely are not shy from doing that. They're definitely not, I guess, unused to doing it, but they did lose a big player in Superbus. Meanwhile, Onic, they've got Monyet back on the roster, and that should give them good results. But being them in the play-ins, well, it might speak differently. Raph, I'm sure he's got some thoughts about Griffin and Global as well too.
I mean, you brought up quite a number of points there that I will happily agree with. Again, the expectations and the pressure, they're all very present, but for very much different reasons. Griffin is one of those teams where they've finally, you know, made it out of their qualifiers, and now they're here to show up, to show people why they belong in the upper echelons of our challengers, right? The same story could be said for, I would say, Global Esports, but they've had a little bit of more, I would say, they've been under the microscope for a bit longer. Again, if you guys remember, I still remember that first clip of SK Rossi going ballistic on, I think that was Ascent, and everybody was like, wow, the Indian scene must be a powerhouse. And I mean, my goodness, this is the day, this is potentially the start of us witnessing that.
And we will witness that later on today. That's the last series of the day. But for those of you guys that are just tuning in right now to day 2 of the Asia Pacific Challengers, let's have a recap of what they're going to have to go through here, from the play-ins to the group stages, all the way to the knockouts, the entirety of the Asia Pacific Challengers.
Something like this, though, with all about that dual play.
I told you, dude.
Welcome to the VCT Challengers APAC Playoffs. The journey to Masters starts here. VCT Challengers APAC Playoffs features the top 20 Valorant teams from Asia Pacific as they compete for one of 2 spots in the first global event of the year, Stage 1 Masters. The tournament runs from the 10th to 27th of March and is made up of 3 stages: the play-ins, group stage, and knockouts.
First of Paper X now down, and bad guy comes in from behind and retaliates too.
The 2 teams which make it all the way to the grand finals qualify for Masters, where they will meet the best teams from around the globe, plus the lion's share of the $150,000 prize pool. APAC Playoffs begins with teams placed into the play-ins and group stages based on their performance at domestic competitions, and the goal of distributing teams from same region into different groups. The 8 play-in teams compete in 2 4-team double elimination brackets, with 2 teams from each bracket proceeding to the next stage. Things don't get any easier with the now completed 4 groups competing again in 4-team double elimination brackets, where again the top 2 from each group proceed. The surviving 8 teams will then be sorted into a final double elimination bracket, with the grand finalists qualifying for Masters and battling in a deciding match to be crowned APAC champion. There is a rising tide in the Pacific. It is the rise of the next heroes, and it continues to grow stronger. For more information, please visit ValorantEsports.com.
And there you have it, double eliminations all throughout the entirety of the APAC Challengers. And right now, we already have 2 teams in the lower bracket of the double elimination bracket. We got Team Big Bam and Fantasy United Esports, and they're waiting for their opponents in the lower bracket. And one of them will be potentially going up against Team Big Bam in the lower bracket. It's Full Sense and Onic G in the best of 3. And we mentioned earlier on that this is a match that's supposed to be a group stage matchup, not really a play-ins matchup. And we're gonna have to introduce one of those teams. Let's have a look at the Indonesian team, Indonesian powerhouse themselves, Onic G. That is Onic G came straight away from Indonesia. And these guys really want to prove that they belong in the group stage. We got Elmi Moore, Monyet, NC Slasher, Severine, and Shiro and Raf. We mentioned that these guys are powerhouses in Indonesia. Even though that they're in the play-ins, it still is a true fact that this is still a well-stacked team.
Oh yeah, absolutely. They're looking to make a statement. They're looking to roar to, prove that they also belong in the conversation of being the kings of the jungle. But again, for us to look at Onic, we have to look at Boom. It's very, very difficult to not look at Boom when we compare them to Onic because, again, arguably, Boom is on top of the food chain, and Onic historically has been trading blows with them very, very effectively and very, very efficiently. But as of recent history, Onic has taken a bit of a dip. They did lose to BWL, if I'm not mistaken, and boom. And again, I have to agree with what Black and Blue said earlier. This team, and honestly, just this matchup alone, it's not just a group stage matchup. Honestly, I think this is a potential grand finals, but here we are. It's really insane that the level of competition has risen to, well, levels like this.
Yeah, and I mean, it's really good that you kind of touched upon, that I guess comparison to Boom, because the distance between them isn't close at all, I think. While Boom might be just that step up ahead, and knowing just how good Boom are already, you also have to harken back to how great Onic are, and for them to be in this play-in stage, I mean, this is almost like a grand finals matchup that we got here already this early on.
Yeah, and the opponent, wherein it feels like it is a grand finals matchup, is going to be introduced right next. We got the guys from Thailand. It's Full Sense. This Thai team wants to make a comeback in the international scene after representing the region in champions. We got Chalala, John Olsen, Lammy Snacks, PTC, and Super Bus, who's going to be playing for Full Sense. Okay,
I kind of guess got some information that maybe Superbus wasn't going to be playing, but for him to be up on the roster here, I hope he does, because they need him. Honestly, he is one of the best players you're going to be finding from Thailand as a whole, not just on controller, but just as a player in general. We do know obviously about the very, I guess, two-pronged spear that they've got for this roster. John Olsen and PTC, two of the most explosive players you're going to find in the entirety of Asia. And they got that, rock with them with Shalala, who is always so reliable. This team has never faltered in the face of adversity. They were able to make it through LCQ and in the champions because of that. When the going gets tough, these guys get rough. There's a reason why we call them the Tigers of Thailand. It's because they are that ferocious.
Ferocious indeed, and very well balanced to really complement each other. As we mentioned, they are one of our representatives, like you brought up. They're looking to continue that momentum going back into, a more localized scene, or our region really. They're also one of those teams that have a very, very varied agent pool, I would say. So with these small micro adjustments that we might just see in their compositions, this could create the butterfly effect that they're so good at causing.
Yeah, and it's going to be a matchup where we've seen them fight before. It has been close fights in the past, but now we have to look at the players that we have to look out for here in this series. We have to have a look at the tail of the tape to figure out who definitely we have to look out for. And what the guys have decided to look out for is definitely a matchup that we want to look out for. I'm saying that out for a long time, but it's Monyet and John Olsen. They're really out there as one of the best players that we have in the region. Every single stats that they have is all relatively similar, but the impact that they make for their teams is they completely speak for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at this type of scenario, right, you got John Olsen and Monyet up front, the duelists, the guys who might kind of be there up statistically in terms of the fragging potential, and there's certainly a lot of, I guess, responsibility put on their shoulders that they definitely live up to. But we also can't, I guess, kind of forget the second people in. These guys, they're the first one in, but the second people in right after them, those are very important as well, both for Onic and Full Sense. Obviously we know that coming from PTC to be that second guy, but an Onic, and I think he's a player that maybe not a lot of teams do talk about a lot. NC Slasher and Elmi Moore, those two players are really, really big pieces of the puzzle that I guess Onic really bring to the table. It's kind of unfortunate that both of these teams are this kind of early on already in the play-ins, having to fight for their life. But hey, I mean, I think we're kind of expecting potentially both of these teams to make it out anyways.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Again, such a, I would say, finals potential type of game we have. But yeah, talking about the duelists, specifically the entries we have, this is how you start strong, right? And the rest of the team is really all up to the finishing strong. It's all about the support and that synergy that we're about to witness. But when yet having him on that lineup is a really game changer for them.
Well, we're already giving it the analysis of the players themselves, but we have to look at the maps that they will be banning, they will be playing on, because for the most part, this really decides the game for the games for themselves. As we head on over to the map veto to witness the bans and the picks themselves, and we've got a lot of data on this. And speaking of, Fracture is one of the more successful master for Full Sense, and a Bind probably a potential pickup for themselves. For Onic G, it's looking pretty shaky, but Icebox is definitely way out there, black and blue.
Could be the case. I mean, Full Sense, they're the opening ban here, so I could expect, oh yeah, Icebox, as you're about to say, does get banned. I'm going to expect for the Onyx side to maybe go with Fracture. They don't really have any information on their side on how they play Fracture, so they haven't played it yet in an official circuit. Meanwhile, on Full Sense's side, well, they're pretty successful in it, as we talked about. You know, they're 83 win percentage, and so it'd probably be a good choice here to ban Fracture, and then as you see it, their pick opener, if anything, I think they might go with perhaps a Bind ban here. I mean, a Bind pick for Full Sense.
I mean, Honestly, I'm so surprised that Full Sense didn't get rid of Split. I thought it'd be imperative for them to get rid of Split, more so over Icebox in this matchup specifically. But it seems that they're very, very confident, and wow, that's a bit of a statement pick for them too. Again, we know how proficient these teams are, but the ridiculousness of the stats for Onic to have the win rate that they do on Split and FS to select it is just, hey guys, we're kind of here to play, and we're not going to be throwing any punches. This could be a bit of a gamble too. So again,
this
it's
is
a little
one of their
worrying
best
for
maps,
me.
Raph, and they pick Split.
Well, they might pick Bind. Yeah, they pick Bind for themselves for Onic. Hey, you picked our best map. We'll pick your best map so that we're on even playing field. And this begs to ask, what's going to be the decider match that we're going to get here?
Black and Blue. Do you have any
Dude,
words? Because I feel like we're both stunned.
I don't know what I'm thinking right now, Raph. I mean, Raph and Nomad, like, they picked arguably the better map for the opposing side and one of their own weaker maps. Like Onic, for Onic to pick Bind, that's one of Full Sense's best maps statistically, and one of their kind of worst for Onic, and the same way on the other side of things. So, Raph, I don't know what to make of this aside from like, hey, we're gonna respect what you guys do, but we're gonna make you respect what we do as well.
Oh no, I dare you. You know, it's just one of those things. I dare you to beat us here. And Onic, they take a cent away. Oh yeah, Breeze is still open. Actually, that's honestly a very key thing to point out. Not a lot of teams do let that through, but here we are. I think this is the first Breeze encounter we're gonna have for our APAC Challengers.
Yeah, it is, and it's fairly even across the board for Full Sense and Onic. They both have around 60% roughly between them, and not a lot of games though, but this is a decider, and it's still mind-boggling how they pick the opponent's best map, and I feel like we're gonna have to go to game 3 here. That's what I'm seeing here, Black and Blue, at the very least.
Yeah, I mean, like, look at it, guys. If you're Full Sense, why would you pick the map that the opposing side is 13-1 on? That's 93%. Exactly. Why would you pick one of Onyx's best maps by far? Not just statistically, but just playing wise when you see it. And then, if you're Onic, why would you pick one of the best maps of Full Sense to be your own on Bind? I guess you kind of are able to pick your side, so maybe that's kind of the jinx there. So okay, they're gonna pick Bind anyways, let's pick it for them, and then we get to choose a side. That might be the reverse psychology here, but I am just dumbfounded and honestly excited to see this match.
The mental warfare is just already bleeding towards us, because again, we like to think about it and looking at this from either both the eye test and both the data that we've collected in the last few weeks or so. It just doesn't make sense, but you know what? This is APAC Challengers. This is what it's all about. We love to see all that action, and we love to see players make their voices heard and make their presence known.
And we also love to hear from you guys, the panel, your predictions for this matchup, because as it stands, I feel like we're going to game 3 regardless, and it's hard to call who's gonna make it out on top. So I'm gonna have to start it with you, Black and Blue. Who do you think is gonna make it out of this group stage play-ins?
Oh man, I don't even know what to say, honestly. These two teams are so good, and I wouldn't even expected them to be in the play-ins in the first place. But saying all that, I do think that if Superbus isn't going to be playing here for Full Sense, they are going to struggle. He has been such a huge rock for them on that controller, on that Astra, kind of moving away from that meta, but he's very important. And so if he doesn't play here, I'm going to go Onic 2-0 potentially. But if he does play, I'm still going to go Onic 2-1, because I think this new Onic roster, coming from arguably the most difficult region in APAC, with Monyet, they have something to prove, and they're going to do it this year.
I was so ready to say, you know, for once, I'm going to disagree with you on your Full Sense pick because I'm going Onic. But no, you had to change your mind at the very last second. I know you read me like a book. Don't do this to me. But yeah, you've mentioned, again, very good points here. Onic, monsters are not created in a vacuum. Their competition has been absolutely lethal. It's only made them sharper despite the slight losing record. But of course, like you mentioned, Full Sense, they have a lot on their plate. There is yet another meta change that has been very, very recent. I know all these teams did not have the ample time really to scrim this out as much as they could. But I'll give respect. Obviously, we all have to give respect to Full Sense, but I'm still going with this Onic 2-1.
Yeah, I'm gonna be on the same boat here for with Raph. I'm gonna have to go with the Hedgehogs from Indonesia. Onic G is gonna take this 2-1, but it's going to be a close 2-1. We might see a couple of overtimes there, but oh yeah, it's It's Onic G all the way here for the panel. But is it going to go all the way for Onic G for a 2-0 or a 2-1? It depends on Full Sense if they want to make it out alive. But without further ado, we're going to have to hop into game number 1 of this best of 3 series between Onic G and Full Sense.
Ray, akala ko ba ikaw mag-open?
Okay guys, hello! What's up sa inyong lahat? Nandito na kayo sa APAC Challengers. Kami ang yung shoutcasters. Ako si Ray at kasama ko si Phil. At ngayon wala nga ang isang trader lumipat. Hindi, joke lang. Nandun siya kanina sa panel, nakikita na nga. Pero ngayon, may kita na nga natin ng laban between Full Sense together with Onic G.
Umpisa pa lang, sabog na. Ano ba? Yung katinang tagiliran ko. Pero yun na. Ito. Syempre dito, syempre dapat tayo dito. Friendly tayo dito, di ba? Feel at home tayo dito, syempre. Pati yung manonood sa atin, of course, a big shout out to all of you guys. And sana nakapag-lunch na kayo. And makikita natin ngayon yung laban, of course, ng Onic G at saka ng Full Sense. Well, Full Sense, matagal na talagang nagko-compete yan sa mundo ng Valorant. And we've seen already yung kalakasan nga ng Full Sense. And correct me if I'm wrong, ang Full Sense is parang nakapunta rin sa champions back then, am I right? Yeah. Sila tropang John Olsen napunta doon. Pero ang Onic G, pag-usapan muna natin yung Onic G. Ito yung mga players na to, galing sila sa mga iba't ibang teams sa Indonesia. Si Monyet, galing Onic G talaga yan. I mean, yun yung talagang team talaga niya. Si Lemmy Moore, Alter Ego, sila NC Slasher, Boom Esports, ayun, sila Severine, mga ilang beses na natin siya nakita for Onic. I mean, like if ever you're gonna check out, syempre, yung mga teams ng Onic G, parang nilagay nila dyan yung powerhouse ng Indonesia. Well, ang powerhouse ng talaga is actually Boom Esports. Pero, syempre, ang ginawa ng Onic G is talagang pinagsama-sama niya yung mga malalakas sa iba't ibang teams. Like, di naman dito yung Alter Ego, diba? So, yeah, if ever you're gonna ask me, andun ako sa point na nagro-root ako sa teams na bago, comparing dun sa mga teams na nag-qualify last year sa champions or sa mga masters or whatnot. Kasi ganun yung nangyayari ngayon. Yun yung nakikita natin ngayon sa mga tournaments natin. Pero to be honest, pwede rin sigurong mag 2-1 in favor of Onic G. Bakit 2-1? Andito si Ray. Kahapon kami ni Taylor 2-0 lahat, 'di ba? 2-0. So yeah, makikita if ever nag 2-1 to, hindi na magugulat dun.
Tignan mo ngayon, hindi pa nag-agent selection. Ang dami mo nang sinabi, pero wala pa ring agent selection. Pero looking at it, kahapon nga nakita ko, kakagising ko lang biglang may tech post kagad. So, hindi ko alam kung ano talaga ang may problema. Kung ako ba talaga o minsan lang talaga may mga unfortunate na katulad ng tech post. Pero looking at it, ano naman yung meron sa side ng Full Sense? Well, alam niyo naman, we're very, very familiar with the Full Sense composure. They won nga ang slot going into LCQ when they went up against one of the JP teams pala, Japanese teams. Pero nga lang, nakuha na nga na yung slot going into there. But let's see if what will happen right now. And looking at it, hindi nila gagamitin si Super Bus. Instead, we're gonna be moving with kay the Love family. While on the side of Onic, it's still the composition that they have here in Split. Pero I'm so interested to see Breach once again. Well, we all know naman, Vil, na maganda talaga yung Breach. Pero looks like here talaga sa APAC, dito na sila magpapakita ng mga particular strats na pwede na lang, talaga nalang galawin. Ngayon and looking at it, mukhang magkakaroon pa tayo ng mirror matchup almost.
Yeah, actually, ganito kasi yung nangyari sa Full Sense. Nag-switch kasi ng first 5. Si Z, siya na yung first 5 dito in Super Boss, siya yung nag-sub sa side ng Full Sense. So, tingnan natin kung ano bang magiging playstyle ng Full Sense if ever kalaban na nila ang mga tropa natin sa Indonesia, which is ang Onic G. Well, of course, Full Sense, ano yan, Thailand yan, Thai team yan. So, meron naman tayong VCT Thailand. So, pwede natin sabihin na hindi sila yung nag-first doon. Kasi nandito sila eh. Nandito sila sa play-ins eh. Kasi in order for you na mapasok sa play-ins, dapat mga nasa third place ka. Tama, di ba? O, tama, third sila. Champions Tour Thailand Stage 1, third sila. Nanalo sila ng $3,630. Diba? Kompleto. Third sila. Kaya nakapasok sila dito sa play-in. So, itong mga players ito, talagang hopefully talagang makabawi mapunta dito sa group stage. Kasi alam naman natin na they have the experience of going there in the champions, competing with the other teams around the world. So, that is the thing that they need to do. They have the experience. So, ano ba ang madadala ng experience nila dito kalaban ang mga tao sa Indonesia, mga kaibigan? Let me more. Give me a corpse. Pero wala pa naman siya napapatay, mga kaibigan. Pero nga John Olsen catches one, pero walang bukas na nangyayari dito. John Olsen super low on HP, but let me more. Together with the Severine. Take down two to the side of Onic G.
Although there were just early pickups dito sa A, punta na kagad ang Full Sense dahil alam nila may clear out kagad to. Pero still, 3v4 is what we have. Meron pa namang pwede gamitin dito si Lamy Stacks together with Chalala para lang makapag-clear ng corners. But on the other side, sabi ng Onic, we just need to have yung sabay-sabay tayo. And looking at that, he will be able to pop off that flash. Then exactly sinabayan na lang din kagad ng Paranoia on the other hand. Pero concussed na nga kagad yung Onic. A lot of delays is coming in. Pero nga lang, the manpower ay ang meron para sa side ng Full Sense. And now, speaking of makaklash nga ba to ni Lamy Stacks, may nahuli na nga siya kagad na which is gonna be 1v1. Throwing away his utilities. And may madadamay pa nga with that paint shells. And yo! What a clutch coming in from Lamy Stacks. And that is what we call the very easy clutch moment of the game.
Yeah. I mean, big shoutout nga ba sa very Esports and like what Riri said, that is a very Esports clutch moment of the game and we really thought that makukuha na ng Onic ito, pero yun nga lang, sobrang pagka-clutch ng kanyang paint shells, yung pangalawang pagputok ng paint shells, mga kaibigan, yun yung nakapatay dito sa side ng Onic G. So they need to reposition, they need to think of something. Dito mo, kung napapansin mo, tatlong shorty na agad ang ginamit dito ng Onic. And kung napapansin mo, yung mga shorty na yun lahat is nasa B. Eh, ang problema is nasa A yung mga kalaban nila. So paano na yan, men? Kailangan nilang lapitan talaga ng matindihan. Kasi for them to one-tap the players of Full Sense with that shorty though, pero Lamy Stacks not gonna catch anyone dito lang sa may mail though, pero si Monyet, mga kaibigan, nagbabantay lang din, baka makapatay siya ng isa dito with that shorty. Pero nga John Olsen will gonna fall down into the hands of Let Me More. 2 taps into the face of John Olsen, mga kaibigan. Classic lang ang gamit niya, walang nagawa si John Olsen.
Na-shutdown kagad ang tropa natin. At on the other side, ito nakakatakot yung mga hawak-hawak na boga to. May perpendicularity na meron. Ayun na nga, pero na low on HP siya. Put na lang, kasama pa niya kagad si The Love family. But on the other side, Manyat na lang at together with the NC Slasher ang natitira. But on the other side, makakapagkuha pa nga sila dahil medyo mahirap to. Maliit na boga. Hindi maganda masyado pagdating sa gantong mga rounds. And speaking of, Lamy Stacks gets the third. And finally, Full Sense wins the second round against Onic.
Yeah. Pero dito naman sa side ng Full Sense, yeah, they need to save up everything and not gonna upgrade even further. They're just gonna use all the utilities that they have kanina and the firepower as well. And kung napapansin mo, nakikita na natin yung mga itsura ng mga players natin ngayon sa Full Sense and Onic G. Ayan o. Si kaibigan Severin. Kung napapansin mo, Ray, sobrang parang ang luwag ng bootcamp ng Full Sense tsaka ng Onic no? Diba? Di naman luluwag Di naman sila Lamy Stacks, kalahating mukha lang nakikita niya. Sugo naman ako, hindi ba? Si Monyet, mga kaibigan ito. Close up.
Ayan na.
Sabi ni Mama, picture daw kasi ako eh.
Kamukha nga natin yung mga taga-Onic no? Pero syempre.
Ba't sama mo ko?
Ay, kamukha ko.
Ikaw lang.
Kapatid. Sorry akin.
Oo.
Eto na nga. Then also nakahawak.
Ikaw na.
Sorry.
Sabi ko na. Tuloy mo na, Rere. Ano ka ba?
Sorry naman, akin na. Akin yun. Tuloy ko muna, Bes, Ito, ngayon.
Nagpaalam. Sige.
Uy, hindi nila talaga pinush through Magnetic with the way of talaga nga eradicate na yung pagiging aggressive dito ni John Olsen. But, looking at it, slow plays lang ang meron sa kanila. Waiting for the setup from K. The Love Family. And if he gets good information, most likely, mag-i-A-site na kagad ang mga taga-full sense.
Yeah. A-site it is. Really isipin ng full sense mga kaibigan. Pero ang Onic, it's fine. They have all the Vandals on hand. So, they can actually stop the possible push of full sense right now. Pero gonna let me more inside that one-way cyber cage. Just wreaking havoc onto these players of full sense right now. 8 seconds remaining. He got that spike and will plant the spike immediately. Okay lang naman tamakan ng full sense kasi hindi ka naman patatamaan na. Pero yun nga alam mo, yet napakabilis sa pangyayari. Really thought that Lavin was gonna get that spike done. Pero the boost of Monyet will give him that advantage, will give him that speed to stop the plus 300 ng full sense dito. That is a perfect one-way smoke na ginawa ni Lemmy Moore mga kaibigan. Nakitang-kita lang niya yung paa ng mga kalaban niya plus na tripwire pa, di ba? Saan punta? Tapon basura. Sorry, wala pa lang PH team.
Wala PH team. Ano lang tayo dito? Chill lang tayo.
Kailan ba PH team? Sige,
bukas
tuloy
ulit.
lang, Rere.
Bukas ulit ang mga action PH. At kapag nakuha pa nila yung win nila bukas, most likely, pwede na sila talagang makuha. Ay, dalawang pang games para makuha yung slot going into the playoffs next week. So, hopefully.
Ako ba magkakasama? Ay, nako po.
Ayun. John Olsen, anong ginawa mo doon? Na-flash lang siya sa mukha. At inabangan lang siya kagad ni Severin.
Hindi pala ako ang alay bukas. Si Terror pala ang alay bukas.
Kami. Tigtatlo kami.
Chill lang ako bukas. Tsaka sa March 30. Yes.
Ang saya-saya mo naman, Bill. Parang kami ni magiging alay this coming weekend. Pero okay lang. Mahal namin yung APAC ngayon.
Bakit kahapon? Wala ka naman dito kahapon Tsaka si Terror, wala ngayon Ako ngayong alay talaga Pero, may laban pala. Lami Snacks mga kaibigan. We're gonna fall down to the hands of Severin again. 2-2. And meron na silang enough money for them para lang at least makabawi dito sa Onic if ever. Perfect shot onto that Bulldog though. Let's see. Yung Bulldog na yan, I mean, sa totoo lang, masakit ang Bulldog Masakit ang Bulldog talaga. And hindi siya yung talagang for spraying purposes Actually, kahapon naglaro talaga ako. My mistake always is actually i-spray ko yung Vandal. Hindi mo dapat i-spray yung Vandal, man. Vandal is built for taps only. Trot, ganun lang.
Paano ulit?
Oh, legit. Trot, ganun lang, man.
Sa paano ulit?
Hindi ako to. Pero yun nga. Ginawa ang Vandal para doon. And Phantom is actually built for spraying talaga. And syempre, in terms of recoil control, hindi kasi siya ganun ka-okay din if ever gonna compare it sa ibang bang-bang. Pero Vandal, I mean, yeah. That is the thing as well. Para sinabi rin dati ni Dubstep na hindi ako mag-spray ng Vandal. Kasi it's actually meant for taps and first 4 shots, 3 shots, okay na yun. Ganun lang.
Kaya tignan mo si John Olsen. Tinuruan mo to para mag-Vandal Tignan natin kung mababawasan. Speaking of, konting 4-5 lang. Monyet, that's gonna go down. There's just some other counter flashes, pero looks like NC's flashes out there. Pero looking at it, na-deny kagad ang ultimate nila Snacks. But no problem, kasi maganda naman yung naging timing from Chalala together with John Olsen. At si Lemimore na lang kagad natitira with the Bulldog. Makakapagkuha pa nga ba siya ng pick-offs dito? Knowing the 4 pa na miyembro ng full sets ang kailangan niyang tapatin. And looking at that, CD Nihintay na lang sa Lemimore ngayon just in case is there gonna be timing, but looks like it mahihirapan si Lemimore ngayon at all those angles.
Yeah, Lemimore is in the top spot already. He saw PTC, pero yun nga lang ang problema. Kita na si PTC, pero nag-ano siya nag-hesitate siya eh. Actually, sa totoo lang, yan din yung mga, yan din yung mga mistake. Ako, yung mga ibang players. Marami nag-mistake dyan. Yung tipong pipik ka lang ng isang mabilis, tapos magsi-second pick ka. Alam mo yun, basta maka-pick lang. Kasi pag pumik ka na isang beses, yun na yun eh. Kasi pag yung pangalawang beses, for sure, mahuunahan ka na ng kalaban mo. Doon papasok ang pre-fires. Pero if ever nag-pre-fire siya doon, delikado rin kasi manalaman niyo yung location eh.
Hirap lang din talaga pag mag-isa ka na lang. Tapos nasa alanganin ka pa na posisyon kung saan lahat ng full sense is just gonna be waiting for you. Pero looking at it, si Severin, kumuha lang siya na info right now and makikita na nga niya na full sense once again is gonna go on a mid-take. And this is very interesting. Sabi nga natin, ang ganda na performance ng Onic pagdating sa split and full sense. They're not that kind of team na kayang makipag-debitan dito. Pero kay Lami Snacks na yun, nakuha pa rin ni Severin on the other hand.
Oo, hindi na nauluhan si Severin dito na body shot ni si Severin kaya hindi namatay si Severini. Pero yung mga players sabi ngayon ng full sense, yes, I mean, kulang sila ng isa, pero yun nga lang. They still have a chance though. Because of PTC, meron siyang Rolling Thunder, si V, meron siyang Neural Theft, Chalala has that ultimate as well, John Olsen isa na lang, so they can actually get a sight if ever na talagang kung kaya nilang gawin yan. Pero ang problema lang din, meron nagbabantay lang dito sa may flower pot, meron din dito sa may
30 seconds
screens.
left.
So paano ang gagawin nilang rotation if ever John Olsen needs to check what's happening below him, which is yun na nga, John Olsen catching Lemimore off guard. Pero magkakatapatan pa sila dito. John Olsen with a kill onto Severin as well. No more sustain dito sa Onic because pagkapatay dito ni Severin though. Pero Monyet, meron pa siyang meron pa siyang pain shells eh. Pwede pa siyang mag-deal ng extra damage dito, pero if ever, pero yun nga, nagkataba na nga ng paranoid dito mga kabinga. Bonus catches one, pero merong na mga makukuha pa nga noon ito because of that aftershock, because of that paranoia that they did. Pero yung nga lang, bakit ako titigas? Spray and pray. V catches one, pero si Slasher nagbabantay lang dito na half niya. Kailangan na pumasok. NC Slasher with the bait. Napakaganda na ginawa ng NC Slasher dito. Hindi siya lumabas doon sa smoke. Alam naman niya na hindi papasok yung mga players ng FS doon. All they gotta do is just try to pre-fire, do some pot shots onto that smoke. At saka binate niya pagpitik tong spike nung binate niya, wala siya mga kailangan niyang pumasok dun men kasi mauubusan naman siya ng ng tawag dito? Ng bala. So kung napapansin mo, hindi gumalaw si NC.
Discipline ang meron sa Onic. But on the other side, sobrang timing din talaga nung ginawa ni Monyet dun. Biruin mo, na-concuss ka na nga. He still got the tap. Sobrang accurate ang pinaggagawa niya dun. Nabawasan kagad yung 3 membro na naghihintay sa may site mismo. And it was just a perfect timing. But on the other side, medyo talagang nagkaroon ng bad call yung full sense pagdating dun na kailangan nila i-take down si Monyet. It's all Monyet we're talking about. And now we're down with a 3-all. And so far, parehas sa teams ngayon nakakapag-buy pa din. But all of those mga ultimates ay quite ready na. But let's see how will Full Sense make this one out again. Mid-take talaga sila parati, hindi nila pinapakawalan Early pickups is the key. But then, with what they have, with that one duelist, 2 duelist setup, talagang nagiging okay naman. Pagdating lang talaga sa post plant, medyo lugi talaga sila. Unlike here in Onic.
nagbabadya lang yung mga players natin ngayon na magbato ng kanilang mga paint shells. Pero talagang ano yun, I mean, why do you have to pick Astra na nabawasan na dito ng stars? Just gonna pick that Omen because of the smoke. Sobrang bilis na yan, pero nga Lemmy Moore trying to be really aggressive right now. Mukhang malilikaw na pa si John Olsen, and yeah, Lemmy Moore with the counter will Lemmy Sacks with a big trade-off with that paint shells lang din. Maraming mga players dito sa may baba ng B. Pero yun nga, Chala gonna use his ultimate to go here in A instead. And ang problema is wala sa kanya yung spike. Delikado si Lemmy Sacks dito. Napakadami nagmamatay lang dito sa Heaven, and they know it already. Na itong mga players ng Full Sense pupunta dito sa A. Kung napapansin nyo, si Lemmy Sacks, delikado. If ever nagpakita siya dito, patay ito.
Wala nang oras.
Kano mo, ginamit
Save na lang.
Ginamit siya lang yung ulti na papunta sa A, pero yun nga lang, hindi na nababawi ni Lemmy yun. Diba? May wala silang oras. The position is just that bad, sa totoo lang.
And looks like Onic is finally getting adjusted to how Full Sense actually plays this. And kaya nga sinabi nila, diba? Parating mid-tick ang gusto ng Full Sense. And this is one of the weak links talaga ng Full Sense pagdating dito sa split. Kasi they haven't come up talaga with a new strat with how will they be able to stop that defense of Onic. But let's see, isang round pa rin naman kagad ang layo pa lang ng Onic against them. And if John Olsen once again gets at least a 1, it's gonna be a good chance na naman sa kanila para maipantay yung scoreline. Pero alam na, merong tumitingin sa may vents, meron ding nasa tower mismo, at kailangan ng gawin dito ni Monyet ay pigilan sila. Pero meron siya kayong showstopper. So that's gonna be awesome if he'll be able to execute that. And once again, si John Olsen is being denied lang ngayon.
The denial is there already. Pero ang problema dito sa Full Sense, it's just wala talaga silang enough money, and they need to live up with all these Sheriff, Frenzy, and syempre yung base John Olsen. Pero tuloy-tuloy lang kaso dito ng Full Sense, mga kaibigan. Pero nasa ba yung mga ibang players dito ng Onic? Meron ulit tao sa buwa, and Lemmy Moore is trying to anchor that para hindi sila tumingin dito kay Severine. Wala pa rin silang idea kay Severine dito, mga kaibigan. Pero yun nga, alam mo, yet we're gonna wreak havoc with that showstopper though. Should have done another one. Severine, nag-aabantay lang din if ever meron pupunta lang dito sa may A. Pero yun nga, Chala all the way from events again, catches one, and will take down Shiro. Pero yun nga lang, that camera will mess up with his positioning. He needs to take out a smoke para syempre makapag-ikot siya ng kahit konti. Pero ang problema is tatlo pa ang kalaban niya. 17 seconds remaining, and it's just the players of a Full Sense. And I mean Onic, it's just completely here an A already. Chalala is in a tough spot. Crossfire ang meron dito kay MC Slasher at saka kay Lemmy Moore. And Onic just gonna win that round again and again because of the parang hindi ikaw. Yeah, naka-ikaw ang ang side ng Full Sense. So
30 seconds left.
Wala talaga I mean, nangyari na ang dapat nangyari. Sayang lang din. Actually, dapat hindi na nagagamitin ng smoke na yun Pero na-miss niya yung shot dun sa may camera. If ever nasira niya yung camera na yun, hindi na siya magsismoke dun. And probably, malay mo makapatay pa siya ng isa o dalawa. Kasi malalagay niya sa ibang place yung smoke na yun. Dahil mo alam, Bill?
But then, feel ko ang meron din sa Full Sense is that they are way too slow. Talaga. When how they play. Tignan mo, alanganin sila sa oras when it's down to just 15 seconds. Tsaka sila magdedesisyon. Well, in fact, Onic already have the upper hand kasi alam na nila saan magagaling yung Full Sense. They also have that utilities just to shut them down. And kita mo naman, ang ginagawa ng Onic yun, every time that si John Olsen mag-e-entry na nga kagad ng Full Sense with his jet, we have one yet to just deny him, and he's been doing that every time. So yun talaga yung kailangang abangan ng Full Sense dito. Kasi on the other hand naman, pag na-pick off nila si Monyet, that's already the time that they can finally adjust. Pili na lang sila sa site kung saan nila gustong makuha. And it's just gonna be a big win para sa kanila. But Onic pa rin, ang ganda ng performance nila so far, and we're really seeing kung bakit nga ba isa sa mga teams ngayon, like Onic, do really have that consistency here in Split. But let's see what will Monyet talagang show to us once again. Nakuha siya ng 2 kills with his showstopper and he's just gonna be denying full sense all at once. But on the other side, full sense, mabagal na naman yung playstyle nila ngayon. Ayaw na lang asimin masyado dito sa mid kasi pag inasim nila masyado, mapipick off sila.
Sobrang may pick off for sure, pero yun nga lang, sana walang asiman na nangyayari dito, pero yun nga, alam na ng mga players ng Onic kung nasa talaga pupunta ang full sense because of that tripwire na nag-activate. A camera, mukhang nakita ata si V dito, pero nga lang, Severine's gonna block his drop because of that shot na ginawa na dito. Nagkalabasan na nga ng Pechay ni Sky. Severine knows na baka maraming pumunta dito sa A, pero yun nga lang, iikot yung mga iikot yung mga Pechay na yun, men. Masyadong malapit nung pagka-ulti ni Severine dito. Pero yun nga lang. Pero go na yun.
One enemy remaining. The timing itself, na-concast lang yung mga miyembro ng Onic G. And sa isang iglap, nabura na sila.
Sa isang iglap, may mahal na siyang iba. 13 seconds in.
10 seconds
V.
left.
What you gonna do, boy? NC Stage is super low in HP. This is really bad for the side of FS, like what I told you. I really want to see new players, new teams to be there on top. In the full sense, they have the experience, pero mukhang Onic, mukhang ano ata sila, na overthrown ata sila ng Onic dito. Sa totoo lang, Indonesia is one of the best FPS countries sa buong Southeast Asia at sa buong mundo. If ever FPS, ano lang yan, men, Indonesia tsaka Thailand. Yan. Andito ang myth trust. Myth trust, napakatagal na yan. Actually, hindi nga trust eh. Sorry, hindi pala trust. Pero myth. Sorry. Sa ano pala yun, sa ibang ano pala, sorry. Sa ibang defense. Pero PTC with a kill on to one with that big sheriff on hand, Lammy Snacks. Muntik na nauluhan ng isang player dito ng Onic, pero yung nga hindi tumama yung ibang shots dito. 2v4. He got that Vandal though, Chalala, going inside the smoke, taking down Monyet again, and all they need to do is go out. Hindi na sila magko-contest dito, ganun na nasa isip na if ever may na-pick off na isa, kailangan sila mag-back off. Hindi nila kailangang i-push to kasi baka mapitas pa yung isa. Hindi natamaan! Sayang hindi man lang natamaan ng paranoia dito si NC Slasher. But, hindi natamaan ng paranoia si V. Pero nga, pushing ito 2v1. V, mga kaibigan, sa the top spot right now. Kailangan na patayin yung dalawa. Dopin nga, meron tayo sa taas, meron tayo sa baba. Let me more from up top with the head 7-3 in favor of ONC.
Tatandaan nyo, full sense ang pumili dito sa split. And let's expect talaga na even if this was a pick from full sense side, Onic still has the upper hand pagdating sa experience. Stats don't lie. Onic is definitely one of the teams that is actually good here in split. At nakita niyo naman yung timing na ginawa ni Shiro doon, di ba? Pagdating ng neural theft, swinningan na kagad kasi alam niya nga, siya pa yung, makakalamang pa yung full sense against him if he didn't take that risk. But on the other side naman, Onic leading already by 4 rounds. And if this continues, medyo mahihirapan talaga ang full sense in a way. Ang pakaganda kasi ng double initiator na meron yung Onic, they can just deny full sense from being too aggressive, especially in the first half. But let's see what Monyet can do. Oh no, timing. Dalawa pala, tatlo ang haharap sa kanyang muka, and looks like Onic wants to play this passively na lang. Retake sila, handang-handa naman kagad ang Rolling Thunder, and full sense ngayon nakapagpita sila, which is gonna be Monyet na nahihirapan sila. Usually, what will be the next step?
What would be the next step? Indeed, let's limit the definitely right now. They're actually going into it. Pero gonna save it in the pocket of the position. Dito Severin with a 2K already. Pero gonna si Sheer and NC Slasher. We're just gonna stop the possible push of FS dito lang sa B. This is the great wall of Onic here in B. You shall not pass. You shall not go in. This is our turf. Tandaan nyo. Magka-rhyme ang site B At saka ang Onic G. Time.
Ay, nako.
Bars.
Ay, sabi sa inyo minsan caster, minsan na rapper talaga to si Phil. Dalawa to. Ito mo.
Actually, minsan kalabang ko si sila Harlem sa sa flip top.
Sino kaya mananalo sa inyo pag narinig? Pero grabe naman, Monyet. Na pick off na nga kagad si John. Also, sumunod pa kagad si PTC. Nakatuwag pa. Buy one, take one. And right now, wala na naman. Distracted ang full sense once again. Etong mid-take talaga na sobrang dangerous kasi hindi mo makuha yung odds na mapipick off mo parati si Monyet. There can be just few rounds, but then it's not really successful kasi Onic is actually ready to get with the trades and Severin and Shiro is actually doing it. Ngayon, stuck na naman sila. What will Full Sense do once again?
May nagsasabi dito na na chill lang daw. Chill lang. Ba? Wala nga naman i-cheer yung kalaban. Pas tayo dyan, men. Hindi dapat. Kalaban nga, pero yung alam mo nito with that paint shots doon, nakakabatuhan na nga ng paint shots dito, pero medyo nabawasan din yung mga players dito ng FS, pero yung alam, let me more! Miracle on to one as well, you shall not pass! Onic! Ang telok-telok nyo ha, puro kayo B ha! Ilang beses na yan! Paulit-ulit na lang, paulit-ulit lang din ang nangyayari dito, kapatid! Tignan mo naman si kaibigang Monyet.
Chill lang, no?
Chill lang. Alam mo yun, pa-wallbang lolbang lang. Sige lang, Lods, pasok lang kayo. Welcome to B. Tapos mo yun. Tapos pag natapos sila, come back later. See you again soon. Alam mo yun. Tapos babalik ulit sila. Mananalo na naman ng Onic. Paulit-ulit lang ang nangyayari. Tapos sorry ka na lang ng sorry. Sawa na ako sa sorry mo.
Ang hirap talaga, no? Pag puro na lang sorry, hindi talaga ginagawa ng paraan. And, sasabi ko lang. Share ko lang, guys. Share ako At ngayon, 9-3. 9-3 curse pa to, makakabawi pa kaya itong full sense. Kasi for me, Onic talaga is something you need to take care of here in split. Kapag nakita na nga natin pagdating sa mga sa mismong mapang to, guys. Ang dami na lang composition, but when you take a look at it, how they fought against a lot of teams, super tambak ng mga teams na kakalaban nila dito. Kaya kita nyo, 9-3 nga in favor of Onic against Full Sense. And Full Sense, we all know that this team gonna be grasping talaga on such aspects na momentum based. Pero ngayon, hindi talaga shutdown lahat, kahit double duelist pa. Lamy Snacks and John Olsen nga, hindi sila makapag-perform ng maayos. But what will happen on the other side? We have Chalala with PTC here, just gonna be denying those pushes coming in from Onic, those counter flashes that can be effective. Pero ang ganda ng sinabi ni Black and Blue kanina na he's gonna go for Onic if wala talaga si Super Boss. And we all know naman, Vil, one of the best players sa SCA pagdating sa controller is Super Boss himself.
Boom, barum, boom, boom. Oo, tama dyan. Tama.
Pagkanta.
Shoutouts nga pala sa sa nag-aerial ng VCT. Kilala mo ba kung sino nag-aerial?
Kilala ko yan.
Siyempre, away kami niyan Oh! We're killing to Monyet right now, pero ang ginagawa niya sa super, ay sa ropes. Tatlo silang nasa ropes, mga kaibigan. Anong ginagawa niya? Sabi ni John Olsen, hoy! Ba't kayo nagkakagulo dyan? Sama-sama lang kayo sa ropes.
Ang hirap naman nagsama-sama pa kayo. Wala na talaga to at isa na lang. Ito na ata yung comeback. By Full Sense. Pwede na ba yun? Pag nanalo ka ng pistol, alam mo na Ito pala si NC Slasher. Kamukha niya si
na parang may itsura no?
Oo nga
may itsura kamukha ni Forsaken si NC Slasher?
Forsaken ng Pre-Creeper X. Or ako lang yun.
Sa'yo lang yun, men. Sa'yo lang, siguro. Pogi nga na to ni NC Slasher. Hindi mo isipin yun yung IGN niya no? Oo.
Nagwapuhan kay NC Slasher. Nag-usapan na dito.
Tira mo si Lamy Snacks, di ba parang pumipik siya, di ba? Gumigilid-gilid siya, di ba? Kasama pa yung katawan eh. Oh. Alam mo na ba guys? Alam nyo ba? Sa totoo lang. Pag ako ang tawag dito, pag ako naglalaro, kunyari may nag-flash, pati yung ulo ko gumagalaw din. Umiiwas din ako. Ako tsaka yung character ko umiiwas din. Sa mata eh. Naglalaro pa naman ako lagi, madilim.
Ay, sakit nga talaga sa mata yan.
Sakit sa mata yun. Kasi naglalaro din lang ako pag tulog si May.
Para di ba gising?
Para di ba gising, syempre. Nakita ni V ang birdie ni Severino. May pareho nga lang. That is the kill of the take down three already. Ubos, pati pantubos. Is this gonna be an ace? It is an ace! Coming in from V. Meron na siyang cover po ito mamaya.
May pang highlights na siya. May bonus pa. No, tignan mo, nakapag-give tuloy ng ng mas maganda. Pero looking at dito, pinaglaruan lang gamit yung Spectre. Isa-isa. Buti na lang, hindi inagaw yung is. Kamunti ka na maagaw ni PTC. Ito na nga. Napa-ace pa nga, nagigigil. May ayaw makuha na ng ace dito. Anyan si D. And nakaintindahan nyo din naman kung bakit nga ba napakahalaga din ang ginagawa ni D para sa kanyang team. And looking at it, bumabawi nga ngayon ang mga taga full sense. 9-5 full buy is coming around, but Onic, since like NC Slasher already predicted that John Olsen kinda gonna go forward, i-risk na lang daw niya dahil ang hawak-hawak naman niya ay Spectre. But on the other side, PTC, ano kaya next na mangyayari? Bakit ito mga players natin, mga pwede lang pang K-pop? Oh? Mga K-pop.
Saktong mga K-popers no?
Yung mga hairstyle Tingnan mo. Ito na nga. Uy, grabe naman. Nakuha na pa ni PTC ngayon si Mon. At 4v4 pa nga is the key, pero looks like Lenny Moy still gonna be going for a trade. Kinda concussed, but no. Nakuha lang, naglakad lang si PTC. Pero pagdating sa advantage, looks like si Lamistax na natitira against Shiro. May pag-asa pa dahil medyo low on HP na nga si Shiro Kagan. And she's gonna be throwing once again ang kanyang patience. Ayun! Anong mangyayari? Napatay pa ng puputs. Ano naman? Nauwo! Si Lamistax and Fulsen still. What's this?
Lamistax again and again. Napanood na natin siya kanina and he did it again! And that's it. That is the very esports clutch moment of the game again na ginawa ulit ng mga players ngayon ng Fulsen. Isipin mo Lamistax talagang isa yung hinabol eh! Hinabol man! Nakaturbo eh! Sinulub! Hoy! Ginagawa mo dyan! Kasi ng utang mo! Hoy! May utang ka, di ba?
Marunong maghabol. Ang mga taga...
May Sova Station pala. Nakalagay din sa split. Dun sa mga schedules.
Ayos yun. At ngayon, playing with the fire ng Onic. Seems like napaka-importante ng round na yun. Yet, na-entrap lang ang katulad kagad ni Lami. Ang katulad ni Shiro. Not gonna be denying those utilities by Lamistax. And tatandaan natin sa first round, kita nyo naman yung utilities ni Lamistax. Sobrang well-adjusted with how he will be able to clear those corners. But Onic, this is gonna be a time na ba kung saan makakabawi sila kahit papano. And speaking of, si Severin nakapagbawa, si NT Slasher may second life pa ngayon, makakapag-healing galing.
Healing over here! Yung sabi ni Severin dito, syempre para makapag-heal pa yung may iba't ibang players dito ng Onic. Pero yung nga lang, kung napapansin natin, ang score is 6-9. Mapapanice ka naman talaga dito. Pero, Lemmy Moore knows exactly kung nasa ba yung dalawang players dito ng full sense. Isipin mo, thrifty to pero mukhang mababawi pa rin talaga. Pero kala Severin will be dead to the hands of John Olsen again and again. Pero, it's just ang natitira dito all the way from mid. Kailangan niya mag-rotate. Medyo mahirap to. Tatlo ang kalaban niya. May pistol, may SMG, may AR. Ang players dito ng Onic. But V, meron siyang, yun, buti na lang mapop niya yung kanyang neural theft dito and wala na siyang bawi na kailangan niyang gawin to. Wala siyang bawi mga kaibigan, kailangan siyang manalo dito.
Walang bawi niya.
Op. Sige, out na. Out na. Kung na 2v1 niya, winnable. Pero 1v3 plus meron pang camera sa harapan niya. Wala niya na pass. Pero yung nga lang, tamang nagawa mo dyan, boy. Kala mo makakuha ka ng Vandal. Tignan natin kung makakuha pa siya ng isa. Pero yung nga lang, mag-out na rin naman siya. Pero Lemimore might actually catch V off guard. Pero si V, kung napapansin natin, he's actually really playing safe. Set 6-10, still in favor of Onic.
Na 350 pa nga ang full sense kung kailan pwede na lang eh. There's just gonna be 2-round difference kung sakasakaling nanalo sila and yet nawala nga sa kanilang kamay yung chance. Actually, ang ginawa ng Onic doon, they just went together. Sige, tara, wala namang mawawala. Sama-sama tayo with all those sheriffs that we have. One Spectre coming in from Lemimore earlier on. And now, on the 4-round, yung advantage, what will be the next step up? Shiro already has that Rolling Thunder. So, very vital to kapag na-pop off niya. And yun nga lang, hindi naging worth it. Dahil sila, Miss Nax, si Pick Off Severin, ang ganda ng call nun coming in from PTC also para lang talagang ma-prevent yung trade-offs coming in from Onic. Plus, may set-up pa si, si V. Kung meron pa man siyang mapipick off with that camera of his, quite few distractions from Onic once again. Pero I think maganda din talaga yung meron ng full sense sa kanilang defending side.
Yeah. Kaibigang monyet. Kala ko si Nomad, si Lemimore pala. Kahawig ni Nomad pag nakatagilid eh. Kasi because of the balbas. Pero delikado yun si Lemimore sa totoo lang eh. Kasi si nga John Olsen still got that operator. Isang maling tutok lang dito ng Onic talagang baka ma-GG pa kasi pero V stopping the possible push of Onic right now. John Olsen with that aggressiveness catching one off guard. Oh my god, John Olsen iniisa-isa nila yung mga players ngayon ng Onic, pero yun nga, there's a lot of utilities na rin talaga na meron dito ang Onic mga kaibigan. Catches one, meron tayo sa may dalawa. Missing that ace na pwedeng gawin dito ng NC Slasher, but still John Olsen gonna get that win again, 10-7. Medyo dikit yung laban na Ray. Pero malay mo, makambak pa to, di ba? Just like what happened sa APH kahapon.
Grabe talaga tong full sense, may pag-asa. Pero nakita mo yung ginawa ni NC Slasher doon. Nakaano na eh. Nagsalamin na siya. Game mode na ata. Seryoso na ata ngayon ang Onic. Pero on the other side, medyo i-swingan na lang talaga kagad siya. Tatlo na to eh. So why not? Just gonna take the risk. Although could have been a clutch, but really far from that. And finally, full sense kind of grasping already kung anong pwede nalang gawin. They already countering that 9-3 Chris. Nandito na nga tayo sa 10-7. Although tatlo pa ang kailangan na gawin dito ng Onic, makukuha pa kaya nila to versus sa growing momentum na kagad ng full sense. Paisa-isa na silang tumatapak dito at mapapantay pa ata yung score.
Yun nga eh. Pero ang problema natin talaga, medyo hindi angkop yung economy ngayon ng Onic. Hindi naman hindi angkop. Parang broken by. Ano hindi angkop pinagsasabi?
Hindi angkop.
Ano hindi angkop? Hindi angkop yung economy. Yan yun. Pero ito pala ang garden ng split, di ba? Yeah. Wala tayong magawa, guys. Date kayo dito ng jowa mo sa gardens.
Tapos dyan din yung marami nagbe-break eh.
Oo, totoo yan.
Di ba?
Marami nagbe-break sa isang restaurant. Sa isang fast food. Na letter M yung simula.
Marami din nagde-date doon eh, di ba?
Oo,
marami nagde-date. Marami nag-away.
Sa Malibu. Pero Malibu love ko to. Pero ONC broken by Eco Let's see if ever makapag-thrifty sila dito with kanila misas mga kaibigan. Natamaan siya dito ng paranoia though. At mukhang ginagawa lang ng Onic yung ginagawa ng Full Sense kanina. If ever you are playing in split, ang pinaka-importante sa split is actually mid control. Naririnig ng FS ngayon yung Trailblazer mga kaibigan pero hindi na nakita na baka meron nga sa Hell. And that is the way already. They need to go here and B. Pero si NC Slasher, kung napapansin mo, meron siyang ultimate. Pwedeng iba to sa kanya. Yung spike, pero yun nga lang, that is actually a perfect execution ng Rolling Thunder, stopping the double satchel dito in the race mga PTC. Going in, napakadaming natamaan ng fault lines dito. 2v4 situation right now. NC Slasher, together with other players of Onic, talagang pinupusuan talaga yung mga players ngayon. Binigay dito kay Shiro yung Vandal mga kaibigan, para lang, kasi siya yung mas maraming buhay. Might as well sa'yo na to, men. And ito na ata ang pagbangon ng api. Full Sense, slowly and surely, bawi na sa game.
Experience pa rin ata ng Full Sense ay nandito, going up against Onic. And looking at it talaga, kanina, it was a 9-3. And right now, Full Sense, they're getting back on track. And this is pretty good. Dahil kapag hindi pa sila makahabol, Onic will just take the momentum. Pero looking at it, napakagrabe yung kanilang wall of defense dito na hindi talaga makuha ng Onic at all. Even if there are just some setups coming from Levimore, it seems like it just won't work. Especially na si John Olsen ngayon ay naka-operator na nga din. Ito guys, titignan niyo nasa taas ng Onic tsaka ng FS na mga pangalan nila. Nasa taas kung saan silang Legion galing. Indo tsaka Thailand. So, para hindi na kayo magtanong at alam niyo na nga kung ano mangyayari, pero sinabayan na nga kagad ng mga repolyo para kumuha lang ng para sabayan ng Onic actually, but then they deny at least one. Yun na nga sila sabi ko. Spike down B.
Nangyari na dapat nangyari dito. Mukhang ito na ata ang pagbago ng api ng Full Sense mga kaibigan. Live says with a 3. Let me more. The only man remaining this side ng Onic though. John Olsen, fast hands.
Ito talaga kapag si John Olsen, no deal.
Oo. Iba yung daliri ni John Olsen. Nakaturbo din. Yung daliri ni John Olsen parang Pinoy lang din yan eh. Mabilis. Pero syempre mas mabilis sa natin. Oo.
Mas mabilis sana APH.
Oo. Pero mas mabilis yung daliri ng Pinoy. Tama naman yun, Ray, di ba?
Tama yan.
Paano mo naman nasabi?
Nakikita naman natin na nanalo yung mga PH teams.
Tsaka Pinoy ka rin eh, di ba?
Oo, Pinoy din ako. Bakit iba ba yung nationalidad ko? Ayoko magsalita! Ano pang pwedeng ma-translate ng mga nanonood sa atin?
Mawalan pa ako ng trabaho sa'yo, Ray. Mga pinag-isabay. Pero yung alam mo kung magalit na yung mga players dito ng Onic kasi kahit Sheriff lang din ang gamit nila, nakapatay pa sila ng dalawa, pushing ito 3v3. Pero Shiro, nakabingwit na nga dito ng isang Vandal para syempre makakuha siya ng konting advantage lang din kahit konti man lang. Pero yung mga players ngayon ng Onic trying to plant the spike here in B, 3v2. 2 Vandals and a Sheriff. Shiro, meron pa siyang Rolling Thunder, pwede nang gamitin yan. Pero ang isang problema din talaga ng Full Sense is pati si John Olsen, they don't have any operators at all. Pero okay lang yan kasi marami silang pera, Riri.
Walang ka-problema at kita mo naman si Monyet alive and kicking at isa na lang kagad na dito. It's gonna be PTC. Will he be able to clutch it? Medyo complicated na si Slasher, nakaabang na rin din kagad sa kanya. And that's just it. The swing goes in and Onic sa tuwing 50 round lang nananalo dito sa second half. Dalawang round na nakapanalo nila.
Feeling ko, huwag na kayong bumili ng baril. Meron akong kilala, naglaban. Mga casters, kalaban na Naos. Walang nagawa yung mga casters eh. Partida, sheriff nga lang yung gamit ng mga players ng Naos eh. Tapos yung casters nakabundle eh. Kala mo naman talaga eh. Gina G yung mga casters, men.
Si Azuray, bro. Iba na yung...
Oh, Gina G. Grabe yung callouts nila eh. Grabe yung posture eh. Yung ano, yung paa, 90 degrees. Paano yun, di ba?
Tapos nalaman ko rin kung sino talaga maingay sa Laos, no?
Oh, si J. Si J, yan. Yun ang pinakamaingay.
Ito pa, iba pa nga yung lineup ng Naos dun eh. Paiba-iba sila ng roles dun eh. Nakakatawa nga sila tignan eh. Si Jay, parang kung ano na sinabi dun eh. Nung nakita nga natin sila. Pero sana marami pa tayong tournament na gano'n. Kasi grabing casting niya ni Dax dun eh.
Oo.
May sound effects na nga.
yun yung mga cast na hindi namin pwede sabihin live. Hanggang dito, pero ito lang kalampag ng papag. Pupunta lang dito sa B, pupunta dito sa A. Rather, pero alam, Monyet. All the way from, oh my God! Nakatamaan pa ng ligaw na bomba. Si V. Ligaw na bomba. Katakot yun, men. Mas nakakatakot ang ligaw na bomba kaysa ligaw na bala. Oo. Pero mas nakakatakot pag niligawan mo tapos hindi ka naman sinagot.
Mas nakakatakot pag in-entertain mo. Hindi ko naman pala talaga gusto.
Yun lang. Oo.
Shoutout nga pala sa mga ganun. Pero to, retake nga ba? Kaso nakaabang na din kaagad ang mga taga-Onic, but that was just a nice paranoia coming in from full sense. Pero will it actually be worth it? Dahil swinningan na nga lang kaagad sila ngayon ng Onic dyan. Also tries to do something with it. Goes for a defuse pero wala na din kaagad dahil wala na din kaagad oras. And now, Onic gets the third round nga kaagad on the second half and finally gets into a match point. Napaka-importante ng mga 50 na sana na ipapanalo ng full sense. Kasi pag napanalo na, lamang na sila ngayon. Yet, medyo nagpabaya sila sa aggressiveness minsan ng Onic.
Nakatamaan ang ligaw na bomba, mga kaibigan. Hop! Once again, Onic is in a match point already. And for the side of Lambi Snacks, magpapaka-sobrang aggressive lang din siya. Kung hindi aggressive, doon lang siya sa mga gilid-gilid for sure. Ang kailangan kasama ni Lambi Snacks, hindi lang, naisahan nga sa channel dito, wala na silang smoke. Delikado to. Walang smoke ngayon ang full sense. Kay John Olsen, hindi enough yan. Kailangan nila ng smoke ni Chalala dito, pero kung alam mo more, medyo delikado siya because ano lang dito sa Gedli. Babantay lang din, men.
Nahihirapan na ata dito ang full sense. Meron silang Rolling Thunder from PTC and wala pa naman sa site yung mga taga Onic, so there can still be a chance. Basta ang importante lang dito, i-deadly D yung mga taga-Onic and that's just gonna be okay. Severin tries to get at least quite few distractions coming in from mid pero simulan na nga nila kagad nga ng pagbabago. And speaking of, si Danav kumukuha na ng information pero di pa napitas ang mga miyembro ng Onic at 5 na lang sa 3. Ano pang pwedeng mangyari dito? Hindi nag-timing yung kay PTC na pick kagad yung kanyang pagyalig at wala na nga din kagad nangyari. Alam na nila kung nasaan sila. Now we all have PTC in his hands going up against 4. Alam na rin kagad kung saan siya i-expect and Onic can just play this against him.
But PTC, we're gonna fall down to the hands of Onic G. And yeah, tulad din ng predictions ng mga ating ng panel, it's just Onic G na talagang the Indonesian powerhouse, mga kaibigan. Ganda ng mga upuan nila, Riri, no?
Kasama ba nila yung isa nila? Parang hindi
parang yung sa atin lang, no? Oo.
Flex lang.
Flex lang. Pero yun nga, I mean, dun sa mga games na nakita talaga natin, it's just, we really thought that a full sense will gonna go on to a comeback if ever they tried. Pero there's a lot of mistakes na nangyari, di ba? Nakita natin na Ray. And malakas ang Onyx sa Thrifty. Ito malakas ang Indonesia at saka ang Vietnam sa pistol round. Totoo yan.
So, mukhang yung mga rounds na nakuha ng Onic against Full Sense. Kasi bumabawi na sila sa second half eh. Coming from 9-3, this is pretty big. Winning 6 consecutive rounds. But what exactly happened is may dalawang 50 yung Onic against them. Kung hindi nila pinabayaan ito, it could have been one an overtime, second a win for Full Sense side. Pero talagang hindi nila in-expected mon yet. Sobrang aim duels pa lang, sobrang accurate. And si Slasher also has been doing the post plants pretty well. And we can see talaga that even if nahirapan yung Onic sa second half, yung first half talaga na scoreline yung naging impact din para sa kanila to actually take this kasi medyo mas weaker talaga pagdating sa attacking, especially here in split. So medyo naging complicated talaga on Onyx side, but on the other side, Full Sense been doing well, but there were just a lot of shutdowns coming in from John Olsen. Lamy Stacks has been doing pretty well, pero si John Olsen talaga mag-isa lang dumuduel yung mga kakampi niya, minsan nalalate, but looking at it, congratulations sa Onyx sa pinakaunang mapa. Ito natin kung
Ito,
pangalan na to.
Tira mo, simula pa lang nakapag-crash agad si Lamy Stacks because of that, yung pangalawang pagputok dito ng Pringles. Pero let me more, I really love this one-way smoke na ginawa niya. Alam mo yun, parang minamaximize lang. Ito actually, ang kulit nun, men. You're actually literally nasa ropes. Tapos tumalong ka pa sa ropes, mga kaibigan. Tapos nakapatay ka pa. How? Precise gameplay, ladies and gentlemen. Diba? Nakita mo yung ginawa niya? Naka-rope, sa bawasan niya ng konti. Tapos tumalon pa sa habang nasa gitna ng rope. Nakapatay siya. Lang, share ko lang. Labo eh. You know, Skopo, si Dio, pa.
Nubos nga eh. Ginawang mama. Pero kasi, panalo pa rin yung Onic eh. Those holds talaga napaka-important. At saka VIL aim duels yung mga sheriff ng Onic. Nakakatakot talaga. These guys aren't whiffing at all. Naka-counter stat lang sila ng Full Sense. But the accuracy itself, nasa kamay talaga ng Onic. And they're quite prepared to go up against a strong team such as Full Sense. And seems like sa map pick ng Full Sense, hindi sila mananalo at all, and it's quite dangerous. But let's see if what will happen naman on the next map. They still have those chances talaga, especially na sobrang familiar ang mga SEA teams pagdating sa Ascent. But rather pagdating sa Bind. But let's see what can they do pa sa next map, dahil wala namang imposible para makapagbawi nga ang team such as Full Sense.
Yeah, as long as talaga makakayanan nila. So, tutuloy-tuloy lang nila yung kanilang win dito. E di syempre, malad nyo makakuha pa sila talaga ng extra momentum on towards game number 2. Pero sa totoo lang, if ever you're gonna ask me, I'm actually rooting for game number 3 because that is actually Full Sense. Full Sense pa rin yan, mga kaibigan. That is a pride of Thailand. Plus, one of the best teams here in Southeast Asia. Tsaka one of Southeast Asia's representative, yun nga, papunta sa Valorant champions last year. Pero game number 2 is on the way already here sa ating teams, which is Onic G versus Full Sense. But before that, I'm just gonna hand on to a very short break. Once again, you're watching VCT APAC Rainville here. See ya.
Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know I gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks are deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know
Hello guys! What's up? Thank you sa mga nanonood. At ngayon, nandito na ulit kayo sa VCT APAC Venue Shoutcasters. Ako si Riri at syempre kasama ko dito si Bill. Kami ulit ang mag-shoutcast dito nga sa first match between Onic G together with the guys of Full Sense. Nakita na natin ang first map, happen in split. It's gonna be just a one-sided ng unang half, pero no second half bumawi nga din ng Full Sense, pero seems like all those 50s ang naging panalo ng Onic G against Full Sense. But right now that we're gonna go to bind a map pick by Onic G but a good map by Full Sense, tignan natin if maybe Full Sense might be having that good comeback na ina-expect natin galing sa kanila.
Yeah, I mean, yun nga, yung first map kasi na natin, ang pumili talaga dun is Full Sense. Kung napapansin mo, lagi tayong ganun. Kung ano yung map ang pinili ng kalaban is yun yung dun tayo mananalo. 2-0 yung lagi napapanood natin ever since yesterday. Pero right now, let's see if ever magto 2-0 ba ulit ito sa kamay ng Onic G. If totoo ba talaga yung mga nasa isip natin together with their panels, or ano ang mas nananaig, yun nga, yung katotohanan or ang curse ni Ray. We're gonna see that later on. Pero yun nga, para sa akin talaga, it's actually 2-1 in favor of Onic G. I mean, if ever na 2-0 nila ang Full Sense, man, delikado. I mean, baka sa next round, pero meron pa naman elimination, meron pa naman silang next game if ever. So okay lang yan. I mean, if ever nagkaroon na nangyari, di nangyari na ang dapat nangyari.
Wala Hindi naman PH teams to.
Hindi naman PH teams to eh. Kaya hayaan na natin sila.
Basta kung saan sila masaya. Sabi, magkakas kami dito. At yun na lang ang pwedeng mangyari. Tignan natin yung skill set na meron sila.
Shoutouts nga pala sa Neon Swag.
Si Direct din yan nasuot eh.
Actually, okay. Yung Direct namin, ito rin yung suot eh. At ito rin mismo.
Sana all.
Ikaw rin. Mamaya.
Kaso mainit eh. Kaya, init sa Pilipinas.
Okay lang.
Hindi ko alam bakit.
Tataas na daw ng kuryente.
Kaya, kailangan lang medyo manipis-nipis lang.
Takot ako sa aircon ko eh. Baka, ewan ko, bahala na.
Yung bahay na isasanla natin para lang sa electricity.
Ay, hindi. Ang importante, magtipid tayo. Ayan.
Dapat talaga nagtitipid. Hindi yung gumagastos sa mga kung ano-anong mga bagay. Diba? You should handle your finances well. So, sana ma-handle din talaga ng Full Sense itong Onic G dahil talagang iba yung giggle ng Onic G ngayon. Kita nyo naman the accuracy itself. Aim pa lang. palong-palo na talaga si Monyet and he's really stepping up. But on the other side naman, sa full sense talaga, okay naman na you have D, he's been doing very well. He got that ace earlier with that Spectre. But on the other side talaga, well, feel ko, ngayon naka-stream sa Twitch si Superbass, so most likely, hindi siya maglalaro. So, alam natin na, nakasub lang, taga-nood.
Kung ano, watcher lang siya, taga-yo-yo, kumbaga. Tipong, let's go guys, taga-ganun lang siya, man. Pero alam mo ba, Rere? Alam mo ba?
Ano yan?
I mean, ang global esports, di ba, they're from India. Di ba? Lumipad sila sa Singapore, man. Solid. Lumipad sila sa Singapore. Yung global esports, ladies and gentlemen, from India to Singapore para dito sa sa VCT APAC. Kasi sa totoo lang, isa sa pinakamalakas talaga na team. Global esports. I really want to see Scrossi again. Si SK Rossi. Si Scrossi. Si Rossi na lang tawag sa kanya.
Rossi na lang. Pero yun na nga wala nang difference pagdating sa alam mo na mga bagay-bagay na ngayon na nasa una wala talaga sila sa Singapore pero nandun pala talaga sila may picture. So
totoo nga. Totoo yun, di ako nagbibiro. Yung global esports men, lumipad ng kanilang team. Lumipad ng kanilang team sa Singapore, men. Legit yun. Legit. Solid nga yun, nakita ko eh. So, if ever na magkaroon ng difference, that's gonna be a really great thing. And ito pa yung isa, di ba? Mag-a-adjust sila in a way kasi bago yung environment eh. So, syempre, you really need to consider that as well. The environment, your playing area should be really that comfortable. And they're actually playing outside of their comfort zone as well. Kasi syempre, comfort zone nila yung bootcamp nila eh. Pero, alam naman natin, sa totoo lang, kung walang COVID, men, itong mga to, Diyos ko, LAN to lahat na may audience.
Kita tayo dyan.
Oo, walang online na ganito, men. Lahat sila lilipad. Kami pala.
Tayo din.
Oo.
Lilipad kami.
Lilipad kami, men.
Sana nga yung next stage, diba? Dito sa Pinas, sana, LAN. Baka naman. Huh?
Sana.
Uy! Makita pa rin tayo ng Astra from Full Sense. Okay. So, kahit na sobrang na-nerf talaga si Astra. I think sobrang laki pa rin kasi na magiging impact na pagdating sa bind. Especially with Onic, they're gonna be playing a double controller. So, interestingly, ganito magiging playstyle nila versus naman sa double initiator dito ng Full Sense. So, let's see if it's gonna be effective. Last time, dito pagdating sa PH, hindi talaga super effective yung double controller pagdating sa bind. Double initiator talaga ang mga teams natin. Pero dito naman sa Onic, they've this is one of the maps na hindi sila super best at, but maybe ngayon na may Astra sila tsaka Viper, baka maging different naman yung playstyle nila against Full Sense.
Yeah. That is True lalo. Na nakita natin ito. But here in Bind, knowing na pinili ito ng Onic, so probably they have that really good strategy if ever. Na walang magagawa ang Full Sense dito mga kaibigan, pero one tap teleport na nangyari. No damage at all. Siya pa yung may damage na totoo lang, which is the D. Pero konti lang naman yan. Wala silang sustain. Yung kabila, wala rin silang sustain dito. Wala silang heals at all. Pero Kalashir will kill again. Pero Sever win another one right now. But where are the other players of Full Sense? Rotating all the way from B to A. Magkasama si John Olsen at si PTC dito. Pero Lamisas all the way from Heaven right now. They have an idea kung nasa ba yung mga ibang players. Kasi kung napapansin natin, ang Onic men, walang bawas kahit pisong duling. Kahit konti, wala silang bawas at all. Pero mukhang magkakabawas ng adit because John also will actually take down one. Up, may nagkapitikin na kanas Mike. Kailangan nila silipin to. But, PTC is now down on Lamistax. Napa-finisher pa ng Spectrum. Alam mo ba?
Ano yan?
One of the best na song ni Zed ang Spectrum. Ano yan? Spectrum, Find You, Clarity, yung mga yan. Kasi I'm actually an ultimate Zed fan ever since. Talaga. 2014, 15, 13 yan. Super duper EDM fan talaga ako. Share ko lang din. Legit.
Sabi ni Direct dito, sinasabi,
high school ako nun, grabe.
High school pa lang kami ni Gil nung time na super sikat talaga I mean, popular pa rin si Zed. Pero yung mga patok ng
Tapos mga 2015, 2016, nung first year college na ako, ayan, lagi ako sa Valk dati.
Nalag ko nga yan Kinento pa nga sa amin. Meron ka pa picture, diba?
Video.
Parang pinakita rin na picture. Ano pa yun? Parang konting hangin lang, mapapatumba ka na kagad.
Sim. Pero yun nga lang, Diyos ko po, napakabilis ng pangyayari dito. Love fam, putok, sabay alis. Wala silang idea at all. Kung nasa pa yung mga player dito ng FS, ba't kami naiisa-isa dito? Shiro with another one right now. Pero chalala, sinampal ng shorty sa mukha. Si Shiro. 2v3. Let me more check out with NC Slasher. Doon man remain dito sa side ng Onic. Pero yun nga lang si Chalala, nakakuha siya ng Spectre. But that is... Anong ginagawa mo dyan, NC Slasher? Bakit ka pa nag-push? Sinamahan mo na lang sana si Lemmy Moore.
Alam na nga din kagad ni Lemmy Moore saan ang mga miyembro. Pero nga lang, na-triple sila ng full sense. Anong ginagawa ng Onic? Medyo sila doon naloka sila sa ginawa ng full sense sa kanila. And I think the contest sa may U-Wall, very good of a stronghold from full sense side. Pero on the other side, Onic, anong nangyari para sila nagkagulo-guluhan dito? Si Shiro, naglakad lang ng kung ano-ano pinagkagawa niya. And although there were some good pick-offs, I think it wasn't pretty clean kasi isa-isa sila, nag-audition lang sila sa harapan ng mga taga full sense. And right now, it's gonna be a 1-all. Mapapasave pa tong Onic dahil sa gastos nila kanina.
Yeah. Ewan ko ba kung bakit sila bakit pumasok pa si NC Slasher, men? Pero wala, I mean, kung napapansin mo, si Astra kasi na nerf ng todo yan, nabawasan yung stars, tinaasan yung cooldown, alam mo yun? Medyo mahirap na rin talaga siya gamitin because of the nerfs na receive niya. Pero, at the end of the day, sobrang laking tulong pa rin talaga nung kanyang mga utilities. Isang star lang naman yung nawala So, you still have 4 stars na gamitin. Ang daming smoke dun, men. Ano yung meron sa mukha ni Shiro? Ano yan? Parang may Kita mo yun?
Ano yun? Tignan nga natin mamaya. Next kapag nakikita pa natin ulit siya. Okay. Ito para may kamukha tong si Z no? Parang
meron.
Diba?
Meron. Pero hindi ko pwede sabihin ko sino. Grabe naman si V. Yung mga off-angle niya. Napakatindi na mga off-angle na di magugulat ka na lang, nasa taas na siya. Men, the off-angle plays of V is really that good. Alam mo yun? Magugulat ka na lang, nasa taas siya, nasa baba siya. Magugulat ka na lang, may kasama siyang iba. Alam mo yun? It's just solid. Talagang minamaximize talaga niya yung teleport niya. You know? Tas lipad.
Smart maglaro niya. How smart maglaro ni D? Grabe.
All these smart plays lang talaga.
At ngayon, ano nang pwedeng gawin ng Onic right now? Dahil on the other side naman, si Shiro, meron na nga siya ngayong 2-4 na pwede niyang gamitin. But will it be actually effective to use against full sense? Dahil yung capability na full sense dito, you have that double initiator, they can just cut it off. Pero kasi on the other side, hindi talaga yung magiging problema mo yung chamber ng full sense But let's see how will Onic handle this. Ready na din naman actually wala pang ready for their ultimates, so they just need to utilize it wisely pagdating kay Mon yan.
Yeah. It's all about the utilization of skills lang din talaga dito sa games na nakikita natin. Pero Severin sa top spot right now, he is super low on HP. Shiro's gonna use his ultimate. Magdadasal lang si Pastor Chamber, ayan. Magdadasal na lang din siya. Do you want to pray? Let's pray.
Kaboses mo, Villa. Ayos ah.
Oh, man. Oo, yung voice actor niya. Yun yung trabaho dati ni Chamber bago siya maging Valorant agent. Siya yung spiritual advisor ng mga siya yung spiritual advisor ni Reyna. Oh, pero yung nga lang, it's, oh my God, that spray is not gonna be in his favor though. Pero PTC, hindi siya matatamaan. Wala matatamaan ni Aftershock na mga kami, pero we're gonna take down one as well. Shiro together with Azzy Shasher, the only two remaining for the side of Onic right now. He catches one. So up to Shiro right now. He got that ultimate. He got that Vandal. Palipat-lipat lang siya nagagamitin mga kaibigan. Shiro catches one. Oh! Pwede ba? Winnable. Tignan natin dito. 1v1 with the great one. Nag-aantayan lang din. He got that angle. The timing is just... timing lang, men. Sayang.
Bakit ganon na nangyari? Uy, ano ba yun? Si John Olsen, may beard na siya ngayon. Nagpatubo na siya ng beard. Pero ito na nga.
Bakit? Dati ba wala siyang beard?
Oo. Parang di ko nakita. Parang bigote lang. Ayun na, sayang. Kung di siguro siya na bawasan na sobra doon. Napapit. Kita na kagad ni Shiro. 3-1. Lakas talaga na full sense sa bind. Kahit sa champions okay na okay sila pagdating dito sa bind.
Itong side ng Onic ngayon mga kaibigan, medyo delicate to. Wala silang HP HP. I mean, wala silang barrel. Pero yung tamang one tap to the head, something na ginagawa dito ng Onic, nakakaraw siya para syempre hindi siya mauluhan, pero let me more. We're gonna take one down. Shock dart onto one, not gonna tag anyone though. PTC, the timing, ladies and gentlemen, is just really good dito. Na really thought na talagang makukuha niya yung kill na yun, pero yun nga lang, nagka-timing with that teleport. But mukhang iti-thrifty na naman ng Onic ang full sense. Diyos ko, grabe yung thrifty na ginagawa nila. Ito si V, si kaibigang V. Ano lang to, ultimate nyo to, diba? This is a tour de force. Pero later on, napakadami niyang pera, men. Pwede siya mag-drop ng 2 Vandal. Meron pa siyang utilities at saka pang at saka armor. Kahit 2 Vandal ng binigay niya. Pero yun nga lang, 2 versus 4 situation right now. Every single one of the players of Onic, meron silang gamit. Si Lemmy Moore na natamaan pa with that Sheriff. 3-2. Medyo slow yung play nila, pero yun nga lang, talagang napakalaki ng impact Really impactful plays.
Medyo questionable talagang full sets pagdating sa thrifty. Ito na yung talagang nagpatalo sa kanila earlier, and right now, it seems like Onic, they know how to make the most out of those rounds na kailangan din nilang kunin. So, really, a great way for Onic to get out of those momentum being given by them ng full sense. Pero looking at it, si John Olsen ready na kagad with that blade storm. Sasamahan pa niya kagad ng operator. But on the other side naman, ready na din kagad ang Onic pagdating sa post plant na Severin will be outing that Viper spit most likely. And let's see if what can be the changes ngayon between Onic together with Full Sense. Pero nakakatakot pa rin Full Sense on the other side. Dahil tignan mo naman, isa na lang kay Lamy Snacks. Ready na kaagad yung 4 na ultimates nila. And this is pretty hard for Onic dahil minsan di nila nasusurvive yung mga post plants
Yeah. They need to survive all the post plants lang din talaga that they have. Kasi I mean, lalong-lalo na merong Viper din ang Onic G. They have that Viper spit if ever. So, pwede talaga nila pwede talaga nila maipanalo ang mga post plus pwedeng gawin nga na Onic. Kasi they have the Shock Dart, they have the Hunter's Fury, they have the lineup of the Snake Bite ng Viper. And si NC Slasher, may chup-chup. Meron din siyang Concuss. So alam mo yun, parang kompletos Ricardos talaga eh. There's no way na talaga matatalo din baka matalo din sila sa mga post plant. Pero it's really up to them on how will they use their utilities. Pero for the side of NC Slasher, sige, hindi mo na ako mag-Vandal. I'm gonna stick with the Bulldog instead.
Kapag si NC Slasher naman nakahawak ng Bulldog, parang kasing lakas ng ng ibang mga baril eh. Parang naka-Vandal ka lang talaga, may headshot ka pa sa ulo. Pero tignan natin ano pa yung pwedeng maging big changes right now between these two. At gumagalaw na rin kagad yung orasan. Kinakabahan ako, Bill eh.
Bakit?
Pag hindi gumalaw yung orasan eh. Siyempre. At ngayon naman medyo okay.
Kinakabahan ka ba? Same.
Oo, kinakabahan. Same.
Same. Hindi ka nag-iisa, kaibigan. Pareho lang tayo.
Buti pa si Taylor ngayon, namahinga muna.
Oh, hayaan na natin. Huwag na natin hanapin ng wala.
Ay, nandun naman pala siya. Sa panel.
Pero, tignan natin kung makakabawi na dito yung mga players dito ng Onic, mga kaibigan. Kaya ba nilang i-tie if ever? But the other players of Onic are gonna go here and A na lang din. We really thought that mag-BB sila, pero yung nga nasabi nila, nope. We're gonna go here and A. Shiro, we're gonna start the game. We're gonna start the round with a kill onto John Olsen. With a kill onto Monyet by John Olsen. -1 duel sila dito, pero nga na Shiro. Is he gonna use all these traps na meron sila? Delikado sila dito kay Astra. Pero ito, my fault lines we're gonna connect onto the players of Full Sense right now. Pero napakadami. Oh my God, that is painful na ginawa dito nila Severine and friends. Walang nagawa si Astra, walang nagawa si Chalala, pero they went a 2K onto that operator though. Let me more. 1v3. Can he get that very Esports clutch moment of the game? Oh! Walang oras. TTC, take you down. 42. Ginawang puno! Ang Onic. Ginawang Onup.
Ayun, Full Sense ha. They're really back on track. Pero, uy! May nag-call na kagad ng timeout dito. Ang ganda na sana nung entry nila. Pero I think yung hindi nila in-expect talaga pagdating kay PTC. Talagang nagamit lahat ng utilities, lahat ng mga ultimates talaga. And na-entrap na yung Onic into that. And looking at it. Oh! Full Sense pang nag-timeout! Nahiya sila dito. Sabi na kunin na
CR break. CR break.
Kinabahan. Medyo kinabahan sila kanina.
CR muna sila. Ano nangyari sa atin kanina, ba't gano'n? Pero yun nga. Itong mga side naman ngayon ng Full Sense, well, they know that they are leading, pero they force that time out para syempre mapag-isipan pa nila yung mga next nilang step para syempre mabawi pa nila yung game. Magkaroon pa sila ng more chances of winning. Pero sa sobrang dami nilang pera, nag-double up setup sila. Parang narinig ko na yung linya na yun. Balita ko, si Sambi ginawa ng ginawa ng subtitles yun eh. Sa sobrang dami nilang pera, nag-double up setup sila.
Natatandaan ko nga yun mga sasabi mo. Meron pa nga silang ginawa tagline para doon, may mga emoji.
Oo, man.
Tinype pa nila eh. Kakaiba talaga yung mga support galing sa kala Sambi and the gang. Pero what can Onic do? On the other side, nasa-shutdown sila dito. It's not gonna be worth it. Paulit ng paulit yung ginagawa nila. Slow push can be, But then, the timing, when it comes sa bind talaga, you all know how good FS here. Tapos ito talaga yung usual map pick nila. Ang laki na na-experience nila dito, but the location has been revealed. But will PTC actually try to make a few noises ngayon? Hindi na nga ata magiging posible doon. And si Slasher goes for a plant, post-plant. How will the retake come in? Dahil dito, medyo complicated kapag nasa Viper's Pit ka, pero Monyet on the other side. Naghihintay lang kung sakasakali may magpapakita sa wall. Pero sinabayan na din kagad ngayon. Ngayon si Slasher ko anong pwede niyang maipadali sa side ng Full Sense, and looks like the doubled up setup won't work. Lemmy Moore gumagawa ng ingay, pero Chalala nakita nga din kagad kung nasan na si Lemmy Moore. Pero daming buy type talaga. Nahihirapan yung Full Sense. Para natin ito mababawasan. Pero John Olsen is out there. Yep, they're taking it. Pero delay lang talaga ang kailangan nilang sa talagang tignan dito. Speaking of si Severin, he's taking on those things. At grabe naman, wala nang oras para sa Full Sense to actually defuse it. And now, it's gonna be the very esports clutch moment of the game once again.
And with that timeout, nakapag-isip na rin ng Onic dito kung paano makakabawi dito sa Full Sense, mga kaibigan. Pero kung napapansin nyo, it's just the players of Onic are really trying so hard for them to close it to a 2-0. Pero wala, I mean, because of all the utilities that they have here in mid, I mean, not mid, but here in A, they're actually inside all these utilities, man. It's hard for them to check out each other if ever na hindi sila nagkakakitaan. Pero yun nga lang, someone is playing aggressively, which is the trying to use that judge para syempre makakuha siya ng 1 or 2 kills if ever meron ba mag-push dito. And Onic knows that. Alam nila na wala silang pang-off if ever, pero yun nga lang, that is huge. Lami Snacks will take down Lemmy Moore agad. Wala na silang initiator dito. Pero someone is actually pushing, which is PTC. Isang flash in the swing. Shiro might actually be dead. Exactly na sinabi ko. Ganun nga.
Oh, ba't sila nag-go-audition isa-isa sa harapan ng Full Sense?
Isa-isa na naman sila pumapasok dito. I have no idea kung anong meron dito sa Onic ngayon. You guys picked this map. If ever you're gonna pick something, dapat sobrang flawless na mga strategy dito. Pero yun nga lang, kung napapansin mo, si V hindi pa rin umaalis, pero ngayon hindi na. Umalis siya and might gonna get that exit frags na lang or save, kasi wala namang bawas yung armor niya, wala namang siyang bawas yung HP or anything. Might as well save everything that you have.
And this is quite really bad for Full Sense sa paghinayaan ni Onic, but at least ngayon yung Onic, they're taking yung few steps lang. And they just need to be careful about it. Pero nga lang, naku po, gagastos na naman sila. Okay, di na nare-risk yung mga buys na yon. But right now, seems like Onic already got that few mistakes. Medyo talagang nakakalito yung mga pinagagawa nila doon. Hindi ko din alam kung bakit. Kompleto naman sila sa mga utilities. They can manipulate with that double controller setup that they have. Give space para kay Monyet. That's gonna be a big probability doon. Sabayan lang nila siguro yung utilities ni Lemmy Moore. And it's just gonna be perfect. Pero seems like yung Full Sense, alam nila kung paano nila lalaruin ng Onic pagdating sa double controller setup.
Time out it is. Time out. Kailangan mag-isip ang Onic dito. Ano ba nangyayari sa atin kanina sa B? Ano ba yung nangyayari sa B, guys? Bakit ganun? Bakit tayo nagpo-push ng ganun? Ba't tayo sa isa? Hindi naman to Valorant Got Talent, boy. Challengers to. Pag ako talaga yumaman, gagawa ko ng VCT Challengers Tour.
VCT Challengers Tour?
Nilagyan ko ng VCT points doon.
Bigyan pahingi din ako pag yumaman ka.
Oh, ako lang to. Git na bagay.
Walang problema.
Pero, alam mo, napaka-casual na nangyayari sa ito. Sobrang
Nagtatanong sila dito, bakit daw, kasi kalaban to eh. Kung sino man nanalo dito, makakalaban ng APH.
Mananalo, no?
Oo.
Oo. Kayang-kaya ng APH, yun.
Oo.
Oh, PTC! Delikado siya. Oh my God! Nagkatamaan na nga dito. Tinamahan na naman ng ligaw na bomba. Si PTC. Oh no, Diyos ko po. Right in your face.
Sakit-sakit ang nangyari doon sa side of Full Sense. Okay na sana yung pagdaday ni PTC. Pero, tinapon lang sa kanya ngayon. Ito on the other side, Full Sense. What will be the next call? Ready naman ngayon si Chalala with that Cosmic Divide, but it will actually be worth it. And speaking of, tako po na judge na boga sa mukha si John Olsen. Meron pang kagad deny coming in from that pain shells. And mukhang sa isang iglap, si Dina lang kagad together with Chala lang natitira. Uy! Oh, pulit pa siya din naman. Yet! Okay. Post plant is up ahead kay Severin. Wala nang pag-asa. Magiging 5-4 nga talaga to. Nag-refresh lang yung Onic kasi puro sila audition pinagagawa na kanina. And that's it. Still humahabol ang Onic step by step against Full Sense. And now it's a close fight between the two teams.
Very close fight na nakita natin dito sa game na to. But dito naman ngayon sa mga players ng Onic, it's just the decision making lang din talaga ito. Pero actually, dito sa ginawa ni Monyet dun sa game, dun sa showstopper niya, delikado siya kasi if ever walang hindi showstopper yung ginawa na dun, men, si Monyet pa talaga ang mamamatay. Natamaan ng ligaw na bala si PTC. Sabi niya, yun sabi.
Miss, paano rin?
Yun sabi niya eh. Takot siya. Pero, Full Sense trying to be really aggressive right now. Look at John Olsen really playing close lang dito sa may bats. Pero, alam mo kung sino nag-a-anchor? Nag-a-anchor dito sa Full Sense, man. It's actually si D-Love. Si D-Love. Buti pa siya, may love, no? Ikaw wala. But, John Olsen, he can actually dash out if ever hindi tumama yung first kill niya. Pero ang problema, 4 ang titingin sa kanya. Diyos ko, ang dami nito.
Nakakatakot eh.
Sinasabayan na ng mga players ng Onic. Pero nga nakakita na nga ng isa. Recon Ball, not gonna catch anyone here in bats. But wala silang idea kung ilan ba yung nandito ngayon. Wala silang idea. Pero yung nga lang tamang ano lang to. Beat lang to. Hoy! Kala mo, ha? Madami kami dito. Pero sa totoo lang, yung fault lines dapat sa showers din. Hindi yan sa A. Hindi yan sa short. Showers na dapat yan. PTC. Pero ito, nagka-blocking vision na nga dito all the way from A, mga kaibigan. Monyan pushing in. Nakakita na sa harapan si D. Pero ang tamang off-angle nandun. Pero ito lang kalapag ng papa ng mga players dito ng FS. Pero PTC, one tap to the heads of Severin tsaka Shiro right now. 2v2 onto this game. NT Stage will plant the spike already. Shocker, not gonna connect onto these players of Onic right now. Pero yung nga lang, nakahatian na nga rin talaga ng mundo. Paano makukuha to ng FS if ever? But the recon ball will actually take one, which is si Chalala. But they need to play close. One is playing close as well dito sa side ng Onic, mga kaibigan, which is si Lebimore. 1v1, but Chalala was still gonna get that kill. 6-4. So in favor of Full Sense, ginawang puno ang ONC.
Bumiti si Chalala. Sa wakas, nakita na natin nakangiti. Yung isang miyembro ng Pusos kanina para nababad trip na. But with that 2v1 and nag-line up sa kanyang harapan ng dalawang miyembro ng Onic, finally, FS has been getting those screen retakes. That's what they need talaga so far. Hindi na nawala sa kanila. Nung naglaban sila ng Onic sa pinakaunang mapa. And now very flawless coming in from Full Sense. That's what they need to really get into this. And on the other side, Onic, what will happen? Talagang 7-5 ba ito? Talagang 8-6 in favor of Full Sense. Monyet, tumakbo lang kagad ngayon papuntang walls with that Judgerist. Kanyang boga. Pero wala talagang makukuha kayo.
Anong goba?
Pagbaliktad ko.
Sorry. Okay. Pero judge ngayon si Simon pero na wala na siya dito pero na Shiro nagkakatamaan dito ng operator. Sino ang mas may masolid operator pero lang John Olsen. Basic kill mga kaibigan. At we're gonna defuse that spike. Is this gonna be an 8-4 or 7-5, Ray? Cool ba? Ikaw Oo nga eh. Letter S na lang yung kulang, sasabog na eh. Mapapangiti na ako eh. Letter S na lang yung kulang, mapapangiti na ako eh. Grabe.
Sorry po, Loads. Pero, uy. Sa nakating si Shiro to. Pinatap lang dyan. Offset. Punk. Gumano yun. Punk.
Nagkakawantapan eh, no?
Oo, kaawantap talaga eh. Apat daw games bukas. Hindi nga siya yung malulugi. Kami ni Terror eh. Kami lang yan. Only in PH. 3. Yun na nga.
Nagkakatamaan dito. Diyos ko po. Sumabog ang bungo ni V. 5 versus 3. Mukhang babawi na ata ang ONC. Dito sa A. Spikes been banned already and they need to reposition themselves. Saan ba sila pupunta? Pero nagkakahatian na nga naman dito. Nagkakahatian na nga ng mundo. Pero ang ginagawa na talaga dito ng mga Asta is talaga binablock lang nila lahat ng entry points dito ng side ng Onic. Pero napapansin mo, Diyos ko po, dire-direto lang si Monyet mga kaibigan. Nasaan yung ID mo? No ID, no entry. Nakakuha pa ng Vandal dito mga kaibigan. Pero it's all up to Chalala. Masyadong malawak yung smoke mga kaibigan. Pero kala si Slasher. Oh God, we're gonna get that kill na lang din. 7-5 here in the first half of the game. And dito naman sa second half mga kaibigan, we're gonna get to see if full sense kung gano'n pa sila ka-solid as attacker. You know, BAM!
Saw the fix
ito pa isa. BAM! BAM! BAM!
Bang into the... Sorry. Baka tayo. Ma-copyright.
Kasi pag tayo na-copyright, medyo, what do you call this? Kaboses mo no?
Kaboses ko eh. Kaboses mo nga rin yung mga, dito mga, ikaw ate, VA ni Sky, ni Chamber. Yan, civilian. Shoutcaster na nga, voice actor pa. At ngayon, 7-5 nga nangyari with that aggressiveness ng Onic, pero hindi ko rin alam ba't sinirip ni PTC kaagad yung mga miyembro ng Onic, pero it is what it is. 7-5, what will happen with that double controller or the defending? Usually, it's very hard to actually overcome that double controller, especially with the team such as Onic na sobrang solid ng form nila. But it takes a lot of timing. Salamat. Saang bansa yung mga players ngayon? Thai, tsaka Indo.
Cavite versus Novaliches.
Ngayon. Ayan. Gumalaw na ulit yung timer. Ala ko wala namang mangyayari. Tingnan natin kung makalamang ba ang full sense ngayon or yung Onic ay makakabawi talaga ngayong pistol para maging tie yung kanilang scoreline. Gusto na bang tapusin ng Onic to with a clean 2-0? So far, puro 2-0 tayo. Wala tayong map 3 eh.
But, ito naman ngayon sa side ng Onic mga kaibigan. Are they gonna prove that mananalo sila dito sa mapa pinili nila? Wala, I mean, kailangan nilang manalo sa mapa pinili nila kasi nanalo sila sa mapa pinili ng kalaban. Is this gonna be the map pick curse na ginagawa nila pero kung nagkaka-crossfire na nga dito sa no? Dito sa B. Nakakita na isa pero wala silang idea na merong tao dito sa may kanan pero lang they're actually trying to be really aggressive right now. Lami has all the pick onto the head of Muna pero let me more! With a kill onto Theo right now, PTC dire-diretso lang siya pero sabi rin si Sasha, anong ginagawa mo dyan, boy? It's all up to John Olsen, 1v2. Nasa labas yung spike mga kaibigan, so wala magagawa si John Olsen kung kunin na talaga yung spike dito. Nakasilip pa nakakita yung kamay ni John Olsen pero let me more! God, we'll get that kill.
4? Marami naman. Not anymore. Tsaka yung nagtatap mo yun eh. 12-8. Pero I think equal distributed lang din yung kills para sa parehas sa teams. Sometimes it's Monyet, sometimes it's Lamy Snacks. Depende lang talaga kung paano nyo gagawin yung mga bagay-bagay. But at least Onic, this is a good sign para sa kanila under defending, get that pistol, and somehow make this into a tie. And most likely, pwede nga mangyari yun dahil kita mo naman yung baril ngayon na full sense.
Ghost and Sheriff just to upgrade all the classic pistols of the players of full sense right now. Pero Onic, I mean, it's time for them to to do a comeback right now because of the Spectre on hand. Shiro, kung napapansin mo, hindi siya bubili ng Spectre kasi napakamahal maging Chamberman. Napakamahal maging Chamber because of the Q. Yung Q talaga nun, tindi.
Lahat nagmamahalan na eh, no? Ba?
Kayo na lang hindi. Pero nag-aantay lang tayo dito. Nag-aantay lang tayo. Marami silang oras eh. They have all the time in the world. Masyadong maaga yung Conquest na yun, partner. Pero yun nga lang, Shiro. Mag-out na lang siya dito because of aggressiveness nga na ginagawa ng full sense right now. Pero wala naman sila magagawa kung hindi pumasok man din talaga. Hindi na sila makakalipat sa beam. And delikado na to.
30 seconds left.
Kailangan na talaga nilang idiretso sa A to. Full on 4-man nandito sa A, mga kaibigan. Nagkakaantayan lang sa spike, but John also gonna get one down. Crossfire is there already. Let me already kill on to one, pero just come on, switching up to a ghost right now, but 2v3. Hindi sila nagkakatamaan. Diyos ko po, nagka-weave ng mga players sa tingin, pero John Olsen, the only man remaining with that Sheriff though. 3 versus 1. Let me more, low on HP. Shiro as well. Severin, puno pa. The clock is ticking already. Catches one, but Severine.
Gun here.
Kunin mo yan, man. Ayon yun. Ayon Sheriff yan, pre. Yan, nice.
7-all.
7-all.
Kanina pala, na-score pala sa split. Pero hindi natin napansin. Ano lang kami, chill lang kami ngayon. Vil. Pero to, chill talaga ang ginawa ng Onic dito. Ang mantiket pwede nga pang manalo si John Olsen. Kaso kasi hindi nga nangyari yun dahil yung kung sino ping full HP, it's going to be Severin himself. Pakagad yung nakapag-pick off kay John Olsen, and now we are down with 7-all. All of the teams still has those guns, pero mas lamang lang naman ang full sense kahit papano dito. But on the other side, if Onic wins this round, sobrang laking impact ang ibibigay nito para sa team.
Yeah. Really impactful plays, pero yung sabi lang Monyet tsaka Shiro, anong ginagawa niyo dyan? Full sense. Bakit kayo pumapasok dito sa bahay namin? Pero kung napapansin mo, si Lemmy Moore, stinger lang din daw sa kalab, yun sabi niya. But Severine with that Spectre on hand, medyo nag-overextend yung mga players dito ng Onic. Hindi nila kinuha yung mga Vandals ng full sense, pero double shock, they're not gonna connect onto these players though. Saan ba sila pupunta? Saan ba sila sisilip, mga kaibigan?
Wala pa. Kumuntikan
wala pa. Kumuntikan na.
Ayun na.
Ito na. Magkakakita na sila dito, pero tamang off-angle lang! Pero John Olsen, mabilis ang daliri ni John Olsen, mga kaibigan. Fault line will gonna connect on to these players though. And will plant the spike as well. Lemmy Moore with the stinger. With just a stinger, ladies and gentlemen. Stingerist. Pero meron naman siyang ghost. Crossfire. Cubby. Nakakaisa pa dito, pero yung John Olsen will get that 4K. 8-7, still in favor of FS. Game number 3. Yeah. G.
Parang ko, ready ka na sana. Game number 3
ready ako, man. Ikaw kasama ko eh.
Sorry Ay, gusto ko lang i-shoutout sa mga nanonood sa YouTube. Nanonood sa Twitch siya, nanonood sa Facebook. In fairness marami pa rin naman nanonood kahit papano. Maraming salamat. Pero,
dito ako
Oo.
Joke lang.
Siyempre.
Joke lang.
Yung mga sinusuportahan na rin casters. Tatlo na nga lang tayo, di pa na tayo supportahan. Pero ito na nga. Ang Onic, bumili pa rin sila dito. I think this is the round na sobrang kailangan or else Full Sense will just be able to take at least 3 rounds na ahead sa kanila if this is gonna be lost on their side. John Olsen tries to get a good opener. Kasama na nga kagad ang kanyang Brainstorm pero seems like won't be able to hit at least 1. Pero yun, binoga! Naboga ni NC Slasher ngayon si John Olsen. At ngayon, mangyayari si Moniet, pwede niya paglaruan to. Naglabas ng ubot ngayon para lang makikita kung nasa ng mga pusis. Pero baka makuha siya. Speak of, sinabayan lang kung nasaan siya. But PTC through the smoke, naglalaro-laro lang sila dito ng Leron Sinta. Pero she is just gonna be delaying them once again. A 4v2 is what we have. Because sa second at si D na lang kagad ang natitira going up against 3 members pa ng Onic.
Pero ito naman ngayon, V 1v2. He needs to get this round. Pero yun nga lang, muntik na mag-flick. Well, ginawa naman niya, pero yun nga lang, the damage is not enough for the takedown. Let me more. 8-8. Dikit ang laban, Ray. Sobra. Walang nagpapatalo. Ayaw pang umuwi ng Full Sense. Yung mga through the smoke plays na yan, tignan mo Shiro, kitang-kita yung tagiliro, no? Ito po, bam! Ito, let me more.
Ang performance dito na pareha sa teams. Pero kailangan na Full Sense yun, ha? Kasi, full buy din na rin ito, diba? Papasave sila. And speaking of, there's some buy coming from D to get rid. Diyan, also may budget pa rin naman sila, but on the other side naman, ang Onic is actually taking on those risks. Although, mga naka-judge lang dito si NC Slasher, nakapag-pick up naman siya, yun talaga yung kailangan nila. On the other side, we have PTC, pwedeng pang entry yan or pwedeng pang post-plant para sa side ng Full Sense with that Rolling Thunder.
Shoutout nga pala kay Miss Arumi Sharon, ang voice actor ng Jet. Si Ate Sharon. Si Ate Shawi. Kitang-kita ni John Olsen kung anong ginagawa mo dyan, Baby Shiro. Pero yun nga lang, John Olsen natamaan dito ng shock dart dito. Wala na siyang armor, wala silang sustain. So, ang daming shock dart nangyayari dito. Pero si Chalala, muntik na matabal. Pero ito na, nagkakabatuhan na nga. Huwag na nga lang kayo siguro magbari na mag-shock dart. Ang dalang talaga kayo eh, no? Nangyayari sa escalation, puro shock dart lang din talaga yung kami. Pero NC Slasher pushing in already. John Olsen taking 1 down agad ulit. 2 versus 3, but John Olsen ang isa pa naman dito. Monyet! Meron tayo sa may gilid dito, pero kala Monyet! 1v1 with the great one, the clock is ticking. Saan ka papunta? Sa may likod! Oh no, nagkakarinig ka. Here comes the party! Anong ginagawa mo dyan, V? Natamaan ka ng ligaw na bomba! 8-9! Diyos ko! Monyet! And that is a huge Vera Esports clutch moment of the game!
Bill!
Monyet!
Napangiti na lang eh! Naidihan lang yun! Damog! Pagkasasya, naruan ni Super MJ to, paano mag-graze? Kita mo, nilabas pa kagad, Bagadum! At ngayon, nakatiki pa nga siya.
Bagadum?
Bagadum.
You want to play?
Kinaya ko lang. At ngayon,
Ito na si Pastor Chamber. Naghahanap na ng mga kasapi.
Kasapi.
Oh, 70 naman! Nahihilo! Nalilito!
Asan ba ako sa'yo?
Asan ba ako sa'yo?
Aasa ba ako sa'yo?
Asan ba ako sa'yo? Ano eh? Suska ako. Ito na. Naglalakad sila papuntang B. Oh my god, V! Taking Shiro down. Pero ito pa. Makakaisa pa ba dito ang Onic mga kaibigan? Pero Diyos ko po, hindi na tumatama si kaibigang T. Pero nga nakaisa pa si T dito. Pero 2 for small situation is all to NC Slasher. NC Slasher is known to clutch.
30 seconds left.
Mahirap tapatan.
Reload! Reload, pre. Reload. Uy. Reload. No need to reload.
Planted.
Tama to sa ulo eh.
Oh!
Tingnan mo.
Nice.
NT, 99 ulit!
NT.
NT, pre. Ayan,
Doon tayo.
99.
Ito, if ever mapaka-bias tayo, doon tayo sa mananalo, di ba? Oo. Para 2-0 na, di ba? Let's go, Onic! Let's go, Onic!
Let's go. Di ba, ano yan eh? Sikat sa kabilang bang-bang eh.
Oo.
Yung Onic eh. Diba?
Oo,
Dito sa
galing dyan si ano eh, si V-Wise eh. Kung may V-Wise, may, ano yun, siguro may, di ko alam kung sino dito.
Ako din isip ko eh. Hihirap na pangalan ng mga to. Buti pa sa PH eh.
Oy! Kaka-Bill, pwede. Si Kakaro tsaka si Bill. Pero yung alam na si if ever, oh my God, inubos. Walang pera ang Onic mga kaibigan. Okay lang yan. Laban tayo guys. Para 2-0. Nagkasilip pa na nga ng ulo dito pero John also begin to get out that kill to them more. Severine. Gagawin na shorty mo, pre.
Meron tayong pag-asa. Wala dyan si Severin. Dito nyo, mga answer lang to eh. Ayan na. Diba? Paparinig, sino susunod na biktima? Pero careful yung opponents. Ay, magpapitas! Inanusan na. Ba't magkakamukha tong fools? Magkakapatid ba tong mga to? Pero sige. Siguro pag ano talaga eh, masaya ka na sa team. Magkamukha kayo. Ano yan?
Alam mo ba, dati ako, nahihirapan ako mag-distinguish ng Korean kasi para sa akin, nahihirapan ako.
Talaga?
Oo. Ang siguro, ang talagang para sa akin, yung kilala ko lang talaga na alam kong yung pangalan, pangalan?
Sino?
Sa ano? Sa Momoland.
Nancy?
Si Nancy. Oo.
Kamukha ni Liza Soberano eh.
Oo.
Uy! May napatime out na. Go Onic!
Si si Joey. Si Joey. Ng Momoland. Oo.
Si Nancy lang kilala ko sa Momoland. Asa na pala yung Momoland? Nag-disband na ba sila?
Hindi. Ayun, nasa qualifiers. Nasa qualifiers ng VCT. Si Joey ang lagi kong kakilala. Talagang pag nakita ko si Joey, pero iba na yung itsura ni Joey ngayon. Diyos ko, iba na nga.
Kita mo na?
Oo, hala. Hindi ko na siya kilala ulit.
Tingnan natin. Ayoko, grabe oh, before after niya, ang galing oh.
Diba?
Grabe. Yo, kamukha niya sa taga-mama mo. Yung isa.
Mama mo?
Mama mo.
Kala ko. Mama mo rin. Ano iba na yung itsura ni Joey, no?
Grabe. Kamukha na si Wayne. Grabe.
Wala akong nakilalang ganyan eh. Ang kilala ko lang siguro si si Rain. Op! Shock Knight mga kaibigan, papuntang A! Sinundan. Kitang-kita sa CCTV. Alam mo ba kung paano tumalon na walang tunog?
Paano?
Ay, hindi sa Valorant. Kailangan paano ulit yan? Crouch, jump, tapos release, crouch.
Paano
crouch, jump, tapos habang nasa kalagitnaan ka ng jump mo, i-release mo yung crouch. Pag tumalon ka, walang tunog yun.
Spike down A.
Dahil lang sa cosmic divide na hindi na ginamit ng full sense, naging pabor pa nga sa Onic. Grabe si Shiro, nagpalit na sila. Sabi ni Kim, di naman tumatama yung operator na mga kakampi ko. Ako na!
Pero legit guys, ganun ang ginagawa ng mga iba't ibang players para makapag-jump sila na walang tunog. Crouch, jump, tapos sa kalagitnaan ng jump mo, i-release mo yung ano, yung crouch. Try nyo ngayon, promise. Yun yung mga simple tips ni VCT, just the tips by VCT.
At ngayon, nag-name drop. Okay lang yan, guys. Tropa-tropa nga kami naman. Kaya dapat. Sa loob.
Muntik na yan. Muntik na biglang nawala eh, not parang siya. Pero ito yung mga players ngayon ng Onic, mga kaibigan, pushing in already and see that really kill 1-1 as well. Pero let's see there mga yung mga ibang players dito ng FS, mga kaibigan. They have the utility, pero si PTC meron siya Rolling Thunder dito. Pero sabi ni Shiro hindi. Pero that is the Hunters field na meron sila. May more delikado ngayon yung mga players ngayon ng FX kasi nabawasan ng konti sa channel ng konti lang eh. Pero kalamon, yet! Pinasabog ang mukha ni Channel dito na ano yun, tinamaan na naman, ligaw na bomba. Pero 4v2, V at saka si Lavinsax only remaining for the side of Full Sense right now. Pero wala naman sila pero next round, oh no, delikado to. Pwedeng makabawi ang Full Sense pag match point na ang ONC. Walang pera ang FS.
Biglang iba ng momentum ever since naging bad call sa kanila yung Cosmic Divide on the previous round. Bigla ngayon kind of messed up na nga din kagad. Isa-isa, denied sila kagad with Shiro's operator. Di nila makakapag matradean din si John Olsen kahit papano. And right now, Onic is just 2 rounds away before winning this. Pero gagamitin na din kagad na full sense tong time out na to. Ready na sila with that Rolling Thunder. Kung hindi sila successful sa round na to, it's gonna be 13-10 in favor of Onic dahil sobrang masasayang yung Rolling Thunder ni PTC dito if that's gonna be happening. But on the other side, may pang-retake din kasi tong Onic with NC Slasher with that Cosmic Divide. And let's see how will things turn around in this part dahil sobrang importante na to para sa Full Sense.
Yeah. This is really bad for the side of Full Sense right now. They don't have enough money. Broken by sila. Si PTC lang saka sila misaks may pera dito. Sabi nga ni D, sige pre, mag-specter na ako. Tignan mo yung Q niya. Hindi na siya bumili ng Q dito. Hindi niya kailangan.
That's a good spot.
But dito naman ngayon for the side of Onic, they know na medyo pilay ang Full Sense. Shoutout nga pala kay JP. But John Olsen, mga kaibigan, needs to catch someone with that Blade Storm though. Nagkakatagad na nga dito. John Olsen, nabawasan siya ng konti pero alam nila na baka si John Olsen nandun lang sa may huka. Naghahanap lang yan ng ulo, men. Yan lang hinahanap ni kaibigan John Olsen.
Pero
Monyet, si Monyet. Delikado ngayon yung... Oh my God, delikado si Monyet. Shalala. Easy. Yan ang sabi ni Astra. Free isang barel. May libreng barel ang Full Sense. Pero ito ang Onic marami silang pera. Payaman.
Payaman ng Onic pero yung strat itself mukhang papabor nga kagad sa side ng Full Sense. Okay, nakapag-back off pa si Full Sense. Ay, nakapag-back off pa kagad si Sheer pero he's really low on HP and PTC gets Lemmy more. At 3 na lang kagad ang natitira. Tapos yung yung Rolling Thunder di pa nagamit.
Lilipat na sila dito sa A. Paikot-ikot lang yung mga players ngayon ng Onic, mga kaibigan. Catching one pero yun nga ng damage. Dito, Diyos ko po, John Olsen nakakita ng ulo dito. Siya nag-over the second one. NC Slasher and Shiro na low ang HP. Diyos ko po, napunta pa sa Full Sense ang lamang. Ay, ang lamang.
Medyo dangerous to feel para sa Onic once again. Ang ganda na sana ng gusto na lang i-execute. But yung kay Monyet, naging start yun eh. Pagkapitas nila, pwede na sila papunta kagad sa... sa may site. But looking at it, talagang may game changer pa ba dito? Wala na. Save na lang talaga to. Best way. And now, we're gonna be 11-11. After ng timeout, nag-iba pa rin yung ihip ng hangin. Make your wish. Pero syempre, Onic tayo.
Para 2-0.
Wait lang, natawa ako. Ang gasarap naman ng lugaw mo dyan, Hezron Pavilion. Okay yan ah. Ganda na profile pic mo ah. Pero yun na nga.
Lugaw ba?
Lugaw na tayo eh. Goto.
Goto? Ay, lugaw! Ay, goto ata.
Ay, goto.
Oo.
Sana all. Gutom na ako. Pero, mas gutom na gutom sa panalo tong full set. Diba? 21 frags si G dito.
Pero napakarami pa talagang pera dito ng Onic man. I mean, next round, if ever, feeling ko OT. Dikit, grabe. Diyos ko.
Tatalino maglaro.
Namin alam sa Valorant eh, no?
Sumisigaw si Lamis Nax, so susungit na. Ganda ng ano niya, yung hairstyle para pineapple.
Ganyan, no? Parang pinya. Ganyan yung ano, pag lumaki na si Pico, ganyan ang gagawin ko. Di ba? Ganun yun, di ba?
Siya shitso.
Sweetso. Hindi ako yun, ha? Si Ray yun, guys.
Tatandang sinabi ko kay Shazam, pero ito na nga.
Kalampag ng papag dito sa mga kaibigan, napakadaming utility sa pumapasok dito, pero kalam mo niya at magandang position dito, pero wala siya natabaan to that smoke. Pero John also gonna get that kill na lang din, pero John also pushing it already with that updraft para syempre makakuha pa siya ng isa. Pero yung kalam mo ko wala na ata siya makita dito lang sa may A, pero apat para titira dito sa Onic mga kaibigan. Let me more, wala siyang ultimate, meron lang ultimate siya actually, si NC Stasher lang din. Pero kahit hatiin niya ang mundo, delikado pa rin talaga ang ONC, baka manalo pa nga dito ang FS if ever dito sa round na to. Pero yung kalam may natag ang recon ball dito lang sa may A mga kaibigan, pero that is more going out to the hands of John Olsen again and again. But we're gonna end the misery of NC Slasher. And match point na ang full sense dun sa mapang pinili ng Onic.
Iba talagang buying power sa full sense. Kahit sobrang crucial na sitwasyon, yung naro sila. Kita mo naman yung post-plant nila, oh. Inigihan na nalang control nila kagad sa U-Hall. Hindi na sila nagpapapitas. Tatlong operator! Full send.
Sa sobrang dami nilang pera, nag-triple up sila! Diyos ko! Triple operator setup! Minsan lang natin makita to. Ginagawa to pag nagtitrip kayo ng kaibigan mo. Pero pinitik na ni V. In-snap na pala niya ang kanyang fingers. Pero wala silang idea, naka-triple up sila.
Yun, mas magaling, oh.
Hoy! Diyos ko po, natigiliran. Nagripuan sa tagiliran si Shiro pa mukhang di ata nila kasama sa bootcamp eh. No? Nasa kabilang room siya.
No. Bakit kaya? Sana okay lang siya. Pero
wow, concerned.
Sige, alam mo sabihin ko ng ano, di ba?
Pero si Monyeta, meron siyang showstopper. Yan ang pinaka-importante ngayon na ultimate ang meron ng Onic. Showstopper lang sa kalam.
Discipline lang. Oh no, nakapagkaltas pa si PTC ngayon. Pwede na lang dalhin yung spec papuntang B. Ayun lang, meron pa si Lemmy Moore. Oh no, a few denies is what we have. Pero on the other side, may distractions galing kay Monyet. At yun, walang tunamaan. Oh, Lamis Nax pa nagka-advantage. 2v3 pa ngayon. Nag-iba pa ang ihip ng hangin. Pero may ginagawa pa si NC Slasher ngayon at nasa na yung mga ibang miyembro kagad ng full sense. And now, we only have si D.
Si D. 2v1. OT.
Okay lang. Nice.
Okay lang. Nice.
Okay lang.
2-0.
Ayan,
2-0,
big
0,
shoutout
2-0.
nga pala sa ano, kay Exotic. Ayun naman pala. Hello sa'yo, Exotic.
Switching sides.
Kuha niya yung, yung
Overtime.
aso nila, pangalan Tofu. Ayan, salamat sa pag-hear ng suggestion ko. Tama yan.
Planted.
Kaya
Oo. Tofu. Oh, nakita ko yung tweet na yun. Dapat nga, Vil na lang eh.
Vil na lang. Bakit nga pala Pico ang pangalan ng aso niya din? Wala lang.
Kasi, ang piccolo kasi syempre Italian sila, di ba? Ang Italian word ng small is piccolo. So, pico.
Iba yung naisip ko eh.
Hindi yung green, ah. Oo.
Okay. Ayun. Parang close sa pangalan ng Boku no Hero Academia eh. Pero...
Oo. Oo. Tama. Basta pag si Pico, ano yan, mahilig siya sa buko. So ayaw niya, so sasabihin niya no.
Exactly.
Take flight.
Umuti pa! Ba yan, Bill? Pero okay lang. Kung OT, tapos maralo Onic, okay lang.
Omsim. Eto! Magandang hapon sa mga nanonood ngayon. Saan ba yung kape ko? Ayan. Medyo bagal muna ang simoy ng hangin dito lang sa B. And this is the place to be. Hindi na sila pwedeng umikot pa kung saan man, mga kaibigan. Nag-aantay na talaga yung mga players dito ng FS na pumasok dito, ang Onic dito. Lalo nga na kay Lamisas. Pero ito na, tamang double satchel. Pero PTC, we're gonna shut you down. Ito na naman, isa-isa na naman lumalabas dito. Pero yung tamang through the smoke lang, wala sila makukuha, patay. Oh my god, let me more. We'll take down John Olsen right now. Shock Dart not gonna connect onto these players. No, double Shock Dart, nope. Pero nasan ba yung retake na pwede nilang gawin? Lamimore, nakaisa pa nga, Lamisar ng tsaka Lala. Only man remaining, pero napakabilis na nangyari. Onic winning that round, and eto na, match point na ulit ang Onic. It's just gonna be a 14-12 or 13-13. Ease up. Huh?
Pero tingin ko na. Siyempre, kung ikaw si Onic, gusto mo nang tapusin, di ba?
One enemy remaining.
Pero at all angles, walang trades yung full sense eh. Yan, naging sakit na naman nila to minsan eh. Yung buy nila kung saan-saan sila magagaling. Pero wala talagang exact work for the retake. So medyo naging complicated ngayon. But on the other side, Onic nakabangon na nga ulit ngayon sa disadvantages nila. But if they really want to finish this, then go! Dilaan nyo!
Yeah, that's true. Bilisan nila talaga para syempre makapasok dito yung mga players ngayon ng FS. Pero nire-restart lang muna natin yung HUD. Pero ito na nga, papasok na ang mga players ng FS ngayon. Pero oh my god! Crispy headshot na ginawa John Olsen kasi meron siya nakitang Severin na bakit mo nilalabas ang ulo mo. Nakasilip yung ulo, pero nga let me more, mga kaibigan, in a tough spot as well because pwede siyang i-double click ngayon ng FS, mga kaibigan. Pero that is a kill coming in from let me more. We'll take down John Olsen agad-agad, pero kamot ulo na lang sila let me more, mga kaibigan. Pero okay lang yan, panalo naman sila. But 4v4 and they're gonna go here na eh. There's no way na mag-B pa sila unless mag-teleporter sila.
30 seconds left.
Tamang chup-chup lang. Tamang sut-sut lang. Pero wala silang makukuha dito at all. PTC is inside already. Nakuha ni Shiro yung isa. Pero they need to reposition, mga kaibigan. 4v3. 3v3. Oh my god, it's all up to one. Lamy Stacks is down 10. 2-0 in favor of Onic G.
Man, scary talaga ang mga teams natin from Indo. And looking at it, si Shiro talagang man of the game, Phil. Lahat. Hindi nakakapag-push si John Olsen, hindi nakakapag-trade. Sobrang grabe kung paano siya makapag-anchor ngayon, especially in A-side. Wala pa kagad si Shiro dyan mismo sa kanilang bootcamp. Yet, he's been performing good. And yun ang kailangan natin abangan about how Onic can actually do great. And it's a 2-0.
Yeah, 2-0 si Ray kasama. Minsan lang yan. Pero yun nga, nakita na natin dito yung capabilities din ng mga teams natin despite na nabatay agad si Severine because of the kill na ginawa ni John Olsen. Really crispy headshot na ginawa dito kay Severine. Pero kung napapansin mo, Lemmy Moore really performing really good. All these clutch plays na ginawa nila, lalong-lalo na si Simoniet with a clutch as well. Pero sa totoo lang, ang pinaka isa na solid lang din talaga si John Olsen, lalong-lalo na si Z Love family. One of the best na talagang chamber players na nakita ko. All the off-angle plays na ginawa niya, man, it's remarkable.
A lot of individual plays nasa Onic, and it's actually good to see that they are actually surviving here in Bind. We all know na full sense they have really Bind as one of their takes that they can just get over with sa mga nakakalaban nila in their own scene also, and we've seen this sa kanila experience coming in from LCQ. This is one of the maps sobrang crucial, yet they got the most out of it. But looks like si Onic, they're hungry for it. Sobrang accurate talaga ng pagdating sa mga playstyles nila, and nakita mo individually nagpa-pop off sila, and yung experience na nakuha nila from their old roster na ngayon na i-apply nga nila, and hindi lang ito they have that fresh start, and we all know na weakness nila itong Bind, not that much of a big win percentage, and yet pagdating sa full sense, iba yung pinapakita ngayon ng Onic, and nakakatakot talaga sila, especially si Moniet na yan, si Shiro.
Yeah, that's true. And dito naman ngayon sa kung hindi talaga nag-showstopper si Moniet doon, I swear si Moniet talaga papatay doon. All the what do you call this?
One enemy remaining.
Yung decision making talaga ang pinaka-importante. Kasi without the great decision making of your team, parang wala rin wala nang mangyari if ever. Hit or miss yan, sa totoo lang. And lalo na pag you're a really tough spot, you really need to make a really great decision kung ano talaga ang gagawin natin. One small mistake can lead to a more bigger mistake talaga. More na bigger pa, diba?
Yung mga clutch ni Moniet, really. Even if hindi siya nagpa-pop off sa ibang rounds, talagang iba naman yung momentum na binibigay ng iba niyang talagang teammates, and that's really something from Onic side. They really improved all over right now, and sobrang I'm gonna look forward sa iba pang games nila. Pero natandaan natin, sila nga ang makakalaban ng APH sa kanilang group ngayon. So, very exciting kung ano nga ba mangyayari. But most likely, syempre, pagdating dito sa PH, syempre, malakas ang APH. Pero tignan pa natin, ano ang pwedeng mangyari between these two teams. Dahil meron pa tayong next series between Griffin Esports together with yung talagang favorite ng mga tao, which is going to be Global Esports. So, tignan natin kung sino ba ang mananalo sa kanilang dalawa. And right now, guys, marami pang pwedeng mangyari, but congratulations muna sa dalawang teams, and we're gonna be taking, of course, to the panel before the next game starts. So talagang exciting ang mangyayari. Once again, we are your shoutcasters. Ako si Rene, kasama ko si Vil. There's been VCT Challengers APAC. See you guys on to the next series.
that was not a play-in series. That was definitely a group stage or even knockouts series there. 2-0 victory for Onic G, but it was as close as it can get for full sense. But that's what you get when you pick the maps that your opponent is good at. Welcome back to the panel. No man, alongside with me is a black and blue and Raph, and a black and blue. It was as close as it can get for Onic. They definitely leveled up in their own respective region. They're showing up right now in Asia Pacific.
Yeah, we could have totally been going into a map number 3 there if things just went the way of Full Sense, if those few mistakes that they did commit near the end of things didn't pan out against them. And so, I mean, I talked about if this roster, Full Sense, if they don't have Super Bus, which they don't, obviously, right now, I did predict that this will go 2-0 to Onic side, because I believe that Onic is one of the best teams in Asia, period, coming from one of the best region, arguably the best region in APAC, period, right now. And so it just goes to show that these guys, they might be in the play-ins, but they are one of the favorites to win this, I fully believe.
There's just so much notes I have for that series alone. Again, just a spectacle. And for people who are not as initiated as some of our more seasoned viewers, that was definitely something that they could take quite a bit from. And I think we might just be indulging in the grittier details when we look at the highlights.
Yeah, and map 1, like when we went to split, we all know that it was Onic G's map, and it did show in the first half. On the defending side, they got a very commanding 9-3 first half, but then Full Sense started to keep up in the most part. But Monyet and Elmi Moore, for the most part in that series, were the shining beacons there for Onic G.
Oh, yeah, and you know, this is also a map that, speaking of Superbus, it was one of his best maps when he was still on this team. So I'm not saying that a lot of the reasons why Full Sense kind of lost this series is because of that lack of a glue, I guess, to them. But you know, they're still trying to figure out, I guess, how they play, especially with this new player on them. He's been here for a while, but not exactly the same extent that they previously had with the roster. There was some really good efforts by Chalala throughout this entire tournament. We saw John Olsen as well pop off on Split, specifically with PTC, having a bit of a, not exactly the hottest game, right? But he did his job to be that initiator, especially on Split and on that breach as well on Bind. But for the most part, man, it did seem like Onic was in the driver's seat even when the games were close.
Oh yeah, I mean, again, there's just so many small things that I would love to pick out during these highlights, but we just don't have enough time, is a complete honesty. But overall, the arcing theme of Onyx plays that they're so incredibly cerebral. We did see quite a few attempts at FS or Full Sense going for more brazen buys. That triple up was something that really made us, you know what, if that works, that's going to be crazy. But unfortunately, that's not how it crumbled. And again, it's just the compositions that they're running on the side of this map. They ran that Viper. Again, they understand that Full Sense is such a strong team when you try to take them head on. So with the amount of utility they had, again, with the Viper with a double controller, they tried to isolate as much fights as they can. But even when they had those head-to-heads, they had absolutely no problem.
That's the way that the cookie crumbled here for Onic G, but for Full Sense, they still have a second chance here to get into the group stages because they are still in the lower bracket, and they will be playing tomorrow against Team Big Bam in the gauntlet to try to make their way into the group stages. But that's already out of the way, and that's a match that we'll look forward to tomorrow, because right now at hand we have to focus on the final series that we have today. The final teams that haven't played yet in this series, it's Griffin Esports versus Global Esports. The Hong Kong Taiwanese region will go up against the South Asian region that is fairly new here in the Asia Pacific Challengers. We'll see that happen right now. But first, let's go ahead and introduce our teams. First off, it's from Hong Kong and Taiwan. It's Griffin Esports. And that is Griffin Esports, and playing in on the field right now for themselves is Ace, Attention, Feng, Shu, Fat, NYR Select. And Raf, these guys, not really the smoothest run in the Hong Kong Taiwan Challengers, but they did go up against Oblivion Force, the team that's already in the group stages, and they lost 2-3, and it was a close fight for that matter. And I feel like these guys are ready to fight.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Getting into APAC, you have to have that mentality that you are ready to throw hands no matter who you're playing against. Again, the overarching story for this one is that both of these teams have been somewhat forming and quietly really rising to the top, or at least like trying to do that in their respective regions. Griffin Esports is no different. They've been in the scene for quite a bit, especially in their local region. They've had a few roster changes here and there, although the core has been relatively the same. One thing to take into account is that as a region, they're pretty, I wouldn't necessarily say slow, right? But it's a very defensive region when it comes to playstyle. So we might see more of that today. And their map spread is also one thing to take note of. They actually succeed in the newer maps more than they do on the legacy maps, which is not something we can say for a number of teams, really.
Well, I mean, their region as a whole wasn't exactly the most competitive for the most part of year one, so maybe kind of being good on breeze maps like Fracture for other teams to not have as much time in tenure as they might opposingly would, it does help their case out. But we know that they are the underdogs of this story. We know that they are the underdogs of this entire tournament. But as we always like to say, when they are kind of punching up, they could hit you every time and surprise any team here.
And speaking of surprise, these guys want to surprise everybody and prove themselves that they belong in the group stages from the South Asian regions, fresh from the Conquerors Championship. Let's welcome Global Esports. From South Asia, Global Esports want to remain in the global scope of anything Valorant. We got Hellranger, Kappa, Lightning Fast, Skills, and SK Rossi is going to be fielding it right now. And they've had their international experience in the Last Chance qualifiers, and now they want to make it into Masters.
They definitely did. They were that first team to be able to put the South Asian region to the global stage and present what they can bring. We saw them during LCQ, the first outing of any South Asia team as they were inducted into the VCT circuit. And now, this time though, they're not the ones with that Grand Finals Championship title. They're not the ones at the top of the South Asian scene, because it's the Velocity, the rivals, the team that they have been going back and forth over and over for the entire past year, where these two teams would trade blows. And this time around, it's Velocity that does get the better of them. But Global Esports, they're here for a reason. They have been by far one of the best teams from South Asia as a whole. The record has been dominating that entire region. And everybody knows the star-studded names on this roster. Hellranger being that captain, IG, a Lightning Fast being that glue, and how can we not talk about SK Rossi, who is one of the most popular Valorant players on the planet, period, because of just how incredible he is mechanically and how many, I guess, everybody has been infatuated by the skill that he brings to the table. And a lot of, South Asian fans are really rooting for this team. Now, they might not be statistically the favorites for, I guess, many analysts to win this entire tournament. But for many fans out there, there's lots of expectations put upon their shoulders. And Global Esports, after the run for LCQ, they did really well against Korean teams like DWG Kia. Can they replicate that here now that they're going up against a team from, the rest of APAC?
A beautiful point to pull it out there. I was actually going to bring that up. And again, this is a team that's experienced quite a bit of fanfare for good reason. We always have that iconic jet of the respective regions, and SK Rossi has been doing that, or doing that title as proudly as we can expect for anyone, really. But yeah, they've had smidges of experience from most of the neighboring regions, right? The results have been mixed, but sometimes it's not all about numbers. That's kind of crazy too, because again, the panel is kind of all about the numbers, but deep inside, we're all fans. We all love the game, and we all believe in the magic and, and all of that good stuff. So this is, I would say, one of the, biggest tests they might have to experience.
Yeah, and we have to look out for the map vetoes here. That's going to be coming up in quite a bit. And you made a good point there, Raf, where Griffin Esports, they really prefer the newer maps that came out. They prefer Icebox, they prefer Breeze, they prefer Fracture compared to the other maps that they played in where the win rate is not as good compared to Global Esports, who've had their fair share of victories and a positive win rate as well on all the maps, and a lot of maps being played for that matter. So the map veto, would it really matter for Griffin Esports, or I mean for Global Esports? Will it be comfortable for them? How's it gonna play out for Global Esports?
I mean, we were talking about during LCQ last year that when you see teams that are very aggressive, that like to just push forward, hold that W key, it kind of is a symptom sometimes of not having the refinement to play a bit more tactically. Now that these teams have been in the circuit, competing internationally like Global Esports, they've been playing lots of international tournaments off season. We're hoping that refinement has now seeped into their gameplay. And honestly, from teams coming from Hong Kong, Taiwan as well, from that region, I do hope that is going to be the case as well, because these are two regions that did have that symptom quite often a lot when we were seeing them in C Challengers or APAC or LCQ last year around. So I'm hoping for this case, they've kind of evolved into their game. They've improved because the other teams in the region, they're improving as well, as we've seen Velocity for South Asia, and for, from Hong Kong, Taiwan, there are so many other great teams there, like Oblivion Force, who are now the #1 there. So for them, they really have to try and elevate their game, because if we're going to be seeing the kind of play style that we saw last year from either of these two teams, they're not going to go far in this tournament. They know that, and I'm fully expecting that they will innovate and elevate their game.
Once again, a lot of good points that I was also thinking about. They do experiment quite a bit with their lineups, not in terms of roles, but the agent compositions, which is something that we always like to see. Again, it's the growth that's been the thing that we've always been pointing out at the beginning of our challenges, at the beginning of our qualifiers. We just want to see all the teams step up, because I mean, the entire region, the entire APAC has proven to be such a powerhouse. But going back to the map veto, Nomad did ask if the map veto will matter for Global Esports. It definitely will be, although they are fairly strong on all the maps. There's still that alienation of not knowing how Griffin Esports is going to approach these maps. So the compatibility, once again, is somewhat in question when it comes to the playstyles. I would have to say, though, that Global Esports, they have that just extra bit of experience for at least overseas competition.
Yeah, and that will definitely prove as a factor for Global Esports, considering the fact that Last Chance Qualifiers was the first time we saw them play, first time we saw the South Asian region play in the global scene in the Last Chance Qualifiers. And just like what Black and Blue did mention, they still came out against the Korean teams and came out really strong off of that. And from the tournaments that they've been playing for the past couple of months leading up into this, it did show that they did kind of grow out of their comfort zone, and they finally figured out their groove. Now, the question is just, will they be able to keep up with the Hong Kong Taiwanese region? Because these two regions never really get the chance to play against each other more often than not, because of the obviously the geographical restrictions that we've had here. And really, I feel like if we saw Onic G in full sense, it was a toss-up, Griffin Esports and Global Esports. I would feel like it's still going to be a toss-up of a match. We still don't know who's going to come out on top clearly here.
Yeah, I mean, you could say, Global Esports, they've had more tenure, and they've also had, I guess, more experience playing internationally against other teams. But then again, when you look domestically, they have just been kind of dominating that scene. It's not just because, they are a great team, but also we have to be realistic here. That region maybe not as, don't have the same type of tools to develop their talent as maybe the kind of competition that teams from Southeast Asia might be playing, teams from East Asia even might be playing in. So while, the newer team here, Griffin, they don't have that tenure, they don't have that star power that Global Esports have. They do rather have the benefit of playing in Southeast Asia, or, towards this region in general. And that does help them, I guess, scrimmages wise, especially, really elevate their game. Now, luckily for Global Esports, well, they've been in this show before. They've been in this seat before. They've been inducted, the first Southeast Asia and only Southeast Asia by far here today that we've seen play actually in the VCT. There's another team we're going to see in the playoffs, yes, but it's Global Esports right now who have something to prove and have something to really uphold, because they started really strong, as you talked about a while ago, just now here, Nomad. Last year, LCQ, they did really well against DWG Kia, but everything else faltered there from then on. They have yet to really been really, I guess, productive in terms of their accomplishments when it comes to playing against Southeast Asian teams, and now is their chance to do exactly that.
Yeah, and to think about it, when we think about the KR region, they're an incredibly structured region. I think all of us have to come to an agreement that the KR region is, if not the most structured we've had. There's a lot of emphasis on playing around the ults, even more so than we usually see. So for them to kind of have a little bit of difficulty when it comes to the Southeast Asian counterparts, I think it's telling that Southeast Asia, yes, we do have quite a number of structured teams. For example, Onic was very systematic. They had a good methodology, and the philosophy of their approach was very apparent. You know that they were very aware of what they were doing. But since we are in Southeast Asia, all of our teams have the capacity to just duke it out, play it in a default, go on the fly immediately, and that's why we're so good at playing the clock. The mid-round adjustments we have, it's insane, honestly, to be very honest with you.
And to put things into perspective as well for you guys that are watching right now, during the last chance qualifiers, Global Esports, they did play from the South Asian region, so they really didn't have any good pings. But for Asia Pacific Challengers, they flew in all the way from South Asia all the way to Singapore to play at a decent ping against everybody else in this region. And I feel like that's one of the, I wouldn't say advantages that they may get, but this significantly is going to be a boost to their play style, because last year they didn't really play at 100% because of the ping differences there, Black and Blue.
Oh, sorry, apologies. Yeah, totally. I mean, you look at these two regions, it really brings to the question, and you've been talking about how this is a complete toss-up, where these two regions, not exactly, I guess, the best in APAC as a whole, but they do have that underdog power, that star power that we always love to see. We maybe almost kind of cursed the panel a while ago, but I don't think we're going to really be on that triple panel prediction this time, because I really do think that this match is pretty much whoever shows up here today, because we know that Global, they have so much star power in them. Refinement is what they need, but that is super true as well for the side of Griffin, minus the star power side, because they're a great team, but they are second fiddle to Oblivion Force right now for good reason, because that squad OF is really good. But that's not saying much, because these guys have also had experience at least playing against other C teams in general. I mean, so have Global, they've been scrimming C teams, but still they do have that tenure, which, aside from the fact that they have a ton of fans, puts a lot more expectations from them, not just from fan-wise, but us as analysts too. We look at them and we see like, these guys should be a lot better than what we saw from LCQ. And honestly, we're hoping that, because I think it's a great thing for the scene as a whole. Like, if we get, South Asia to be one of the powerhouse regions in APAC and even in the world.
So we know that Global Esports has been put under the microscope time and time again. As I mentioned, the fanfare has always been there. The media attention is always going to be present for them. So the pressure you said will definitely mount, but I feel like it could be honestly the complete opposite for Griffin, right? Truth be told, we don't know too much about Griffin Esports. We don't see too many VODs of them, so I feel like that could be their surprise factor. Like you mentioned, that raw shock and warfare is definitely going to be one of the biggest things here. But man, again, since Griffin Esports as a whole is a relative unknown when it comes to just the flow of raw data, how is Global Esports going to approach this? Since like I said, they're prone to falling to Southeast Asian teams with great defaults. How are they going to adjust on this on the fly?
Yeah, that is a good question. If we're going to be looking at the data that we have currently for Griffin Esports, they did play last year in Challengers 2, Challengers 1, and Challengers 1 to 3, and it was a really decent run for Griffin Esports. But moving forward, there really wasn't a lot of VODs available. So for Global Esports, they were trying to watch their opponents. They really couldn't find much VODs to look up to. All they have are just the raw stats of how many kills they got, what maps they prefer, and that's basically that. And going in blind here on this series, I think this is going to be a good advantage for Griffin Esports, because for Global Esports, they have a lot of VODs that a lot of people can watch. Their tournaments are being streamed and available to be watched anywhere. And for Griffin, just having that anonymity, so to speak, is already a big part of, I would say, that their success they will potentially have here in the knockouts. How about you, Black and Blue? You think that may be the case?
Yeah, I do think they have a good chance here, especially looking at the group that they're in. I mean, it's not necessarily like, okay, this group is better than the other, but you do look at Group B and you do see, I guess, less star-studded names here. And for Global Esports, they are probably the, I guess, team to hype up for this Group B, and that's why I honestly expect them to make it into the playoffs. I expect to see two South Asia teams in the playoffs, either in the group stages, along with Velocity in those group stages as well. So, I mean, you know, for Global Esports, Raph has put it right on the money, right? They've been under the microscope, and you know, Matt, you added onto that by saying, you know, that means that teams do have that history, that those VODs basically, for them to try and analyze and pick apart the game of the Global Esports side, and that just isn't the case for Griffin. You can watch for qualifiers, yes, of what they played versus like Oblivion Force in the Hong Kong Taiwan regional qualifiers, but you simply just don't have as much information. And for a team like Global, who are potentially trying to uplift and rather elevate their game by being more tactical, how can you be tactical against a team that doesn't have tactics to try and counter, basically? So it really will come down to here them having, as Raph said, you know, the great defaults, but more importantly, Global Esports, they have to be ready to flex on the fly. They have to be ready to be able to try and make those adjustments mid-game, because when you don't have that information to try and fall back to, when you don't have the homework to try and look at when you are going down rough, you're going to have to rely on your instincts and what you've worked on to get to this, I guess, place and get this far to continue forward.
I feel like a lot of our points, if not all our points, have already been discussed, but just to add on to that, this is going to be, I would expect to be a very superfluous game, because again, these teams don't really have that much data on each other. It's going to come down to brawl. When it comes down to a raw fist fight, when it comes down to the swords clashing, it's most of the time usually the sharper blade that's going to win. So with that being said, we kind of expect SK Rossi to go nuclear on this, absolutely go ballistic, find every kill he has to, and again, we've just seen the highlights he can do. We're just hoping that he'd replicate that today.
Yeah, well, you spoke about SK Rossi going nuclear, going ballistic, but we have to give our attention to Attention, that also plays one pretty mean jet for that matter. And I feel like SK Rossi and Attention are going to be the players that we have to look out for in this matchup. And really, the playstyles that we have for South Asia, for Hong Kong and Taiwan, is a complete mishmash of just being that aggressive and the passivity, if that's even a word. The way that they play defensively is barely there because they play aggressive under the defensive side.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of, as I talked about, you know, when you don't have those tactics to rely on, it kind of is a symptom of a team that maybe doesn't have as much time to work on that. They don't have that excuse anymore. Global, they've been around for a while. They've been basically the top dog of South Asia for the longest time, barring this kind of last win, although one can still argue maybe Global are still better. It went to a full best of 5, and Velocity and Global, they've been going back and forth time and over. I mean, Velocity, if there was 2 slots for APAC LCQ last year, we'd have seen them already be playing the VCT anyway. So stop talking about their competition, because Global, I mean, there's so much to talk about here, but there's already a lot that has been said throughout the past year leading up to this. We all know the media attention, the spotlight that's been put on them. They've been under that microscope, and people have been completely analyzing every single thing they do, breaking it down even too much more. But Griffin, as you said, they have so much more going into this in terms of the surprise factor, because Global, simply, they do not know who they're going up against.
And with that being said, the map veto is ready. We'll finally find out what these guys are going to be playing on, what Griffin wants to play on, for that matter, and what type of maps we'll see a Global Esports ban out for themselves, despite their very good win rate on all the maps. And again, Griffin, they're going to be starting off the bans here, and there's not a lot of information that we have in terms of map pool, but one thing is for sure, they really don't like Bind, and Bind definitely might just be the first ban, but no. Breeze, their 80% win rate map, is out of the window here.
I mean, that makes quite a bit of sense. You know, they did have a fairly, how would I put this? The sample size isn't that great, but for GE to take down Fracture, it's also an interesting choice because they're pretty successful on that. I feel like if we were looking at the numbers, right, we have to ask why the statistics of all these teams are like that. We know GE has been super exposed to the region. We know that they've adapted to the playstyles of their fellow teams. But on the side of Griffin, again, it just makes you wonder, what is their game plan going into this when you can't formally structure one already?
Oh yeah, that really is a big question, right? The elephant in the room right now, and which way will they bite the apple? I'm not too sure if these fruit can be compared. So Icebox, it is a pretty good map for Griffin. I will say that, because I mean, you look at the statistics and it does tell them you're 80% or 8-2, so it's really looking good. On the side of Global Esports, not as favorable, but it's not a bad score either. So I do think Global, even though this was a pick of Griffin, they're readily capable and honestly happy to be playing Icebox. And same way we go on to Haven, we've seen some great stuff coming in from Global Esports during LCQ on Haven. I think you're gonna try and replicate that as we move on forward. But I mean, as for the opening bans, it seems like neither of these teams just basically want to play in those maps that are kind of less studied and less broken down because of how newer they are to the, I guess, the rotation of the map vetoes.
And
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, yeah, go for it, Graf. Go for it.
I think one of the things that they have to account for too is the mentality of a player coming into this, because we know, right? G is gonna come into this confident. We know that they are gonna be coming in confident. They have the more experience, more tenure, and we know that. But what if they falter in the first few rounds? What if that breaks down? Again, that kind of just comes down to the R&D and how they support each other as teammates, because we've talked about all the strats that they could possibly do. It really comes down to, you know, the characteristics of the teammates involved also.
Right now, it's teetering between Bind and Split as a decider map, and Split is going to be banned out by Global Esports, which means Bind will be the decider. 64% win rate there for Global Esports compared to Griffin's 31%. 4-9 currently on that. Not looking too good there in terms of if we go into a game 3. But what do you guys think about the first two maps that we have on Icebox and Haven? Do you think that we would go to Bind, or what gives?
I am very curious that they decided to go ban Split here for Global Esports. That is one of their best maps that we saw from them during LCQ. They beat, Damo and Kia on that. They almost beat F4Q on it as well. And so I'm very curious on why they would choose Bind over Split. Statistically, not their best map. Actually, if you look at it lately, maybe, yeah, Bind's been okay or a little bit better for them. But historically, Split has always been a map that felt like it really kind of helped the playstyle of what Global were trying to do.
I'm thinking, yeah, again, it's just been the day of peculiar map choices. We saw it obviously in Onic versus Full Sense, and we know how that went. This time around, I don't think I have the complete confidence to really call who's going to have the upper hand.
But you have to make that call because we have to place down the predictions as per tradition here on the panel. But we're going to be starting off with you, Raf. You're not confident with your calls, but you have to make a decision right now.
Okay, thank you for putting me in the hot seat, but I'll have to happily pass it on to you. No, I'm kidding. I feel like since Global Esports, once again, they have that raw star power with SK Rossi, man. SK Rossi, if he pops off, I feel like they could be nigh unstoppable today, at least in this series alone. So probably Global Esports 2-1. Griffin, they're going to put up a fight, but again, it's just that tenure and that star power that they have to look out for.
You know, Raf, I don't mind agreeing with you, but I wish I didn't agree with you on this one because I like to just, play the devil's advocate a lot, but I do agree that Global Esports, they should have this one. They have the tenure, they have the experience to win this match. They're going to be going in blind against a very, very difficult opponent, but I think that they're going to be able to see right through it and find their way home. 2-1 Global Esports.
All right, well, I'm going to have to agree with you gentlemen there. The numbers don't lie. They have a lot more maps played than Griffin Esports for that matter. I'm going to have to go with Global Esports as well, but it's completely down to Griffin to prove the panel wrong, to prove everybody wrong here. Global Esports to prove that they deserve to be in the global stage. As we hop on to map 1 in this best of 3 series, we got Global Esports going up against Griffin Esports.
Hello guys! Good afternoon sa inyong lahat. Kami pa rin yung Shoutcasters. Ako si Ririt, kasama ko si Vil at nandito muli kayo sa APAC Challengers at may kita na nga natin ngayon ang laban between Griffin Esports from the region of HK, Taiwan and coming in from Global Esports galing sa South Asia. Nakaka-excite makita to kung magiging iba ba ang performance ng mga teams ito or talagang we have Global Esports who won't really disappoint us this time.
Yeah, that's true. Pero pwede natin sabihin na this is actually one of the best Indian teams so far dito sa ating APAC, mga kaibigan. Well, let's see if ever na ba magagawa ng Global Esports dito knowing na talaga pumunta pa sila talaga sa Singapore. I mean, para From India, lumipad sila sa Singapore, syempre, para makapag-compete.
Lumipad pa sila doon and ngayon without a lot of, baka may outside na mga pangyayari. Tignan natin kung magiging posible pa rin ngayon sa side ng global esports. I think they're much prepared out for this. They went dami nilang ginastos para dito and I'm sure it's gonna be worth it para sa kanila. But on the other side, excited pa rin ako sa Griffin Esports. Alam naman natin na pagdating sa Griffin Esports, talagang nakakuha na rin sila ng kind of good place coming from the VCT last year, and this year it's gonna be a different turn.
And yeah, that's true. And a big shoutout nga pala kay Pico na kung naririnig nyo ngayon, guys, medyo nanggigigil siya sa toy niya. Hindi ko alam kung anong ginagawa ng aso ko. pero yeah, dito naman sa napanood na natin ang HK Taiwan back then na region. We can say na medyo they're actually taking time before pumasok sila sa isang site. Talagang inuubos oras talaga. Legit na ubos oras talaga. Pero let's see if ever they're gonna do that same strat again dito sa taon na to. Well, tama yung sinabi ng mga panel natin. In terms of experience talaga, global esports ang meron. Isipin mo talagang pumunta pa talaga sila sa Singapore para lang syempre makapaglaro sila sa mababang ping. Kasi alam naman natin, if ever kunyari sa Pilipinas, pa naglaro tayo sa Mumbai server, ang ping natin is 120, mga ganyan, 110, 120, yung mga ganyan. Pero syempre, if ever na maglalaro sila dito sa server natin, medyo mahihirapan talaga sila na kasi because of the ping difference. Kasi there's a huge chance na Hong Kong or Singapore server sila. Pag nasa Hong Kong ka, mababa lang naman ang ping mo sa Singapore. So, yun yung parang middle ground nila. Middle ground nila yun, yung Hong Kong or Singapore. Ang Mumbai kasi, pag naglaro ka dun sa Hong Kong or Singapore, medyo mataas din talaga yung ping. So, tama lang talaga na pumunta sila dito. Isipin mo, the effort of them going there in Singapore. Talagang, ibig sabihin ayaw na nilang maulit yung nangyari last year. Which is, na nalaglag nga sila. And yeah, hopefully na talagang magkaroon ng isang solid na
nakaka-excited. Last natin nakita to, LCQ pa So, talaga daming tinago ng mga teams natin.
SK Rossi. Pogi yan si SK Rossi.
Pogi.
Pag nagpo-post ako, 'di ba, parang may featured player sa background, 'di ba? Ayun. Si SK Rossi yung
Nakita ko nga yung mukha mo doon screenshot ni Taylor.
Ano 'yan? Yung mukha ko doon, guys. Ano 'yun? Agent teaser 'yun. Next Valorant agent 'yan, man.
Ala ko ba ko si Omen?
Tama ka diyan, Killjoy. Ay, hindi.
Killjoy nga, tapos si Sage.
Abing shoutout nga pala kay Mr. Christopher Magallanes. Ayan, Mr. Christopher Magallanes. If ever narinig mo ako, pitikin mo to. And yeah, kagabi, kalaro ko lang yung dati nating direct, kalaro ko yun.
Balita ko, nasa kabilang bang-bang siya ngayon
Oo. Siya yung direct ng kabilang bang-bang, mga kaibigan.
Miss na namin siya din dito. Pero, syempre, meron tayo isang direct din. Shoutout natin sa pangalang si Red Garcia. Napakalupit na director dito sa Page Broadcast. Dito lang to.
Please don't forget na i-add niyo siya, mga kaibigan. Mr. Red Garcia, yan ang pangalan niya. Tapos ang cover photo niya nagpipicture, ayan.
Alam ba yung
namimigay kasi ng VIL points yan. Yung maraming Valorant points yan, sir. Namimigay yan. Add niyo lang siya. Ayan. Sabihin niya,
very friendly yan, yung direct namin.
Tipong Sir Red, pahingi po ng Valorant points. Bibigyan na kayo na. Ganyan
Paldo yan Paldo balita.
Oo, Diyos ko. My God. Yan ang literal na what is money? Paper only. Pero sana mag-start na talaga, di ba? Parehong may G, parehong may esports. Pero yung Griffin Esports, may dash yung esports nila.
Oo nga Hindi ko alam kung bakit pero baka trip nila.
Baka trip nga talaga nila. Pero, yun nga. Hopefully na talagang mag-start na rin tayo. Tulad nga na nakita natin. Check ko lang yung aso ko. Tulog na siya. Tumingin siya sa akin. Tumingin sa akin si Pico. Mamaya ilalabas ko si Pico. Dito sa stream. Tsaka sa kwarto ko ingay kasi. Well, anyway, in terms of, yun nga, dito sa Griffin Esports, yung mga players nila, once again, we have si Fong, where Select, Ace, Attention, tsaka si Silfat. I'm gonna call you BB na lang din kasi siguro.
BB na lang din naisip ko dyan na nakita ko.
BB na lang din yung ano. Kasi ang thing kasi dito sa sa Hong Kong and Taiwan, mga kaibigan, actually nakalaban nila ang Oasis Gaming. Oo. Nakalaban ng Griffin, makakalaban ng Griffin Esports ang Oasis Gaming nung October 3 last year. Pero ang problema is finorfeit ng Griffin Esports yun. Pero andito naman Oblivion Force, which is ang Oblivion Force, maglalaro din sila dito, mga kaibigan. Dito sa ano natin, sa tawag dito. Dito sa APAC, which is pasok sila sa group stage. Pero ang Griffin Esports, it's just kung napapansin niyo yung mga tournaments na nilalaruan nila. Andito ang 5 Ace, which is back then nandito yan, stage 1 or 2 last year. Naglaro yan. Nakalaban nila ang Onic G. As well, 2-0 in favor of Onic G. Nakalaban nila ang Paper Rex. Panalo ang Paper Rex nun. Pero kailan pa yun? Literal na like June 2021. Pero but CBT Gaming, ito, ang CBT Gaming, kasali yan sa ano no? Sa APAC back then. Yan, naalala ko yung CBT Gaming na yan. Pero, ito si ano alam mo ba kung sinong kalaban ng CBT Gaming dati?
Sino?
Bren Esports.
Ay!
Oo, back then. Oo,
sila ano to
andito sila winner. Dito sila winner. Sipin mo, winner pangalan mo, pero talunan ka. Yung mga ganun.
Nakatandaan ko yun.
Oo, tsaka si Berlin, andito din si Berlin. Ano, yung si Berlin, yung isipin mo, pangalan mo Berlin, pero di ka naman makakapunta doon. Pero ayun, kala mo naman. Huwag kayong ganyan kasi nakapunta Secret din sa Berlin, sa champion, diba?
Buti nga si Taylor nakapunta din. Uy! Tignan mo to.
Sipin mo, malupit ang Team Secret, mga kaibigan. Pero yun nga, huwag nyo nang hanapin ng wala. Hopefully talagang makita ulit natin sila sa Stage 2 ng VCT. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Game number 1 of Global Esports versus Griffin Esports from the region of India and Hong Kong and Taiwan. Game number 1. But before that, we're just gonna head on to a very short break. Once again, you are watching VCT APAC. Villain Ray here. See ya.
Running in place, y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? It's sick, but I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you're taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to fool you ashore. The celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've written. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order.
Something like this though, it's all about that dual play.
I told you, dude.
Welcome to the VCT Challengers APAC Playoffs. The journey to Masters starts here. VCT Challengers APAC Playoffs features the top 20 Valorant teams from Asia Pacific as they compete for one of 2 spots in the first global event of the year, Stage 1 Masters. The tournament runs from the 10th to 27th of March and is made up of 3 stages: the play-ins, group stage, and knockouts.
Members of Paper X now down, and bad guy comes in from behind and retaliates too.
The 2 teams which make it all the way to the grand finals qualify for Masters, where they will meet the best teams from around the globe, plus the lion's share of the $150,000 prize pool. APAC Playoffs begins with teams placed into the play-ins and group stages based on their performance at domestic competitions, and the goal of distributing teams from same region into different groups. The 8 play-in teams compete in 2 4-team double elimination brackets, with 2 teams from each bracket proceeding to the next stage. Things don't get any easier with the now completed 4 groups competing again in 4-team double elimination brackets, where again the top 2 from each group proceed. The surviving 8 teams will then be sorted into a final double elimination bracket, with the grand finalists qualifying for Masters and battling in a deciding match to be crowned APAC champion. There is a rising tide in the Pacific. It is the rise of the next heroes, and it continues to grow stronger. For more information, please visit ValorantEsports.com.
The author, walking on air, walking on water, blending between borders to let you know this is here to support you. The blend, the blend, the blend, yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth, the verb from inside out, outside in. We control the frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beat as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gifts in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth's a rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's ever rising, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
What's up, everyone? Alam ko, naghihintay kayo, pero muli nandito ako, si Riri. Kasama ko dito si Vil at kami ang magkakas in this game against Griffin Esports and Global Esports dito sa APAC Challengers. Alam ko, maraming surprises ang nangyari kanina. Sa mga nagtatanong, Full Sense versus Onic G. Sino ba nanalo? Well, it was Onic G who won that series with a clean 2-0. And now we're looking forward if it's just going to be Global talaga or Griffin this time around. Parehas na GE, pero mukhang isa lang pwedeng manalo sa series na to, Villa.
Yeah, malamang. Di naman pwedeng dalawa silang manalo.
Natatawa ko sa sarili ko kanina. Kita ata ni Direk yung ginagawa.
Nagpa-tournament pa tayo kung dalawa rin palang mananalo. Ano ba? Yung sa'yo, Ray, kailangan mo ata ng EPAC. Ano may EPAC?
Ano EPAC?
Kape.
Ay, hindi. Pag nagkape ako, di wala na. Di zero ako mamaya.
Talaga? Meron kang breakdown pagkatapos ng kape?
Hindi, parang, di ba? Uminom ka ng kape, tapos biglang 100%, di ba? Biglang, boom! Shutdown.
Breakdown. Shutdown pala. Sorry.
Breakdown, anyway. Para iyak ako.
Oo nga. Diyan sa gilid eh, nakaganong ka lang. Mahal ko pa siya. Mga tipong gano'n. Well, anyway, dito ngayon sa mapa nila, Icebox. Ang unang mapa, which is ang pumili nito, is Griffin Esports. Next is Haven, na pinili naman ng Global Esports. Third map is actually Bind. So, is this gonna be a 2-0 or not? Maraming, ito. There's a lot of players out. There's a lot of viewers out there. They're really actually rooting sa Global Esports. Kasi knowing na nandito na sila sa Singapore, talagang kailangan nila mag-all out dito, men. Sa totoo lang, ewan ko, sobrang taas ng odds ng dito sa mga dito sa mga teams na to.
Oh.
And if ever lang talaga na Griffin ang panalo, ay my God. Daming madaming masaya din talaga for sure. Pero dito naman sa Griffin though, I mean, I actually saw their bootcamp. Parang parang sobrang comfy. Parang dim light lang tapos may sofa sa likod. I mean, chill lang. Pero yun nga yung thing din sa global esports. Yes, they're in Singapore already. So para silang meron silang semi-lipad sa ibang bansa para mag-compete. Pero sa totoo lang, lumipad sila sa Singapore for a better ping. So, ang tanong, worth it ba? If pumunta sila dito sa Singapore, worth it ba yung pagpunta nila sa SG para manalo sila? That's gonna be the biggest question of them all sa gagawin natin ngayon, guys. Yun talaga yun. Kasi, kunwari, for sure, ang halfway nila, feeling ko, nasa mag-Singapore ito eh. Singapore server to or Hong Kong server. So, talaga mababa lang talaga yung ping nila. Worth it ba na mawalan ng halos 80 ping na ginastos nila para mapunta sila dito? Pero, of course, it is actually worth it. For sure, it's worth it. Kahit anong mangyari, worth it yun, men. Para syempre, alam mo yun, para talagang meron talaga tayong hindi naman lamang, pero at least super fair play. Kasi nga, walang problema sa ping. Pero actually, I'm actually waiting sa Oceania region. Yung mga taga Australia. Mga bloody. mga water. Ayan. Shoutout sa inyo, guys.
Water. Grabe naman. But then, big shoutouts nga para sa mga nanonood ngayon in Twitch, sa YouTube, and here in Facebook. Make sure to like and share our live stream. At maraming salamat sa mga nanonood dyan na nakikipagdaldalan ngayon. So, talagang maraming salamat sa inyo and sa mga PH. Big supporters pala sila ng global esports. So,
yeah.
Nagkaka-best friend yan.
Actually, sobrang dami. Sobrang daming Pinoy na gustong manalo ang global esports. Promise, sobrang laki ng fanbase ng global esports talaga. And if ever lang talaga na makuha nila to. Kasi global esports is actually one of the biggest esports brand there in India. So, yeah, sana talaga magkaroon tayo ng isang malupit na matchup dito. Well, kahit dito sa mga game na to though, I mean, lalong-lalo na ang Griffin. Kasi napapansin ko sa mga past na matches nga ng Griffin, hindi sila lumalabas sa region nila, Hong Kong and Taiwan. Pero depende naman kung sa mga scrim nila, malay mo may kalaban sila from Indonesia, mga ganyan, di ba? Malay mo lang din. So, ayun, tignan natin if ever. Kasi itong Griffin Esports, formerly they are actually Team Z sila. At saka ang huling naglaro ang Team Z sa Valorant is actually wala pang VCT. First strike pa to. First strike pa. Ang tagal na nun, Last year pa yun. Actually, Last 2 years. 2020 nga yun eh. And dito naman sa mga actually ito, ang first strike, that is actually the first sa Korea. That is actually the first event ng Valorant na may audience. First 2 days lang. Kasi COVID hits eh. COVID hits, man. Okay sana eh. I mean, saya, no? Pero sa totoo lang, yun nga, I mean, sa true lang real talk lang. If ever magkaroon ulit ng Valorant LAN event, kami ni Eliza, hindi talaga namin alam kung magkakas kami o mag-host eh. Feeling ko mag-host kami. Ewan ko lang. Tapos papakinggan natin si Ray mag-isa doon lang siguro. Pero legit. Kasi nga, yun nga, kasi kami ni Eliza, kasi host talaga kami. Ayun, kaya alam mo naman, nakakailangan. Nag-cast na rin kami dalawa ulit. Ganun talaga.
So, iiwan nyo ako, ganon.
Hindi naman. Tatlo tayong host. Kalma ka lang kasi.
Alam ko na mangyari pag tatlo tayong host eh. Ako yung mapagtitripan.
Ay, grabe ka naman. Hindi naman kami ganun.
Medyo lang.
Hindi naman. Sama yung ganun.
Hindi, pero ayun, alam ko yan, si Evil tsaka si Tier, nakikita ko nga sila sa mga events minsan, lalo na pag mga ibang mga tournaments karon na mismong salan, ganyan, silang dalawa talaga. Pero at the same time ngayon, tignan natin kung sino kaya ang susunod na pwedeng madagdag sa amin. Puro tatlo na lang tayo parati. Diba?
Feeling ko wala na eh. Ito na ata ang ano eh. Heroes tayo, men. Oo. Sa ibang region, papalit-palit sila ng caster doon. Dami nila, pero sa PPG, tatlo lang kami dito.
Oo, ganun namin kayo kamahal.
Alam mo ba kasi hindi namin kailangan ng kapalit? Because we are irreplaceable.
Hindi, men. Dito kasi, baka malungkot masyadong audience natin pag tayo, bipat ng English na po. Wala na.
Diyos ko po. Isipin mo, kunyari si Dax siya si Asoray nag-analyze sila, ganyan. Dami nila sinabi, tas I'll be like, oo, men. I'll be like, yeah, that's true.
Okay na yan. Diba? Si Asoray tsaka si Dax, marami sila masyadong sinasabi. Tayo
dami nila sinasabi. Marami sila mga alam. Kami rin naman.
Sa Tagalog lang kami.
Oo.
Tignan mo ngayon, nauubusan na kami ng mga sasabihin.
I mean, pero chill lang kami. I mean, chill lang naman tayo lahat. I mean,
sana kami happy lang.
Happy lang naman. I mean, inaantay lang naman talaga natin mag-start to eh. Itong game number 1. Knowing na Icebox to. Ito yung thing, Ray. Ang Icebox, medyo tagilid ang global esports doon, sa totoo lang. Based on statistics. Yan, stats lang, man. Tamang stats lang tayo, diba? Para syempre, hindi naman tayo masabing sabi-sabi na, ano yung mga pinagsisibo, hindi. What we see is what we say. Hindi naman kami pwede manghula ng mga stats dito. Hindi naman pwede yun. Kasi ang global esports, sa Icebox, ladies and gentlemen, ang win rate nila sa Icebox, 67%. 67%. 31-15 ang score nila doon. Ang pinakamalakas nila, split. With 71% win rate, mga kaibigan. Ang Icebox naman, they have like 31-15. Pero tingnan natin if ever ano ba ang makikita natin dito, kasi sa totoo lang pag Icebox, alam mo, Ray, malakas ang attacking ng global esports pag attack. Tama, attack. Yeah, based on stats. Pero dito naman sa Griffin though, let's check out yung stats naman ng Griffin. Ano ba ang stats ng Griffin sa Icebox? Sa Icebox, sila 80% win rate. Pero 8-2 ang score nila doon. So, in terms of experience sa isang mapa, syempre, alam naman natin na mas marami talaga ang global for sure. I mean, actually that's one reason kung bakit sobrang dami rin talagang nag-root dito sa global esports, kasi alam mo yun, parang they have the experience, they have the people. Back then sila pa rin na magkakasama, si Lightning, si Skill, si Hell Ranger, si Kappa, tsaka si SK Rossi, alam mo yun, sila pa rin, man.
Itong roster na to, they had a real long journey, but here it is. Mamimili na sila. Sa wakas, ang agent selection natin ay nandito na din, at makikita na nga natin yung mga pinipili nila on the side of global esports. Oy! Mag-o-omen sila dito sa Icebox. Okay. And the Viper. So that's really interesting to see. For the first time in the history ng mga kinas ko, makita ko ngayon ng dalawang controller here in Icebox. While on the other side, Double Sentinel, yeah, we've seen this aside ng Griffin. We only have one duelist. They're gonna be focusing on that chamber together with Sage. So, Vil, kakaiba to.
Oo nga. Medyo... Hindi naman kakaiba. Hindi naman kakaiba. Kasi parang napanood na rin natin to eh. Kaya ito rin ang din yung gamit nila eh. Kasi parang team secret lang din to eh. Yung sa Griffin. Yan silang Viper, may silang Sage, may silang Chamber ni Wits. Diba? Tapos meron Jet ni Dubstep. So, yeah, tignan natin dito. GS versus GFN, mga kaibigan. Rossi, SK Rossi, Hellranger, Golu. Si Tropang Ulog. Si Skill tsaka si Kappa. Dito naman sa GFN is Silfat, BB. I'm gonna call you BB instead. Attention, si Fong at saka si YR sila gonna see the game number 1 here in this best of 3 series, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my god, attention! Crispy head dito kay Golu. Mapapasabi ka lang talaga ng my precious.
Oh, grabe naman to Griffin. Mabawi na ata itong mga taga HK Hong Kong, Taiwan region ah. Let's see on the other side, si ewan ko, basta Fong 3. Hindi ko na alam. Kakaiba talaga yung Fong. Okay, si Fong. Going up against that, si Kappa pa, tsaka si Skits, pero the manpower. Tignan mo yung camera.
Grabe yung mga camera nila yun, nasa tuhod.
Yung isa, yung sa miyembro ng Griffin, akala mo manunusok na eh.
Oo. Si Select, oh. Oh! Grabe naman talaga yung mga pinapakita dito ng mga players dito ng GFN tsaka ng skills. Pero hindi ko alam kung anong meron sa GFN dito ha. Kasi nasa labas sila ng base eh.
Hinuhin mo. Pero nakakatat yun. Nananaksak yung ano. Jawline niya. Pero ito si Attention, pang! Wala ata sila sa bootcamp eh. Mga sarili-sarili lang sila na bahay. Kapag nakita mo, pero good setup na Attention lang. Nasa taas niya. Pero let's see, Griffin finally taking the first one against Global Esports. Tatandaan natin guys one of the strong maps talaga ng Griffin is actually Icebox.
Right here.
So we're really expecting a lot from how they're gonna be playing it out here.
Pero dito, let's see if ever kung si Kappa ba to. Si Golu. Golu.
Ito na. Papasok sila agad sa site. Quick setup from Griffin towards there. Taking a lot of those utilities just to be able na hindi makapagbawas sa kanila ang G. Pero si Ace nagbabantay lang. May kipaglaro. Tries to get some taps. Won't be able
si Ace,
to. Yun. Pumitik lang.
Si Ace para mag-stream lang eh. Diyos ko po, inubos ng Shieldfat with a Sage 4K already. With that Spectre, oh no, going in for an ace. SK Rossi, mga kaibigan. Tignan natin if makakakuha pa pala isa si Blondie. Oh, Shieldfat with a swing! And Shieldfat, BB with an ace. Mainit. Yan ang gusto ko. Yan ang gusto ko.
Uy, Bill, tatandaan mo lahat sila kasi nakatingin lang sa isang miyembro ng Griffin.
Oo.
Natin sa isa lang. Huwag nga si Ace. Si BB. Si Yupa. Yun. Ayun, isang miyembro na dito. May iba sa kanila magkakasama. Ata. Mukhang may iba sa kanila magkakasama. May iba hindi. Okay, so, ngayon, nakapag-ace na nga. Mukhang doing well. Ang Griffin talaga pagdating dito sa Icebox so far for the first 2 rounds. Nag-debut of what they have, but on the other side, ang Global Esports, what can these guys do sa kanilang full buy? Mukhang medyo kulang pa rin sa ibang utilities tsaka pera.
Yeah. Pero itong mga players natin ngayon, mga kaibigan, let's see if ever makakabawi na ba ang global esports or not. Hell Rangers is waiting for that smoke onto the players dito lang sa may B. Pero, kung napapansin mo, si Golu or si Lightning Fast is actually waiting for that entry na gagawin nga ng Griffin dito para syempre siya makakapag-off angle ng isa. Pwedeng trade-off lang din talaga if ever papatay dito si Hell Ranger though. Attention, up, swings out, pero si Golo kita-kita dito, alam nyo na kung nasa mga ibang players dito, pero that is a spread pa rin ginawa ni Hell Ranger mga kaibigan, but that is the kill from YR Select though. But, attention mga kaibigan, pushing in already, pero si Ace nagbabatay na din talaga dito sa B, dito sa A rather, pero that is actually a timing na nangyari dito kay Ace na really thought that makakakuha siya ng isa, pero bigla siyang tumingin sa kaliwa at napatay agad siya ng mga players ng GES. But attention mga kaibigan, waiting for that core, waiting patiently if ever meron siya makukuha dito or meron din mag-peek out, pero shock dart well gonna connect on to Fong. Scrossy pushing in, but attention with the quick trade. 2K onto attention right now. 2v2 mga kaibigan. Skills all the way from the backside, pero kailangan muna niyan tignan kung nasa may isa. Oh no! Always check your 6 mga kaibigan. Pero si Skills pushing in. 2v1. What's gonna happen? Attention, kaya pa ba? But sabi ni Skills, hindi na!
Always check the flanks until hindi pa siya cleared, and Global Esports gets the third round sa kanilang full buy against Griffin. But not bad para sa side ng Griffin ha. Yung mga nakakuha sila ng tatlo, even if they only have those second round buy nila. That's pretty helpful, but with that counter wall pa, tapos ito sasaksak na sana ata ni Skills yung isang miyembro ng Griffin eh. But on the other side, the crossfires already has been there. So
yeah, napakabilis ang pangyayari dito, pero yun, nakikita natin ngayon ang players ng Griffin Esports pushing in already. Attention, trying to be really aggressive. Kumuha siya ng high ground advantage dito dun sa may top ng kanyang crate, pero Golu or Lightning Fast trying to push out this air of the map na medyo mabagal, pero yun nga lang, muntik na mapatay dito si Golu, pero finally nabawasan na rin talaga ng GES ang Griffin with just a little actually, pero tamang pot shots lang din doon sa may area of the map nila, doon lang sa may middle Kappa. Tamang Avengers lang din talaga Kappa. He knows it already, baka pwedeng gawin nga to ng Griffin, pero hindi pa ang ginagawa lang dito ng Griffin is actually they're not overextending lang din talaga. They're actually waiting for all these pot shots. They're actually waiting for all these pickoffs na pwede nilang gawin, pero nice pick-off, nice trades na ginagawa dito ng Griffin. Isa-isa silang nawawala and napakatagal na standoff na nangyari dun sa may mid. Isipin mo, 4 ang namatay sa mid. Ang tagal nila dun.
Nawala sa isang iglap. Nawala sa isang iglap pa.
Oo eh. Parang yung feelings niya sa'yo.
Ay. Omsi. Ganyan talagang pagmamahal eh. Parang love. Ito. Grabe naman. Pagka-reso lahat sila na bait papuntang mid eh. Biglang isa-isa na naman sila. Finally. Sa isang iglap pa. Griffin is finally leading by 2. And right now, naka-eco na naman ang mga miyembro ng Global Esports. Although there are some advantages pagdating sa kung gaano sila ka-aggressive. Pero nga lang, mukhang hindi talaga sila makakagalaw at all with how the setup ng Griffin ay meron na napaka-aggressive. Looks like medyo mahihirapan talaga ang Global Esports on the other side. But uy, sis Rosie, he gets ace.
It's Crossy with the kill. It's actually sobrang important ng kill niya. Actually, namatay dito sa Ace, pero yun nga lang, medyo galawang sneaky ata si kaibigang Hell Ranger dito. Wala mga kaibigan, hindi nila alam na nandito lang si Hell Ranger dito lang sa gate, dito sa baba. Pero shorty ang gamit niya. Oh no! Si Attention na nakakuha dito. Mukhang isa lang ata yung napatok ni dun eh, no? Ni Hell Ranger dun. Mukhang hindi ata dalawang shots yun ng shorty. But still, sa totoo lang, ang gulo nila maglaro. Diba? Ang gulo nila itong dalawang teams na to, sobrang gulo nila maglaro. Hindi mo talaga alam kung saan sila pupunta. Pwede sila mag-Avenger dito mga kaibigan. Ten. Pero ito na. 30
seconds left.
Ten. Ito na. Akala nila mawawala yun, pero hindi. Kasama nila si Thanos, mga kaibigan. Tama, snap na ng finger para maubos na yung mga players dito ng GES. Pero Fong, with that spike being guarded by him, but skills! It's just the classic na talaga ang kailangan niya. Pero yung nga lang Golo, 2v2. Lahat sila may Vandal. Pero yung nga lang, si Skills wala na, pero nakakuha naman siya ng isa. Skills will actually take one down. Pero Viper Spit, if ever gagamitin ba niyan or not. Pero yun nga lang, si YR Select, medyo delikado dito. Kitang-kita ni YR Select kung nasa ba si Golo tsaka si Skills, and we're gonna get that clutch. Ladies and gentlemen, and that's the kills na talagang napanood natin dito sa game na to, which is apparently their esports clutch moment of the game.
Man, hindi nila in-expect na naman. After really doing it, pero something like that was about to pop up something, pero si Select yun naghintay lang talaga sa kanila. Kita mo rin yung face cam ni Select, di ba? Nanunusok yan. Kaya ngayon tayo tatlo na sa isa. Leading right na nga ang Griffin, and what can Global Esports do once again? Hell Rangers sees out attention. That's pretty big. Dahil nga makakawala na naman sila dahil si attention usually has the 30 pickups eh.
Yeah, ulit tamang pickoffs na din talaga, pero let's see. Griffin, however, tried to play out really slow dito lang the tube. Pero may makikita ba siya? Wala, okay. Wala siya nakita, pero yung Aldo nakita siya dito ng isa, pero nga lang Kappa with that Hunter's Fury, mga kaibigan. Take it down, Virus, which is actually really good. And importante na talaga na yun yung nakuha niya, kasi it's just the Viper Spit na lang din talaga ang kailangan nilang pigilan dito na pwedeng gamitin nga ng Griffin, knowing na 4-1 yung score nila. Everything is actually really doing good and going great sa side ng Griffin. And what do you think is the wrong thing siguro na ginagawa ng Global Esports dito, Ray Ray?
I really do think something na medyo kulang sila dito is yung pag-counter nila how aggressive si Griffin eh. Yung retake nila okay eh. Pero kapag pick off sila ng ganyan ka-early, nag-aasim sila, it's not gonna work. And I think hindi ako fan talaga ng double controller here in Icebox. There's a lot of elevation dito that somehow won't be just covered by just solely mga controllers. So kita mo naman yung mga advantage sa disadvantages, and finally si Skills together with Golo, they try to come up with something like picking at least one by one, pero it looks like it won't work anymore. Kappa is the only guy and he'll just be taken off na naman ngayon ng mga taga-Griffin.
Yeah. All the things na ginagawa ng Griffin dito is actually really good. But GES, kailangan nila mabawi lahat. There's a lot of viewers out there who's actually rooting for that team. Pero this is actually a big situation if ever na talagang nanalo ang Griffin dito. Pero it's fine. I mean, this is their map pick though. If ever gonna pick a map, for sure, may talaga advantage doon. Because of the shots that you can use, and every shots na ginagawa dito ng Griffin is actually working. Pero Hell Ranger, medyo nagmamaasim siya dito, mga kaibigan. Masya pumupush ata siya dito papuntang garage. Pwede siya makakita ng isa, pero yung alam, nakita na ata. Alam ata nila nandun si Hell Ranger. I have no idea kung paano nila nalaman yun.
Matalino yung Griffin. Tignan mo, inaagyo lang nila dahil alam nila na there are no flashes that they need to counter. There are no that double duelist setup. It's just really different. And, what? Grabe!
Oh my god. One tap lang daw. Otra mo, one tap lang One tap lang dito kay Attention, mga kaibigan. Attention!
Attention by Charlie.
One enemy remaining.
Oh! Ito na. Isa na lang kaya.
SK Rossi.
Sino ba yun?
Right click onto the classic sa mukha. Fong with that swing, but Ace with a kill. Grabe yung dry peaks na ginagawa dito ng ng GES dito, like it's really not that working. Pero yeah, I mean, time out. Oops, teka muna. Masama ng pag-away.
Paano na to? Ano nga ni Bill, magiging worth it ba talaga ngayon ang paglipad ng global esports? Pero tignan pa natin, marami pang pwedeng mangyari. But the 5-round lead right now, give it to us by Griffin. It's really putting a heavy toll sa global esports. At sinabi nga kanina shoutcast and mga analyst natin na tong global esports, yung momentum talaga very important. And right now, knowing na sobrang laking journey na nga meron tong roster na to, na hindi pa sila nag-roster, talagang may kita mo yung power na meron sila, especially with Rossi, how he really gives a lot of momentum for his team. Pero once na masya-shutdown siya, it seems like it's not gonna work anymore. So let's see kung ano pang pwedeng magawa ng global ngayon after the timeout.
Yeah, that's true. 6-1 in favor of GFN. Sobrang aggressive na ginagawa ng GFN dito, man. Natanggal sa kanila, natanggal sa pangalan nila yung yung mabagal maglaro. Yung iba kasi talaga ubos oras eh. Yung ibang yung ibang team sa Hong Kong, Taiwan region, sobrang bagal maglaro. Pero ngayon, medyo talaga inaagrehan na talaga nila. And sobrang likot nila sa sa mapa, men. Hindi mo makita kung saan pa talaga sila pupunta. Paikot-ikot kayo, mga seb.
Agagahit ka na, Bill.
Hindi. Di ako galit.
Yun. What will be the next changes ngayon sa side ng Griffin? Knowing naman na yun already na kagad ang global with the amount of mga baril na dala-dala nila. Pero si Fang sisimulan ng kagad ngayon. Ang umilipad ng CCTV tries to at least get at least one, pero wala man lang siya mapipick off at wala rin siya matatag na isang naghihintay sa kanila sa A side. But the setup to just counter everything is on to the side din ng global esports. I love that wall. Ang ganda niyan, mape-prevent talaga sila sa pagiging aggressive and at the same time smoke pa ni Omen. But will they actually expect that there's select na magpapakita sa kanila? Speaking of, dalawa kasi tumingin pero sinabayan lang kagad ngayon ang Hotest Fury with Fang. And suddenly, mag-ibang ihip ng hangin. Pero alam na nga kagad nila kung nasaan. May rest para nang galing kay Golo. And looks like ito na yung oras para makabawi talaga mga taga-global esports knowing na this 3v5. Pero si Siu Fat talagang nag-a-anchor lang ngayon. He gets to, it's gonna be 3v3 na snap. And finally, Golo gets the trade. And it's gonna be a 1v2. Pero si Golo still gets the last two guys. And global esports, umaangat na naman ulit.
My precious. Yan ang sabi ni Golo, mga kaibigan. Pero hahanapin niya muna yung operator o kung van. O yan, operator muna, men. Operator muna para ibigay kay SK Rossi. Pero ito na ba ang pagbango ng api ng GES? Ito na ba kay Golo? Ikaw na ba ang sagot? Ganda ng operator. Team Ace, pare, solid.
Spike planted.
Or
impossible. Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
nakikita mo ba ang mga nakikita ko, Vil?
Oo.
Tignan mo na lang.
Nakikita ko.
Nakikita mo? Ay! Ngayon pa tayo nabuhay dito. Pero talaga, hindi ko na alam anong pwede gawin ngayon ng global esports. Pero, on the other side. Oh! Si Rossi.
Don't give SK Rossi the operator, my guy. Deadly yan, pero yung alam ko po lang natamaan pa nga si SK Rossi dito ng Aldron, mga kaibigan, para binapadala niya para syempre makakuha pa na yung mga ibang players ang kapatay dito, pero yung alam skill says no to the players of the GFN. Pero it's just a trade-off sa dito talaga na nangyayari dito sa may B 2v4 situation. Pwede na lang kunin yung operator ngayon. Sa amin itong operator na to, bumili kayo ng operator nyo. Pero Hell Ranger, the only man remaining, medyo malayo lang ang kuya mo, nasa may A.
Saka pala galakbay dyan, my friend.
Tignan mo, kung napapansin mo, pwede naman sirain ni Hell Ranger yung trap ni Pastor Chamber dito sa A. Ayun, no? Yung bilog na yan, di ba? Yung sa, basta outside A. Ayan.
Yeah.
Di ba may bilog dyan, di ba? Pwede naman yung sirain yan para makapasok siya, pero hindi na pwedeng gawin yun. Kasi, number one, malalaman ng mga players na nandun siya, si Omen, at saka, si kaibigang Ace, nag-aantay lang din dun sa area na yun. So, baka mapatay pa si Hell Ranger.
Iniisip pa niya para makapag-save. Exit frags can be the key. Nahanap na siya kagad ngayon. But I think they won't be able to just kill him para di siya makapag-save. And finally, Griffin leading by 5 na palaki ng palaki. Pero to, may mga nagtatanong pala. Sabi dito, may nagtatanong. So, hindi pa pala lahat ng miyembro ng Global Esports ay nasa VCT na. Ay, nasa VCT, ay nag-travel sa Singapore for VCT. Okay. So, si Rosie pa daw, tsaka si Skills ay nasa Mumbai pa. Okay. So, di pa sila magkakasama.
Okay.
Share ko lang.
SML.
SML.
Oo.
SKL. Sorry akin.
Fur.
Soybean curd. Fur.
Pero ang Griffin at ang ginagawa nila dito is just try to continue this advantage that they got. Pero Hellranger, tama na yung tutok mo, men. Wag mo nang alisin yan. Pero yun nga lang, baka double pick pa ang mangyari dito. Alam ba ni Phone? Look at the discipline na mayroon ng si Sifo. Yun na nga. Isa. Diyos ko po. Si Select pa ang nawala. Walang smoke, walang ecoms. Ang Griffin.
Ano na kaya ang mangyayari ngayon?
30 seconds left.
Hindi pa naging worth it to. Pero at least nakabawas sila. It's gonna be Select and si Rosie. Minabangan. Hindi niya tinama. Ayun! Grabe talaga. Grabe pumitik sa ulo tong mga taga-HK Taiwan. Pero may trades lang na pangyayari ngayon. Wala na flank up there. But it's just gonna be them taking their risk. And looks like si Siufat will be able to get him. And on the other side, they are just gonna be winning it once again. 8-2 in favor of Griffin. Napakitaan talaga tayo na sobrang powerful nila pagdating dito sa Icebox.
Yeah. Sobra. Pero itong mga players naman ngayon, mga kaibigan ng GFN, it's just nag-aantayan lang sila ng mga pwede nilang gawin dito. They really don't have to be super aggressive. All you gotta do is just wait.
Mababawasan ba siya or hindi? Or talagang Griffin, they're just gonna be trying to be so aggressive. There's a smoke coming in from Hellranger, but will it actually give a big advantage? Ayun na nga! Nakita yung paa, nakita yung barrel ng baril. At on the other side, si Rosie is already hitting one. Tatlo na lang kagad ang natitira. And mukhang magpapaiwan pa si Attention, but there's Rosie with a second kill. At ano na ang next na gagawin ngayon ng Griffin para lang talagang magka-advantage sila on this part. Pero mukhang the numbers game, advantage na nga talaga ng Global Esports.
Standing ahead.
This might be a possible like a 3-8 if ever, if talagang naubos talaga ng GES dito ang GFN, mga kaibigan. Kappa waiting patiently. Hindi siya magpapaka-overextend dito. Hindi siya magpapaka-overcommit.
30 seconds left.
Kasi alam naman na talagang wala namang gagawin ng GFN kundi pumasok lang. And kitchen it is. Yan ang sabi ni BB. Together with Select. But Golu is in a tough spot right now. If ever lumabas yung mga players ngayon ng GFL, pero nagkarinigan na. Narinig nila. Pero ang nandito lang sa may B is actually si SK Rosie lang. Pero hindi nila alam kung nasan ba. Pero sa taas nila gagawin. Ano ginagawa mo dyan, baby boy? Pero yung oh my God, si Ufat! Bakit ka nagpo-push ng gano'n, SK Rosie? Bakit? Ano yung ginawa mo, SK Rosie?
Last round before the switch.
Pero walang oras.
Wala silang oras. Pero ba't gano'n? Ano yun?
Hinihintay yung kakampi.
Diba? Tignan mo.
Spike down B.
If ever makikita ulit natin bakit ginawa ni SK Rosie yun, men? Hindi ko alam. Si KD. Ito mo. O, pasok lang siya. Bam! Come on!
You want to
Bakit
play?
hindi na plant
Let's
kagad
play.
yung spike? Kundi matatalo sila dun eh. So si Ace, meron ba siyang makakuha with his 2 defaults? Or talagang global esports still at least. That's gonna be a good half here in Icebox. Dahil dalawa lang yan. 8-4 or 9 seekers. Parate as usual. Rossi tries to pick up at least one, pero wala namang mangyayari. At ngayon, sa Griffin, instead of playing it so aggressively na lahat sila, 3 sa 2 muna. Isang babawas ng flank, at 3 na mag-set up papuntang B.
But here in this game, Ace with that ultimate though, pero meron ba siya makikita? Wala, pero oh my god, SK Rossi mga kaibigan with the kill on 2-1 though. Oh my god, SK Rossi! 2 more kills in his belt. 2v4. Is this gonna be an 8-4 first half or not? Fong trying to make the dream alive dito sa GFN na talaga mapa 9-3 to. 1v3. Wala pang bawas yung 3 players dito ng Global Esports mga kaibigan. Alam na ni Fong kung nasan ba yung isa. Pero yun nga lang, meron ako sa likod mo, which is his skills. 8-4 to end the first half of the game.
Charges left.
Interesting.
Switching sides.
Nakabawi na nga ngayon ang Global Esports. At least that's a good half for them na medyo nahirapan sila sa how aggressive Griffin is finally playing. Pero Rossi, ngayon na nag-heat up na siya, mga teammates niya din, talagang umiinit na nga sila kahit pa rin. Speaking of, that's what we can expect out of it. And talagang sana mag-up pa ngayon ang Global Esports if they really want to take this series. Pinakaunang map na they're actually weak at.
Ray. Kinakabahan talaga ako pag hindi gumagalaw.
Oo, dun eh. May halong kamatay sa puso ko eh.
Oo, pag hindi gumagalaw yung oras eh. Mukhang nagbabad siya eh. Huwag naman sana.
Oo. Pag hirap din talaga pag pero minsan, 'di ba? Masaya din na i-pause yung oras. Pero sa ganda syempre kapag gumagalaw siya. Sa in-game. Pag sa labas, minsan may mga oras, diba? Gusto mo lang i-stop yung oras.
Oo. Usap-usap muna sila. Pero okay lang kasi this is normal actually. Meron talagang pause dito sa first half. Dito sa pag-switch sides. So it's fine. I mean, no worries about that. Pero I mean, ito, sobrang crispy talaga nang nakikita natin dito sa side nga ng ng Griffin. Sa totoo lang, solid, really crispy shots talaga na meron sila. Lalong-lalo na si Fat BB.
BB boy?
Oo, si Fat BB boy. I mean, men, kumbaga, dun sa kinas namin ni Terror, basta, nalimutan ko yung pangalan nun eh. Si NTK, ayan, si NTK. Dito rin yun sa Icebox eh. Yung kalaban, parang kalaban yung APH. Sobrang crispy, men, solid.
Pero syempre, solid din sila, Georgie.
Oo, syempre, solid yun. Walang makakapagbago dun. Tsaka si Pina. Pina, asa!
Oh! Si Pina, balita ko, gigil na gigil kay Pina.
Balita mo lang yan.
Balita lang.
Pero ito mga players ngayon ng GES waiting patiently sa pag-entry ng Griffin ngayon. Pero yun nga, Griffin knows exactly kung nasa pa talaga yung mga players dito ng GES mga kaibigan. Pero si Shiufat will actually take one down first, which is si Pirate's skills pa. Pero okay lang yan, double controller sila men, it's fine. Maraming smoke ang GES dito, which is ito ang gusto ng GES. Pag-attacker sila. Kasi mas mataas ang win rate ng global esports pag-attacker sila. Scrossy with a kill onto one right now. 4v2 situation, mga kaibigan. War select. That is actually a really quick round dito sa ating second half. First round ng ating second half. Pero for the players of GS right now, yeah, they have the money. They can switch it up sa Spectres. Pero lang syempre talagang they need to secure that advantage that they have. At kung napapansin nyo si SK Rossi, sige, sheriff lang ako. Mag-go-up ako next round. Kung hindi next round, after 2 rounds.
Kapag ngayon, itong global esports, nakakuha sila ng momentum and finally, it's gonna be closer and closer. We can really say na if they just really be aggressive, katulad ng ginagawa nila, taga-asim sila, that's gonna be a huge advantage. Pero si Rossi pala, medyo nabawasan na onti-onti. Pero Griffin kind of predictable. Naku, nasa sila, but Ace! He gets the 2 taps! Kapat si Golo! Nagulo talaga ngayon. Ang strat sana na global esports papunta sa Ace, may kasama pang wall ngayon. Medyo mahirap-hirap na. At yung oras, dahil predicted na to kung ganito man ang mangyayari. And looking at it, sinamahan ng paranoia. Now Skiz was able to get at least 2. It's gonna be a 2v3. Mananalo pa kaya ang mataga Griffin ngayon? Or still, babagsak ang global esports isa-isa?
Yeah. But onto the players of Griffin right now, it's delicate because of the Spectres nga nagamit ni GES. Pero they have that high ground dito sa ano pwedeng i-capitalize din talaga. Oh my god, select
30 seconds left.
Frenzy sa mukha. 28 seconds remaining right now. Oh, Ace nakaisa pa dito. One tap to the head. SK Rossi. Meron ba siya makukuha or not? O tamang teleport lang pero wala siyang idea kung nasan ba yung isa. Select mga kaibigan, baka lumabas lang din dito. Wala siyang smoke. Oh no, baka manalo pa nga dito. Pero meron tao sa likod mo, Ace. Oh, SK Rossi. Hindi na alam kung nasan ba. 10 seconds left. Piso ang buhay ni Ace, mga kaibigan. Si SK Rossi with a kill onto 1 to. Dito pa sa Sheriff. 1 second. Oh!
Easy.
1 second remaining, mga kaibigan. SK Rossi still winning that round. Yung camera niya nahulog na ata. Hindi na natin siya nakita.
Natamaan yung monitor na nakalagay yung camera doon.
Oo.
Alam mo kung nag-buy time lang, actually, Griffin. Pero not bad for their second round, bonus lang. Sa side ng Griffin. Pero ganda talaga ng very esports clutch moment of the game na pinakita talaga sa atin ng global esports. Is this it? Is this really easy na sisimulan ng global esports? Pero mukhang sa Ace, magpaka-aggressive lang. Cross is gonna go down. And now, 4 na lang muli, isa-isang iglap sa side ng global esports. Hanggang sa muli.
Pero itong mga games naman ngayon ng GES, I mean, yes, they have that big percentage of winning pagdating sa attacker, pero kaya mo ba nilang ituloy-tuloy ito? Golo gonna force out to use his heal because of the pot shots na ginawa dito ng Griffin dito sa mid. Pero without SK Rossi, sino ang mag-entry for GES Ray?
Natin kung ano pwedeng maging posible ng gagawin ng Griffin on the other side. Talagang magkaka-nice score ba tayo dito or still hahabol ang global esports. And now, speaking of, ito na atang oras, konting step up lang sa global esports. Plant is gonna go in. Ba't doon yung plant niya? At ba't ganun yung wall? Hindi ko mag-get. So, ito na nga. Nagpapakita na lang sila kay Select and he gets the last 3 guys. And finally, Griffin wins this. And now his score is 6-9. Nice.
Nice. Really, really nice score na nakita natin dito. And yeah, I mean, napakahirap na rin talaga eh. It's actually really hard for them to do an entry na with the double controller, initiator, and Sentinel as well. Pero at least bumawi ang GS kahit papano, pero GFN is actually 4 rounds for them to win this game number 1. So, tingnan natin if ever makakabawi pa ba. But pushing in here in A, the pack of GES, mga kaibigan, I have no idea what happened to kaibigang SK Rosie na naman, pero si Attention with all these one taps.
Right here.
Crispy one taps. Kanina pa natin nakikita yan, men. Ba't ako magsispray? Sabi nga ni Vil, tap lang, di ba? Ginagawa ni Attention yan. Pinapanood tayo ng kanina eh. Pero ito. Oh my God! Crispy! Attention! Ito pa yung isa. Tamang spray lang din. Pero yung ano, Siufan can actually get that kill. Pero meron tayo sa may Geddy. Pero alam na ni Siufan na meron tayo siya. Pero hinahabol lang din. Nagkakahabulan sila dito. Tamang classic lang. Pero sabi ni Fok, akin yan.
Ay. Ben, iba talaga Griffin pagdating sa Icebox. They never disappoint. Especially sa sarili na lang scene sa HK Taiwan. Sobrang ganda ng performance nila. But on the other side, shut down. Coming in from Global Esports. We all know that this guys, pagdating sa attacking, sobrang lakas nga nila. Pero it seems like someone did their own homework. Paano ba natin mapuputa na stop that double Sentinel is the key also sa side ng Griffin, knowing talaga na si Ace din has been really popping off. So a lot of improvement talaga nakikita natin sa side ng Griffin Esports. Pero ito na nga, big shout out sa mga nanonood ngayon. Tignan natin kung magkakalaon pa ng momentum ang global.
Oh my God! No! Trade-off na nangyari lang dito sa may garage, pero at least lamang ang GES doon. Pero kahit nawala si skills, okay lang. Meron silang Omen. They have that controller, pero Sova actually still alive here. One more orb for that Hunter's Fury. Sage! 2 more orbs para dito kay Golo, mga kaibigan. Pero Hell Ranger, they're trying to set up everything. Trying to set up every smokes na pwede na ilabas, pero nga Attention actually take one down, pero tama spray and play na ginagawa ni Attention dito, mga kaibigan. Pero nga siya makikita, pero yung shoot all the way from behind. Jin. Naroon isa dito, mga kaibigan, trying to take down 2. Oh no! Merong nagfa-flank! Hell Ranger, 7 HP left, and Attention gonna get your head again.
Ayun. Griffin still, hindi nila hinayaan kagad after that fold by against Global Esports. Wala na. And yung Global, they're just doing things one by one. May sarili-sarili na silang mundo. When you take a look at it. And it seems like sobrang unstoppable talaga sila ngayon sa side ng Griffin. Yung post-up, yep, perfect. Pero yun nga yung problema mo eh. When you only have that Sage, tapos may pagkakulang pa pagdating with how you want to execute with that double controller. Really, aasimin na sila ng aasimin ng Griffin Esports one by one. And ngayon, 2 na lang before Griffin can finally win.
Griffin. Ano ang dapat gawin dito ng GES para syempre makabawi man lang score? Trying to be really aggressive for them para select maganda yung position dito, mga kaibigan. Let's see if ever meron pa siya makakumang isa kapa with that Hunter's Fury, para nga select and Siufa trying to do the job dito na talagang ubusin pa yung mga players dito ng GES. They have the Spectre, they have the Vandal. Next round wala silang pera. Oh no! GES, this is actually a Hail Mary buy, a desperate buy na ginawa ng Global Esports, mga kaibigan. Kailangan nilang may panalo to kasi next round wala silang arep. Kappa with that bulldog, pero merong Viper Spit. Oh no! Oh, Hell Ranger with a 3K already. Oh, boy pa! Hell Ranger with a 4K coming in for an ace. Let's see kailangan manalo ng GS kasi wala silang pera next round.
30
seconds. Pwede. Ayun!
Oh no! Sana dito kayo mo lang kapatid! Pero ito, Hellranger. TP out. Wala silang idea kung nasa mo, pero nice trap dito na ginawa ni Ace. Pero kailangan niyang pitikin yung spike. Kailangan niya i-plant yung spike. Oh no! Kaso Lisa, oh no! Disaster! Hellranger, sana pumunta ka na lang sa A! Dahil tayo mag-disaster, walang pera! Ang GES! Spectaran lang daw!
Ano nangyari doon? Narinig naman na niya at alam na din.
Pero sayang, sana tinuloy na lang niya. Oh no! Wala eh,
Fairness,
nangyari na.
grabe yung Griffin Alam na natin magaling sa Icebox, pero ngayon Global Esports with that Omen tsaka with that Viper. Marami pa silang kailangan gawin dito. And looking at it, 6 na rounds before they need to go with an overtime. Pero will that actually be possible? Knowing yung Griffin, they come up with another strategy ngayon. And mukhang si Attention, nakahawak na kagad ang operator and is really popping off so far. Pero talagang we gotta give it kay BB. Tsaka kay Ace talaga. Ace has the impact kills talaga. If we can take a look, diba? Mga first frags, he's usually doing it. But here it is. Griffin ba? Will they be able to take the first map? Or itong Global Esports, babawi pa nga ng babawi?
Mahirap to, Ray. Mo yung baril nila. Dalawang Spectre, dalawang Bulldog. Half armor kay Kappa, pero tignan natin. Tiwala kay SK Rossi.
Scanning ahead.
Tiwala lang daw. Kailangan tiwala talaga. Oh! Yun lang. Attention. Nag-asim na nga kagad. He gets 2 Ace!
Oh!
Okay.
Nagka-weapon sila, di sila nagkatamay, pero nga SK Rossi with the second swing. Oh, Fong! Oh my God! Bakit nyo pa kasi, ba't kayo gigil na gigil dyan sa maze?
Here.
Op! Ace, alam niya kung nasa yung isa do. Pero yun nga lang, oh!
Spike down A.
But let's see if ever makakuha ba sila dito. 3 versus 4. Is this gonna be the end sa GES, mga kaibigan? Denying that owl drone and Sufat, a BB boy. Take it on Kappa. It's all up to Hellranger. It's over.
Defenders win.
Do not fight us again.
Griffin Esports. Sheesh.
Griffin. Oh, magsisigaw pa magkakasama yung iba sa kanila. Pero I just like to say this. Sabi nga din ng panel natin kanina, itong mga taga-Griffin, they're one of the teams that we need to look forward din dahil silang underdogs, diba? Sila rin yung inaabangan dito that somehow might be the game changer and looks like totoo. Ang mga nangyari ngayon, we all thought Global Esports might be winning this one, pero talaga yung power na meron ng Griffin, attention, nakuha na ang ating attention with how good he is. And what can we expect from them being really good in Icebox, going up against Global Esports na nagkaroon ng double controller sa mapang to?
And dito naman ngayon, it's just double controller. Ginusto nila yan. At tayo magagawa. Pero for me, actually, Viper smoke is enough.
Pero things could have been different din kapag...
Pero sorry Ray, look at KDF Sufat. 4.9 KDA. Grabe. Sage dip.
Ay, sheesh. Pero nag-pop off talaga yung dalawang Sentinel ng Griffin. And that's what you need to do talaga, especially in Icebox. Sentinels, they have a lot of impact roles talaga. Konti na nga lang sila, di ba? So, may kita mo kung gano'n nila talaga na ma-manifesto. Si BB, sobrang ganda ng kanyang mga trade-offs, di ba? So, on those retakes, it's been perfect talaga. The first half, really kinda close. But then, itong second half, kung kailan mas mahirapan talaga sa entry ang Global Esports, mukhang naging iba talaga. And looking at those highlights, nakita nga tayo ng kakaibang game styles from GS together with Griffin. But after that, the first half, dun natin lalo nakita kung gaano ba ka-smart ang Griffin to actually manipulate Icebox. And now, na-explain na nga nila kagad just because of this game. Kung ano nga ba yung meron sila as an upper hand against a strong team na sobrang experience ever since LCQ, ang Global Esports.
You know, yung sobrang ano, ito yung round na sobrang crispy ng ano ng mga blade serve. Tignan mo. Bam bam. To, yun no. Nahulog yung ano, yung camera ni SK Rossi.
Nahulog eh. Yung sa last part talaga nakaka ano din sa 1v1 ni Ace eh. Eh work talaga yun eh. But on the other side, danger. Mga top lang sa muka ang kailangan palang gawin. But Siufat talaga sobrang ganda nung kanya performance with this Sage. Really, akala natin yung EK Taiwan, makakasabay ba sila ngayon sa APAC? And looks like yes, kayang-kaya nila na ito in just a small amount of time. Nakasabay na nga din sila ever since nung challengers din na nakita natin last year. And that's just it. A good first map coming in from Griffin Esports, and let's see if makakabawi nga sila on their second map, which is going to be in Haven, at hindi naman nagkakalayo yung percentage nila na mas malaking panalo ng Global Esports. 14% lang ang difference nila. So let's see if Griffin might be able to come up with a new strategy on the next map, or Global Esports will just be winning this along the way.
Yeah, I mean, dun nga sa first map natin, that is actually the map that is picked by Griffin, like what I told you a while ago. It's just meron din talagang problema ang GES dito sa Icebox na mapa. Pero yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna head on to a very, very short break. And after the break, it's gonna be the game number 2 of Global Esports from India versus Griffin Esports all the way from Hong Kong and Taiwan. Once again, you're watching VCT APAC here in Villain Ray. See ya!
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the Don, I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Load. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick. El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile on my face, would in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom,
Hello guys! Maggagabi na pero mainit pa rin ang laban between Griffin Esports and Global Esports at nakita nga natin yung matchup sa pinakaunang mapa which was in Icebox at 13-6 with Griffin Esports finally taking a huge step here in our APAC Challengers talaga, and let's see if what will they manifest on towards the next map. Pero Vila, na masasabi mo sa double controller na nangyari dun?
Big shoutout nga pala kay Pico na umiiyak ngayon sa naririnig nyo. Pati siya nalulungkot sa nangyari, guys.
Sobrang nalulungkot siya para sa Global Esports sa first map. Kaya nakikiya na siya. Nakiki-cheer din siya kasi syempre nakikita niya yung tatay niya dito nagkakast. Kaya cheer niya. Sabi niya doon, go Vil!
Oo. Isipin mo, pati yung aso talagang chini-cheer ako, di ba? Alam mo yun? Salamat pala. Ay, sorry. Alam mo yun, ha? Talagang pati si Pico talagang natutuwa kasi si Dad live kakast ng Valorant. Huwag kayo mag-alala, paglaki ko magkakast din ako.
Paano kaya magkakast ka?
Ito, papakita ko sino si Pico, guys. So sorry sorry. Ingay. Hello. Say hello to them. Hi. Ayan. Maingay. Kaya nagpapahawak muna. Pero yeah. Ito nga pa rin trailblazer, ladies and gentlemen.
Liit.
Ito nga pa rin trailblazer. Wow. But yeah, I mean, we've seen it already na talagang for the side of Griffin, they're really that strong, lalo na dun sa Icebox na yun. Pero dito sa mga matches nga na nakita natin, ang next map is actually yun ang mapa na pinili ng Global Esports. Yeah, that is a map that is picked by Global Esports. So yeah, ito na ata ang map pickers Ray. Ito na yun eh. Malay mo ito na yun. Pero nakikita natin if itutuloy ba ng Griffin ang kanilang win dito or it's just Global Esports, makakaisa sila and they're gonna push it to a game number 3. We're gonna see that later on if ever.
Talagang di ko din alam bakit ganun yung agent lineup ng Global Esports, pero tignan natin if they'll be able to come up with something here in the next one. It's going to be in Haven. Pero sa mga nagtatanong, ano po ba yung third map? Well, it's going to be in Bind. Pero let's see first kung anong mangyayari here in Haven map. Knowing na Griffin, nasa momentum sila. But statistically wise, ano bang mayroon pagdating sa Haven? Pagdating sa Griffin Esports, they have 50% win rate. So, they only played a total of 16 games and 8 nga doon ay win and 8 ay lose nila. But on the other side naman, sa Global Esports, ang win rate nila dito is 64%, 44 wins and 25 loss nila pagdating sa kanilang VCT placers sa mga iba-ibang tournaments. But let's see, if kahit ba sometimes konti yung win rate ng isang team, yung amount of gameplays hindi pa sobrang alam ng Global Esports dahil 16 games pa lang nalalaro ng Griffin pagdating sa mapang to. It's not their really favorite map. They're more on the newer maps gaya nga sinabi ng ating panel. But on the other side, Global Esports, may kakaiba ba ulit sila na agent lineup dito that somehow will be effective or they'll just stick to their usual roles. So, bakit kita mo naman ngayon natatawa si Vin?
Cute kasi ni Pika, sorry. Pero yeah, I mean in terms of those statistics din talaga makikita natin kung paano ba yung capabilities ng isang team dun sa isang mapa. In terms dun naman sa Icebox, mga kaibigan, yes, 8-2 yung score nila. They don't have that enough experience playing on that map if ever gonna compare it with Global Esports. Ano bang score dito? 31-15. That is actually 46. Tama, 46. Tama, 46. 46 maps. 46 Icebox map played by Global Esports if ever gonna compare to an 8-2 of Griffin. Pero despite of those stats, talagang kitang-kita talaga natin kung gaano pa talaga ka-solid si BB. I mean, everything is really crispy na ginagawa na dito. Talagang they actually just, man, destroyed global esports on that map. And dito naman sa Haven though, kung napapansin mo yun, mahilig sila sa mga malalaking mapa rere, no? After Icebox, dito naman tayo sa Haven. Alam mo yun, parang really interesting though. Saya sana kung may breeze no? If ever.
So, talagang it's really exciting to see what we have here as we're gonna go to agent selection. May kakaiba ba at may panibago? Oh, okay. So, tatandaan nyo it's the new patch that we're gonna be playing pagdating sa here in APAC. So, talagang na-nerf na ang mga katulad ni Astra. At kay Viper, kinda little bit lang naman, not that much. Pero looking at it, it's just almost the usual composition pagdating sa Haven sa side ng Griffin Esports. Double initiator, walang Sova. And they're gonna be sticking with that Killjoy and Omen. On the other side naman sa Global, akala ko magda-double controller sila. But it's still the same. Just Sova, a Bridge, Cypher, and that Omen. So really, we're gonna be seeing that paranoia once again. Na-miss natin to Villa. Parang dalawang stage. I think 6 to 8 months natin hindi nakita at all itong Omen sa mga laro. The last time lang we've seen it before yung VCT actually started or before this patch has been applied, yung time nga nananalo yung Ascend sa may split, yung kanilang ay Bone Cold. Ito yung ginagamit niya. But let's see if how will they be able to manifest once again that Omen here in Haven.
Yeah, we're gonna see that in a few. Pero dito lang ngayon sa mapa na to, a breach is actually really great if ever. Lalo na dun sa may nag-aantay ang breach dito sa may dun sa may hell. Tapos dun siya nag-aftershock if ever para hindi makapasok yung mga players na papuntang defender spawn. Alam niyo yun? Parang there's a lot of places talaga that you can use and maximize the aftershock of that breeze, and knowing na napakadami din nating nakitang magandang Cypher plays dun sa first game natin, Ray.
Talagang let's see, how will Global Esports take this one out? Medyo nahirapan nga talaga sila sa Icebox. I thought they're gonna be coming up with a new strat with that Omen tsaka Viper. Pero Griffin, so excited naman to see what they have here in Haven. Makaka-survive ba sila? Knowing yung experience na meron ng Global Esports ay kakaiba talaga. And Rossi, he's been popping off, pero yung Griffin, alam nila na siya yung kailangang i-shutdown para makalamang sila kahit papano. So that's already a sign, di ba, of what we can see. But right now, as we're gonna be going sa Haven, ang dami kong expectations para sa kanila. And hopefully, magiging clean 2-0 na nga ba ulit to? Katulad ng nangyari kahapon or yung Global Esports. Manlalaban pa pala sila dito.
Tignan natin dito if ever ganun nga ang mangyayari dito sa mga games na to. Pero Griffin and GES, this is actually kinda really exciting if ever. Talagang pala pero yung nakikita natin dito, SK Rossi missing all these shots though. Napakabilis ang pangyayari. Nagpakita si attention ng konti, pero SK Rossi muntik na talaga matamaan.
At konting bawas, Griffin will be starting sa kanilang defending, but sa attention, nakakita tayo ng mga representatives from the region na magaling pa talaga mag-duelist so far, so that's pretty big if we take a good look at how Griffin actually manages to win that first. Oh, pero to, uy! Ba't ba inasim? No, oh no! Nakita nga na lang si Arsen nagsabay-sabay. Even if nakapick up si Rossi, ready kagad ang Griffin pagdating sa mga trade-offs. And ito na nga, nagka-knife out kagad si Skills at isa na lang kagad natitira. And that's gonna be Hell Ranger himself. Select tries to pick it off here in long. At mukhang may ipit na kagad siya sa tatlong miyembro ng Griffin dahil babantayan na lang ngayon yung Spike.
aftershocks, not talaga onto these players. Pero Hellranger, maganda ang mga flashes na nangyayari dito mga kaibigan. Para they're not gonna connect. Pero Ghost ang gamit na dito. Pero oh my God, pinupush! Sinasaksak na! My God, nagripuhan! Hellranger! Ginripuhan! Just Tondotings mga kaibigan. Unang saksak! Oh, ginagawa mo dyan, baby boy! Alam namin kung nasan ka! Diyos ko! Ginripuhan!
Narekto!
Diyos ko po! Diyos kaya po! Tignan mo! Hoy! Ano ginagawa mo dyan? Ni right click! Patay! Titans! Wala siya nagawa eh!
Pinagtataka yung paranoia na nga. May flash pa eh. Lahat na nga eh. Ito na nga. Si Selecta. O yun o. Really? Pero mo yung baba pa lang ni Select. Alam mong.
Enemy remaining.
Hoy! Tigilan mo yan, Ray.
Ngayon.
Tigilan mo yan, Ray. Hoy, huwag ganon.
Joke ka. At ngayon.
Tigilan mo yan. Delikado yan. Hindi ko na nga pinapansin eh kasi alam kong bawal eh. Ako tinigilan ko na, men. Siyempre kaibigan lang kita, ayoko mapahamak ka. Ayokong dalawa na lang kami ni Taylor dito.
Isa lang pwede may mga anib na buhay dito sa atin. Sa PBB. Sa PBB.
Bam! Bam! Atin! Shoot!
Sakto yun ha?
Oo, syempre. Talaga sinakto ko talaga yun.
Timing naman pala. Nakakatilt yun ha, sinaksak ka first round eh.
Right there.
Oo.
Yung mukha niya, gulat siya.
Oo. Mahilig sa saksakan yan, men. Ito na. Ito na yung pagpasok ng mga kaibigan natin dito sa may A. Pero itutuloy pa ba to? This is the map pick na pinili ng GES ah. Global Esports ang pumili nito. Pero sino ang mananalo? SK Rossi. Waiting with that operator no? Pero meron ba siya mukul dito tamang ba't ang pasaway? Pero tingnan natin papasok na yung mga player dito ng Griffin mga kaibigan. Select, without swing, without ka talaga umano second umano and then, oh my God! Select, itabi nyo! Ako na! Kita nyo sumisigaw si Select, let's go!
Napakalakas talaga ni Select. Kung wala akong masabi. 4K kagad, easy. Hindi ko din alam, pero ito na nga. Si Select, hindi nila tinignan. Nasa backside na nag-iitay, sitting pretty. And nag-hello na nga kagad ang mga miyembro. Ano yun, B?
Oh, yun.
Okay.
Pero ito na. Attention! Ladies and gentlemen, may kill 1-2-1 na naman dito kay Hellranger. My God, what is happening sa GES?
Akala ko, sobrang effective ng Sova X Breach nila. Pero ito, nakaka-counter na ng Griffin eh. Alam mo yung parang ginagawa dati ng Zeals dito or ng Oasis? Ganon yung strategy ng Griffin pagdating dito. Nanood ng VOD to. Sure ako. Pero si Serek Odiario, nakakagapang na kagad oh. Parang nagmumulto. Kung meron kagad kayong makikita ng horror movie, si Select kagad yun. Speaking of, he gets 2. Naku po, minamama talaga na ngayon nandito sa may mid-side. And si skills na lang at si Kappa sa isang higla pang natitira. But they can just run away with it. Go to C-side. Anchor it by skills. Pero knowing that he's low on HP, medyo mahirap-hirap talaga to sa side ng Global Esports.
Pero 3 versus right now, skills, low on HP. Makakaisa pa ba ang Griffin or tama na? Ang problema lang din talaga dito sa skill siya. Mayroon pala dito. Oh my God! What's up to the face dito kaya? Attention! This is now the retake na pwedeng gawin ng GS if ever, pero wala na silang smoke. Kailangan mag-push ng konti dito ang mga players ng Griffin if ever para makakuha sila dito. Pero nga lang, Cabo na kill onto one right now. 1v2. Siufa na mag-isa dito. Catches one. Pero wala siyang oras. Oh! Hinahap na sana pero skills with that peak. Slow peak. Take down Siufa right now. 3-1.
350 pa. Ang mga taga Griffin. So bumabawi naman yung Global Esports kahit papano. Ito na! Vil, nakahawak na si Rosie ngayon ng operator. At ito medyo sayang lang to. Hindi tumama si Attention. Tapos si Select. Okay, medyo inasib pa nga niya kahit nakalabas niyo yung operator. And that's just it. How Global Esports bumabawi na nga sila ngayon.
Yeah. Pero dito naman sa kina Shield Fight, mga kaibigan, let's see if ever makakuha ba sila dito. Pero slowly and surely, at least ang GES, diba? I mean, nakakuha na rin sila ng mga kills. Pero at saka ito pa, libreng operator pa para kay SK Rosie, kapatid.
Alam mo na eh, na talagang momentum ng mga katulad ng Global Esports. Just a little bit of stand-up talaga ay pwede na nilang makuha. Eto, speaking of, si Sio pala yung nakakuha doon, Bill! Napakaiki talaga pagdating ng Griffin dito sa Haven.
Yeah. Pero, attention mga kaibigan, just getting that high ground. Oh! Hindi naman. I-check mo lagi kung ano yung nasa taas, kapatid. Hindi na check, baka mayroon tayo sa mas, pero nga Hellrage will kill onto one right now. Attention to the top spot, trying to move away because of that Hunter Spear na talaga pupunta sa kanya. Pero the spike has been planted already. Retake is now on 4v3. SK Rosie, Kappa, and Hellrage dito sa side ng GES, mga kaibigan. SK Rosie trying to be really aggressive though. Pero magkakadukin na ata, pero hindi. Smoke pala yan, pero ito nagkatamaan na nga dito, pero hindi nagkakatigil na, pero SK Rosie will kill onto one. The swing from Warriors is really that good. And napatin na sa SK Rosie, hindi pa rin yung napakadaming swing na nangyayari, pero perfect retake sa side ng Griffin, 4-1.
Ay, Griffin pa rin ang nakakuha. Even if it's quite scary talaga to see Rosie with that operator, yet yung Griffin, alam nila eh. You have attention, you have that counter flashes. Ilan yan kaling kay Fong. Together with Siofat, syempre may kita mo talaga yung differences pagdating sa pag-shutdown ng aggressiveness sa Global Esports. And yung Global Esports, yung mga minimal mistakes sila na minsan hindi nila nag-check yung lahat ng corners, medyo nag-aasim sila, hindi nga nila na-utilize minsan ng maayos ang kanilang mga kagamitan. And sa isang iglap, that's just how the retake went in. And Griffin finally leading by 3 rounds.
Yeah.
Get out of my way!
3 rounds it is, mga kaibigan.
May nag-comment sabi dito, unrated ba to? Hindi. Tournament to.
Cover going out.
Para ba kayo nanonood ng rank? Hindi mag-alala. Hindi naman ganun, guys. Mabilisan talaga sila maglaro. Ayan. Nasa inyo, nasa opinion nyo yun. Oh! Oy, si Ace. Grabe naman yun.
Nagkakadungan natin, pero Diyos ko po, Ace! Nakadalawa dito with a wall bang. Oh no, umalis na kayo dyan! Tama na! Huwag nyo na pilitin yung C! Uy! Ipilit pa rin talaga! Collateral! Attention! Isang bala, 2 ang patay! Parang Leon Guerrero, mga kaibigan! Hinati yung bala sa 2! Ayaw nyo pa kasing umalis sa C!
Nagagati si Coach. Kita mo naman, Bill. Walang gustong umalis. Walang alis. Okay lang daw. Makukuha nila. May Blade Storm naman. Kaso hindi. May Cyber King. Hindi ka makakainin sa tuhog pa ni Attention yung 2 miyembro ng Global Esports. Time out talaga. Sabi lang ni Coach Bill, mag-time out na eh.
Tama lang. Time out lang. Ay. Ayaw nilang umalis eh. Kulit eh. Ewan ko ba?
Ano talaga? Mahal na mahal nila yung si... Kaya naman daw eh. Why not? Diba?
Tayo mo tong GS. Oh no! Kailangan nila mag-save. Pero pwede pa silang bumili. Pag bumili sila, 100 na lang pera nila. Ganun. Oh yeah, bibili sila. Yeah, tama, mga 100 na lang pera nila. Tama. Yan o, tinan mo oh.
Placing swarm grenade.
Oh.
Here.
Oo, yun.
Kala ko ako yun na ano eh. Sorry. Ito na. Op, aftershock lang. Ay, hindi, fourth line pala. Fourth line, tatlo yung tinamaan. Napakagandang block ni attention dito dun sa may recon bolt. Para lang syempre hindi siya makita dito pero wala silang idea! Op! Tamang SK Rose with all these dry picks! Mag-antay ka ng flash, my guy! Pero meron tao sa may taas do. Heaven, skills, securing A agad-agad pero from up top! Oh no!
Cover going out.
Muntik na hindi mapatay ni skills yun. But Hell Ranger, ladies and gentlemen, see if ever makakuha pa siya ng isa. Up top, Fong. Aftershock, para lang maalis si Hell Ranger dito. Crispy head onto Fong.
Ano nang next na gagawin niyo yan? Nakamataga. Griffin, ayun! Ano nang ginagawa mo? He gets the fourth! Ace! Give Rossi his ace! Ano na bang mangyayari? Yun na siya, shock dart na si Sea of Patty. Still gets one, tries to counter with a flash. Pero ngayon, oh yun! Skills season. Ang Global Esports. After yung timeout, di ba? Nakakabawi sila eh, after timeout.
Pero, mabawi yan.
Marunong bumawi mo.
Of course. One enemy remaining.
Ito mo, si Rossi. 4K. Pero saan kaya sila naglalaro, no, Vil? Saan kaya sa Singapore? Ng mga taga Global Esports?
Hindi ko alam.
Si Direk may sinasabi.
Sa MI. Sa MISG. Mineskin Team. Oh! Eto, oy! Diyos ko po! Ace! Napilay! Nahulog! Napilay! Medyo mataas ata yung pinag-fallan. Pero SK Rose, ladies and gentlemen, nakita na nga yung mga repolyo ni Sky. Mga pecha ni Sky, pero eto na! Rolling Thunder! Na ginawa na ito ng mga players ngayon ng Griffin para talaga hindi naman makuha dito ng GS ang C. Pero, eto na naman tayo! Standoff na naman sa silong! Ni Kaka! Fourth lines, papuntang Cubby.
Spike down, attacker spawn.
Lumindol yung ulo ng dalawa. Pero, Fong with a kill onto one. Pero meron tao lang dito sa may B mga kabing, which is C Hell Ranger. And from C, they're gonna go here and B na lang din. Hell Ranger. Flash. Walang nakuha yung flash pero
30 seconds.
aasin ba si Silfat? Hell Ranger with a kill onto one.
Mahabol pa yung Global Esports natin. How will Fang actually get this? Ay, nakita na dyan. Alam na din naman nila kung nasaan. Pero ang kailangan i-expect nasa kanan niya eh. And right now, he's trying concuss. Gets the wall back first. Susunod ba kagad ngayon? He gets the second. He gets the third kill nga ba? And ngayon na nga, nakuha na niya. Rossi na lang ang natitira. Though he can just pick it out. And speaking of, ayun na nga, sisilip na siya kagad. Pero pinaglalaroan na siya dito. And attention gets him! And Griffin pa rin ang mananalo. What a watch from attention. A full trust of Fang has to him. And that's just it. Griffin once again gets the perfect retake at talino ni Fang dun.
Yeah. Fang with the big brain plays na ginagawa niya dito. It's actually really working. Really good for his team. Six, 2, still in favor of Griffin. And man, I actually don't know what's happening to GS right now. Sila talaga yung isa sa talagang hinahangaan din ng maraming tao. Pero they're not really that performing really good ngayon sa laban nila. And ito yung malungkot din eh. Kasi if ever na natalo sila dito, it's over for them. It's not yet over though. What I mean was nasa bigit na sila ng elimination. Kasi next game nila is elimination na. Pero meron tayong lower bracket stories, diba? Pero kala ko skills, nakakita ng isa, pero that is a wide swing na ginawa ni skills, pero Sirek, dito lang din mga kaibigan. Pero yun nga, ang problema natin talaga is talagang na-flash siya. Napakadaming flash, wala na rin ako makita. Skills, low on HP. Aftershock, let's see if ever meron siya makakonect na yan, pero I think wala. Pero Hellraiser will plant the spike already. Meron tao sa baba, meron tao sa taas, pero saan talaga pupunta dito yung mga players ng GFL para na siyempre ma-retake na ito. At Aftershock, not gonna connect onto Ace right now, pero tamang pot shots lang din kasi malay mo nandun lang sila, pero nga lang kapal, nagtatago lang dito sa may echoes, mga kaibigan, palabas ito, nakangiti ito, pero Ace with a kill onto 1v2, pero skills super low on HP, pero skills, Ace with a kill onto 1 right now, pero 1v1 with a great one, si Skills, piso na lang yan! Skills with a big thrifty! GES is still alive!
Phil, 4 HP! Di man nang napitik ka ng isang bala.
Na. Men, super lit na, bro!
Men, super lit na.
Standing.
Nasa Singapore.
Oh.
Iba syempre. Ngayon, 6-3. Mapapa-force na ngayon ng Griffin para mag-save. Wala nang bili-bili ngayon. At malaking advantage to. The side na global. If this is just gonna be continuing, there on the other side, the attention dito talaga naghihintay na. Baka may ma-pick up siya dito sa may green. And speaking of, ayun na nga, he gets Rossi on the other side. And sa kagad may nabawasan pa with that Frenzy. And looks like pwede pa akong ma-thrifty yata kagad ng Griffin ang mataga Global Esports.
Pwede natin if ever mangyari mga kaibigan, pero that is tamang budget natin. Pero meron tayo sa harapan mo, boy. Goal with a kill onto Ace. You are my precious. Sorry. Mga pinagkasabi ko eh.
Precious.
My precious.
Mga agat eh.
Pamsim.
At ayun. Ano ba ang gagawin ng Global Esports? Mabibit kaya sila knowing na may tatlo nanggagaling sa may C. Mag-move sila sa A. Siguro gagawin ng mga tong Griffin, kukuha ng baril siguro sa may napatay nilang dalawang miyembro ng Global Esports. So that can be a chance. But looking at it, wala talaga. Oh! Ala! Ginamitan nila!
Oh, pala, daming tao dyan eh, pero hindi naman nila alam, di ba? Hindi naman nila alam.
Sige,
okay
sige
lang yun.
Pero
ito
wala info eh.
Libreng barel para kay Siufa at kay Attention dito mga kaibigan. Retake is now on. For their side, 3v3. Wala silang armor. Mahirap to. Hindi to winnable. Pero ito na, Hunter's Fury onto the side of Kappa. Attention with an updraft para syempre hindi siya matama dito, pero nasa ba yung mga ibang players ngayon ng GES. Pinitik na nga yung spike, pero that is the flash! Oh, Attention with a 1-on-1, pero Kappa, oh my god! What? Silfan, baby, with that flick!
Nagulat din siya!
Miski si Silfan nagulat! What? Ano nangyari, man? Look at the flick of the wrist! Miski si Silfan nagulat sa nangyari! Tira mo?
One enemy remaining.
Oh! What?
Napansin mo nga dyan.
What? Diyos ko! Kung ako yung GS, ta-time out ako dun, men.
Wala na sa time out.
Pero wala na kaming time out eh.
Gagamit na best.
Ay! Shoutout nga pala kay Nash, sa kapatid kong si Nash. Nash Aguas. Shoutout sa'yo, kapatid. Co-host kami sa Discord.
Ayan.
Dahil sa VCT, nagkita kaming magkapatid. Opo! Attention! We're gonna go on to one right now, Gollum. You are my precious. Pero attention, meron tao dyan sa may Gedli. Andun lang nagbabantay si SK Rossi. Pero wala silang idea at all. SK Rossi, we're gonna go on to one right now. With a dash! And SK Rossi, iisa pa ka pero wala siya nakuha isa. Pero at least nakapatay naman siya ng dalawa. Libreng operator mga kaibigan. Okay na kaya ito lang ang kalapag ng babag. Pero hindi tinamaan si SK Rossi dito. Pero let's see kung anong gagawin retake ng Griffin dito sa GES. And it's all up to one. Skills with a capital Z. Rinig na. Alam ni Killjoy, man. Alam ni Killjoy. Batang pasaway. Pero si Seleko. Nag-aantay lang siya. Akala na sa taas pero hindi. Nasa baba yan, baby boy. Pero tamang crouch lang din. Pero let's see who's gonna get that kill. Skills pa rin talaga. 1v2. Si Skills, meron siyang ulti. Pwede siyang pumunta sa A. Pero hindi na.
Hindi na papakinggan yan, coach. Hindi ka marinig eh. Ayun na. Ginamit niya ngayon.
Punta sa A pa rin.
Tignan mo, ang tagal. Ang tagal.
Uy!
Ayan na yan. Alam na din kung saan siya mangyayari.
Sa likod. Pagkita likod. Pero tingnan. It is gonna be an outplay. It is gonna be a big brain play, mga kaibigan. Let's see. Omen versus Omen. Skills versus Fall. Skills! We're gonna get that kill. Men. Big brain. Alam niya kung nasan yung isa. And you've just seen, ladies and gentlemen, the very Esports clutch moment of the game.
One enemy remaining.
Grabe talaga yun, Bill. Akala natin, tinigil ata yung puso ko sa larong ko. Akala ko matatiming na siya kagad, pero naka-knife out. Naka-knife out, di ba? 7-4. Tingnan na mangyayari sa last to. Abus na. Ready na kagad dito si Select with that lockdown. But on the other side, there din naman si Golu with that neural theft. But ito si Skos. Lakad lang. Walang problema. Pero mapapantayan itong Link, so that's gonna be a good upper hand. Pero on the other side kasi lalabas lang talaga ngayon kagad itong lockdown at mukhang walang maapektuhan dyan. Pati yung Spike hindi rin maapektuhan ng lockdown pero sasabayan na din kagad with the Seekers. But on the other side, Mariritik ba ito na napakaayos ng Griffin or Global Esports will just really put on a stop. And speaking of, walang na-detain pero nga lang nakapasok na sa site ang ibang mga member pero pa isa-isa na sana pumapasok. Attention gets one. At siya na lang natitira kagad together with si Ufat and looks like wala na talaga siyang oras para makuha pa to. And Rossi finally finishes him out. And a good up for both of the teams, 7-5.
Switching sides.
Actually, back then, nung si May nasa Italy pa. Naglalaro kami sa Mumbai server. Legit yun. Tapos, nag-enjoy ako maglaro sa server nila. Nag-hello ako sa kanila, hello, ganyan. Mababait sila, eh. Legit yun, hindi ako nagbibiro.
Sorry, natawa ka sa meme. Oo.
Ha? Pinost ko kaya yan sa wall ko.
Oo nga.
Andun sa page ko. Sipin mo si Terror, may 10 sentence analysis, tas ako sasabihin ko, oo, min. At least nag-agree ako, di ba?
Guys, kung gusto nyo na matinong broadcast, punta lang kayo sa Valorant Esports 3.
Dito. Hindi, dito. Matino to. Ba't dito matino? Sabi mo.
Kala ko, chill lang kami. Pero dahil talaga sa Global Esports at sa Griffin, ganito yung mga nangyayari.
Hi! 7-5 to end the first half of the game. Griffin. Lakas sobra. Tignan mo in 5 rounds, mga kaibigan, 4 na beses nanalo ang Griffin doon. 1-4 ang nangyari. Pero naka-comeback naman sila.
Makita ba tayo ng comeback store?
Nag 3-7 pa nga, di ba? Ayun.
Oo nga eh.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hindi. 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. kulang? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ba't kulang? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Kulang. 7, 5. Hindi. 1. Never mind.
Okay lang yan, Bill. Tanggap ka namin. Ay ka
Oo.
pa. Ay ka pa dyan, Seth.
Here.
At ngayon, Griffin. Pero ito mahirap to dahil yung global esports, si Rossi, kita niyo naman bago siya. Paano siya bago operator. So, that, even talaga sa map talaga na sobrang daming accuracy pagdating sa mga angles on those long in battles. But let's see. Attention, tries to cover, goes with the control somehow here sa may side mismo. And doon na nga, dashes right through. Oh, nakonkas, ayun. Asim. Asim si Attention masyado.
Nagkakongkasa na nga dito sa may side ngayon ng mga players ng Griffin at GS, pero nga select with the kill on to SK Rossi right now, pero nasabay yung mga ibang players dito ng GS, kailangan na i-retake to, Paranoia on to 2, pero kaya pa ba na kunin to? Yun nga lang, Kappa with that goes, oh, Hell Ranger with a kill with a 3K, that is actually big, 2v3, 2v1, so what's gonna happen on to Sufat right now? Medyo malayo siya pero kitang-kita rin ang spike. Oh! Tamang punch-outs natin. Oh my God! All walls are wangable. Tandaan niyo yan. Hell Ranger with a kill because of that aftershock. But still, ito na ata ang ganti ng api ng Global Esports.
Ito na lang. Tayo ulit tayo. Kanina sa Icebox medyo one-sided eh. Sino magka-time out?
Tayo. Casters time out.
Okay. Kaya ayusin ng Griffin eh. Kasi sayang yung apat na sana. Actually, 9-3 dapat to eh. Pero sa mga 1v1, hindi mo na-expect gano katindi din tong global esports eh. The amount of determination na meron sila.
Ay, meron nga pala akong gusto i-shoutout. Shoutout nga pala kay Mr. John Conwy Santos.
Yun.
Yeah, shoutout.
Wait lang, pinakita ko yung may post dito. Nakita ko, active din tayo sa Twitter
Sa Twitter?
Oo.
Oo. Wala akong tigil sa Twitter.
Kaka-reply.
Reply lang. Fast hands.
Yes, bro. At ngayon, ang Griffin, how can they put a stop ngayon? Dahil mukhang global they're back on track and they're doing it. And alam naman natin na magaling sila dito compared sa Griffin. Pero Griffin, they still have a chance actually to get this. But on the other hand, si Attention, makakapag-pick off pa kaya siya 15. Oh, wala pa rin. Hindi tumama. Quite complicated.
Ito mga players naman natin ngayon, mapapansin natin si Attention, super low on HP. Na tag siya dito na dink. Si Idol. Golu. With that focus. Hirap nun hirap nun. Ang baba ng monitor niya. Tapos ang lapit. Hirap nun.
At sakit sa...
Well, depende naman sa preference mo, di ba? Si Ching, lapit sa monitor. Parang konti na lang, halikan niya yung monitor. Oo, lapit na sa monitor, man.
Si Redgar pa rin pinaka-favorite.
Si Redgar. May angulo yun eh. Yun talaga, literal na steep neck.
Kung saan naman siya masaya eh. Diba? Di ba, at the end of the day, kasiyahan mo pa rin naman ang kailangan feel niya. Kaya pag nakipag-break siya sa'yo, okay lang yun. At least masaya ka. Pero ito na nga, Hell Ranger! Oh, gets ace. Meron pa kasamang voice
ito rin
doon,
mga players ngayon ng GFN. Pero yung select mga kaibigan, wala siya taking one down. Which is si Kappa. Pero ito I mean, walang pera ang GFN dito. If ever nakuha pa nila ito, oh my God, GG na talaga. Pero 10 seconds remaining onto this round right now. Mapaplat na yung spike. Pero meron taon sa gilid mo. Hell Ranger with that Spectre on hand, mga kaibigan. Pwede na napapanalo to. Pero isa na Sufat lang matitira with just that classic. Anong gagawin ng classic mo sa dalawang Spectre?
Ball Hill.
Habol,
7 all na nga. Oh.
Nag-GG3 ata.
Nangangamoy.
Namsip.
Time check. 6 p.m. na. Kain na kayong dinner, guys. Dahil matindi-tindi pa tong even matchup na to. Pain na eh.
10 seconds left.
Pero not bad for an second round ng Griffin, in fairness. Nakabawas na lang that total split pick already. Gonna be adding up to their economy. So, now that we are back with the 7-7, ano kaya ang pwedeng gawin ng Griffin ngayon? Nasa-shutdown sila, and so far, ang Global Esports, they still want to claim the title in this map. Sa round na to, rather. Dahil bumili pa rin sila dito. They just didn't settle for sheriffs. They settled for bulldogs and a judge. So, kailangan nila mag-ingat. Okay.
Ingat!
Disiplinado lang!
Pero ito rin yung mga players natin talaga pumupusan kasi napapasok dito mga kaibigan. Pero nga lang Kappa just actually gonna fall down to the hands of Fong. Pero it's just Hell Ranger na lang natira dito sa side ng GS. I-plant nyo na yung spike niyan, utang na loob. Pero, alam nila na meron tao dito sa may Hell. Pero yung alas, you followers gonna get his head. 8-7. May pera pa ang GES dito, miss. Ay, wala! Oh no.
Bumili sila eh. Here. Sada parang mga
Gulat ako. Gulat ako.
Paano gulat?
Nung pagkatapos nung teleport ni Omen, biglang napunta kay Killjoy. Gulat ako, parang ganun. Tapos yun pala, sinwitch pala ni Drek. Big shoutouts nga pala sa kumukuha ng aerial na to.
Oy!
Tatago ko ta sa pangalang May.
Sabi talaga. Iba talaga. Yeah? Napakatamis!
Hoy!
Hoy!
Hoy! Hoy! Ano yun? Oh my God! Kitang-kita sa CCTV! Crispy! Kitang-kita sa camera, mga kaibigan! Diyos ko po! Attention! Crispy! Mas crispy pa sa Mas crispy pa sa chicharon! Mas crispy pa sa sa tawag dun? Lechon kawali.
Crispy pata?
Crispy pata!
Yun.
Ano pa ba yung malulutong?
Lechon lang eh.
Hindi, yung isa, yung bagnet. Ayan, yung bagnet.
Sarap nun.
Sarap ng bagnet.
Sa suka.
Scanning ahead.
Tapos fried rice.
Oh,
or garlic rice. Oms yun.
Tsaka sa tomato ketchup. Oo. Tsaka kay Mang Thomas. Pero ito na. Si Kappa nakakuha ng Phantom dito mga kaibigan. Pero yung kalan, it's just you fat. BB, nakakita ng isa. Pero, tignan natin if ever makakakuha ba si Golo dito mga kaibigan with just that arcane sheriff na dalawa na lang yung bullets. Oh, 9-7. Team Ace. Huling patay pa ni Ace. My God. Kitang-kita sa CCTV. Kitang-kita sa camera kung gaano ka crispy ang ginawa ni Attention. You know. Bam! Oh! Wala siyang vision doon, di ba? O meron? Wala, no?
Wala.
Feeling ko meron eh, kasi may tao doon sa may gilid, pero hindi naman kita yun eh.
Nawalbang na, di ba?
Oo, wallbang lang talaga, men. Chamba! Nakachamba si Attention, men.
Oh! Nakita na lang natin na may pinabagsak si Rosie. Basta yun. Namatay sa harapan ni Attention. Ay, sa niyang teammate.
May no? May bumulagta eh. Nagulat ka na lang eh. May lumapad na ulo. Shoutout nga pala kay Papi Chulo. Oy, pa-shoutout nga pala kay Rafael Luis Macaraig Dasal. God bless sa'yo. Pero eto na, kalampag ng papag dito, pero napakarami nangyayari dito sa may A. At saka sa spawn. Pero, okay, I mean, nag-ulti siya. Tapos,
wala. Yun lang.
I mean, do you think that that is a worth it na ulti siguro? Pero, yeah, tignan natin if ever. Pero ito, tamang Trailblazer lang. Grabe naman yung Trailblazer na yun, kasabay ng flash. Pero meron bang sisilip or wala? Attention! Being revealed sa may recon bot mga kaibig. Pero saan pa talaga pupunta to? Probably here in B na lang din talaga. Pero dilabas lang ngayon ang mga Pechay ni Sky mga kaibigan dito naman dito sa B. Pero they need to repossession. Merong ultimate si Fong. One more orb dito kay Select para magkaroon siya ng lockdown mga kaibigan. That is a swing! But who's gonna get that kill? Hindi nagkatabahan si Attention. At saka yung isa pero it's all up to Silfat BB. Ping mo pre, ping mo yung spike pre.
Wow! Yun nga! Nakuha! Naping nga!
Oh, flash! Oh, daming flash! Rossi! SK Rossi with a kill! 9-8.
Pero, nasayangan lang ako dun sa, sa Rolling Thunder. Pero sige, nanalo naman sila sa round na to eh. Okay lang. Para sa side ng Global Esports. And now, leading na lang by 1 ang Griffin. And looking at it, medyo sayang lang. Dami pa kasing miyembro kagad sumak din na tinapo din siya ng utilities. Dalawa pa ang nag-swing sa kanya. 9-8. They lose this round. Ay, pera pa sila pambili sa next round eh. Sa Griffin eh. Pwede pa eh. Ayan, meron.
Ang manalo dito, makakalaban ng no-namers.
Lakas yun. No-namers eh.
Lakas.
Walang label yun.
Oh. No-namers, walang label. Oh! Broken ka ba, Riri?
Wala lang.
Okay na kain mo.
Sorry. Nagigising lang ako. At hindi nalaban
eh. Golo! Ang ginagawa mo dyan, kitang-kita natin yung skirt mo, baby boy.
Skirt ba? Ay, yun. Kala ko, kinabahan ako ng onte. Hindi na umaano yung gumagalaw yung baso ko dito. O, sino next? Okay.
Akala ko makakuha pa si Attention ng isa eh, no? Pero yun nga, tingnan natin dito if ever talaga ipupush pa talaga ng mga players dito ng GFN. Itong oh my God! Crispy head na ginagawa ni SK Rossi dito. Fault lines, alam nila nandun lang yun. Pero kailangan niyang gumalaw. Tamang smoke out lang para SK Rossi. Super low on HP. Alam nila nasa backside pero sa skills nagpaparindig na nga dito pero SK Rossi with the kill on to 1 right now pero oh my God! Lumipad si SK Rossi para mamatay pero 3v2 situation right now. Rolling Thunder not gonna catch anyone pero skills slowly pushing in. Hellrage with the kill on to 1 right now and now the game is now tied up by 2 but it's all up to skills. 2v1 wala nang flash pero tamang double pick lang.
Congratulations.
Si Pong, nafe-feel ko yung tension sa kanya eh. Parang hindi na humihinga yung isang miyembro na Griffin pero sa GS, sayang lang din sana yun. Ganda na sana ng retake but then Attention has been getting a lot of rounds. He got 2 kagad dito sa may 8 may tas lang. Nasingat pa nga siyang muntikan. Pero on the other hand, sobrang perfect ng tinapon kagad ng Griffin papuntang seaside. And right now that we're down with a 10-8, may pera at all yung Global Esports. Meron pa, pwede naman. Pero will that actually be worth it if bumili sila ngayon? Try to win a thrifty round against Griffin? Well, not impossible, especially pag nasa defending side sila sa Haven. But then, will they actually take the risk, diba? Matalo sila sa round na to, tapos nag-force sila, may possibility pa na mag-match point na kagad ang Griffin dito, Vil.
Yeah. We're gonna see that if ever na talagang magma-match point. Hindi pa naman. Yeah. Doon makakabawi ang GS pag match point na ang Griffin. Pero mali mo, makuha nila to, di ba? I mean, pwedeng bumili si SK Rossi tsaka si Hellranger.
Hindi imposible, bro.
Yeah, bro. If ever, hindi sila kailangan bumili dito, man. Hindi naman.
Ayan,
hindi sila bibili, okay. Hindi sila bibili. Broken buying ngayon ang side ng GS. Pero kung napapansin mo, lahat sila may pera except SK Rossi. Kung napapansin nyo, walang ka-orb si SK Rossi kahit isa.
Ready pa naman yung medyo hindi worth it. Sayangin nyo yun yung ultimate sa mataga Global. Pero on the other side, si Kappa, destroy lang yung ay, di niya destroy yung lockdown.
Hindi na nasira yung lockdown, men. Hindi na nahanap kung nasan ba.
Hindi na
Hindi na Hindi na ping.
At ngayon, ang... uy! Si Ranger!
Oh, si Ranger.
Wala dyan. Okay.
Wala dyan, pre.
Wala dyan, pre.
Grabe ka naman, coach. Pero ito ito si Hellranger nagkakarinigan na nga dito mga kaibigan. War select will actually take one down. Pero, tignan natin dito. Rotation is now up for the side of GS right now. Fong with that spike being planted. Attention with that operator. Pero attention with the kill onto one right now. Pero, SK Rossi ang bumili. The only man na talagang bumili ng baril dito. Pero at least ako naman ni Golo ito. Pero, Diyos ko po, na-flash! Na-flash ng kakampi, mga kaibigan!
Ganyan talaga pag may E-Dash Sports sa pangalan.
Oo.
Mapantindi, diba? At kita mo, attention, 20-12. Pero ito talaga, diba? Nakita ni Select, then after that, diba? Mapa-flashan din pati kakampi, pero at least, nakuha pa rin ng Griffin yung round na yun, and now they're just down to 2 versus GES. But ito na yung next question. Si Rosie naka-operator na.
Wala siyang ka-armor dito, ha? Ay, meron. Ay, wala. Ay, meron. Meron. Oh, meron. Meron siyang armor dito. So,
here
is GES needs to stop the possible win of GFN right now. This is the map na pinili ng GES. Pero nga pumasok sila dito sa loob. Pero merong nagbabantay doon sa may window, mga kaibigan. Nag-aantay lang siya with that camera. Pero nasan ba yung camera? Nandun sa may C. Nandun sa gilid ng C. Op. Ito. Nagalabasan na nga na isa. Op. Pwedeng lumabas si Golo dito. Ayun na nga! Pero that trade na ginawa dito ng mga players ng GS, mga kaibigan, actually really great. Pero nga skills na flash dito sa loob ng smoke, pero hindi wala silang kaalam-alam na skills sa loob ng smoke, mga kaibigan. Tamang aftershock lang din para syempre hindi talaga makapasok dito yung mga players nga ng GES. Pero skills, lumabas rin siya. Select with a kill on to 1 right now. 3 versus 3. SK Rossi, meron pa siyang meron pa siyang operator dito. Si Select, magandang position ng Select dito. Hindi nila out na dito lang sa gilid, mga kaibigan. Select! Went out weak, hey! GFN is on a match point already!
Match point.
What? GFN! Maasim ang global, kami rin ay mag-aasim. Nakita mo naman, yung pagkuha pa lang ni Select, at kahit 10 na lang kagad yung bullet niya, ni-risk na lang niya kagad yung pag-push. Alam naman niyang matinilan din siya kagad, and that's just it. Griffin. What a play from them. Di ka na nga ilabas sana tong Rolling Thunder. Okay sana eh. Pero tinimingan na eh. Ni-risk it all na lang kagad ni Select. And isa na lang, before Griffin can actually win this map na wala tayo ganong nakikitang VODs kung paano sila maglaro dito. And yet, kind of effective talaga yung playstyle na ginagawa nila dito.
Man, is this gonna be the end for GES o meron pang isa? Meron ba tayong game 3 sa bind? O wala?
Yun. Ay, labay pa rolling thunder. Uy! And, hindi din siya nagano nagpaka-aggressive ngayon. Kahit sinabayan na lang rolling thunder eh.
Patience lang tayo. Hindi natin need magpaka-asim dito. Patience pero nga Sclossy. That is actually big. One big kill dito kay Ace though. Wala nang smoke. Ang GS if ever. I mean ang GFN rather, sorry.
Quite complicated pa to sa GFN ha. Tapos sa mga moments na to, hindi ka na...
30 seconds left.
There's no room for mistakes. 4 rounds pa yan. And kayang-kaya ng GS sa mga mahihirap na moments na makahabol. We've seen this last time when we've seen this team play. Pero on the other side, kasi nabayan na kagad ng Rolling Thunder ni Fong. And speaking of skills, nakapagbawas pa rin naman. Pero Fong is just start there for the trades. And they try still nakasimin to. Rossi still gets it. At isa-isa na babawasan. Pero isa na lang agad titira. That's gonna be si Ufat. And still, Global Esports, hindi pa sila uuwi. Hindi pa sila magpapatinag.
Buhay pa. GES still alive. Look at the crispy kills by SK Rossi though. Ooh!
Outrun me?
Crispy. Arr.
May nagtatanong nito, Vil. Ikaw ba yung naglalaro para kay attention daw?
Oo. Altab-altab lang ako, pre. Hirap nga. Hirap nga.
Ngayon, uy. Here. Nag-TP lang. TP lang. Hindi sila papakuha ng information, but then Ace is pretty prepared already. But on the other side, yung Golem may neural tech pa rin, hindi pa rin nagagamit. Yung kukuha sila. Walang Rolling Thunder, so this is pretty good para sa Griffin na pumunta lang ng A-side. And hopefully, di sila mababawasan. Gusto sa talaga nilang tapusin to. A lot of angles that they need to take care of dahil tatlo ang naghihintay sa A-side. But that can be a big probability to go into C or make some cat noises. Ngayon sa A, then finally, nakakuha sila ng pickups ngayon. Okay pa. Bagay sa'yo, Vil. Sa pa nga.
Shoutout nga pala kay Mr. Christian Longakit. Vil, I love you. Pag good luck sa exam. Good luck.
Sana pumasa ka.
Hindi ka nagbabalorant, ha? Op. Sabi ni Kapa, nakita na yung mga players dito. Nakita na sa may sewers, men. Kailangan na tumingin sa likod. Attention, meron tao sa likod mo. Pero sabi ni Kapa, sige, magpapanggap lang ako kung damo dito sa gilid. Pero, si Ufat, BB, actually take down the players of GS right now, pero si Gold nakadalawa pa rin. 2 versus situation right now. Si Ufat getting tagged. Skills with another one right now. 1v3, 9 seconds. And oh my god! It's all up to 1v1 binigyan na para sabi ni Hell Ranger. No! Buhay pa ang GES.
Sabi sa'yo eh, mga crucial talaga yung mga 12-8 na yan eh. Nakita na natin yan sa mga games na kinas natin sa VCT PH. At dito din, makakita ka ng comeback stories maybe? Or talagang yung mga taga-Griffin hirap lang sila i-end to. Pero on the other side, kamuntik yan na sana. Nag-line up na sa harapan ni Sino. Dami pa naman niya. Ay, hindi. Yung oras din kasi. Time pressure. Tapos yung spike wala pa sa kanya. Let's see. This time around, full buy pa rin sa Griffin. Wala nang timeout. Basta, ilalaruin na nila to. Kung mag-overtime, sige, okay lang daw. Okay lang.
Meron daw nakita. Natawa. Ops! Last buy na to ng GFN. Makakita pa ba tayo ng OT or wala na? Nagkakaingay lang dito sa Haven mga kaibigan. Kapa meron ba makikitang isa? Op! Turret lang ang nakita niya. Pero mukhang B it is. Kung napapansin mo, si SK Rossi malayo pa. Nasa may sewers to, men. Sewers, hindi sewers. Pero eto na. Uy, my god, Diyos ko po, si attention mga kaibigan na tumama sa pader. Op! Shock, they're not gonna connect onto the players right now. Pero yung kanan, nasa yung spike!
30 seconds left.
Nasa B. Wala. Fake, parang fake push na pero pupunta sa dito sa may mga kami para medyo delikado to. Dinilit na nga. Oh my god, this is actually an absolute disaster sa side ng GFN.
Nagka-momentum yung kalaban.
Oh no! Kalungkutan gaming mga kaibigan. Upo lang konti. Select delikado sa dito. Walang pera ang Griffin next round. Nice.
Wala. Nakapag-comeback pa nga, tatlong round.
Pero ito mukhang bibili ata, oh. Ay, hindi. Bulldog si Fong. Ay, hindi. Stinger.
Stinger. Guardian.
Oh, Guardian.
Ano isa? Spectre? Ay, hindi, wala na.
Spectre.
Spectre.
Si Ufat dami pero may 1.5 siya, oh. Pero wala na siya mabibili dyan, eh.
Wala yan.
Bili nila siya ng, ng sheriff. Duwag. Ito.
Spike dropped.
At ngayon,
You should run.
sinabayan na nila.
Placing swarm grenade.
Okay. Might be possible for Select to actually do that. Kung sila papakuha, lahat ng mga miyembro pumunta kagad dito sa may C. Pero i-expect ba nila na may dalawang nakatingin? Natin dito, mama! Si Rossi ngayon, pangalawa. Naku po, nag-timing si AC gets Rossi. And what will happen as they set up ngayon papuntang A? Lahat na din ng mga miyembro ng Global Esports papunta na sa A. Lahat ng utilities natapon na din ngayon ng Griffin. And what will they do? A lot of counter flashes what we have. Pero attention, he still gets one. At least he gets one together with them. Isa na lang kagad dito na si Skills na lang.
Skills! Oh no! Ano nangyari? Skills catches mo pero nalulusaw siya mga kaibigan. Pero nga sabi na attention, no!
Get out of my way.
Kalungkutan gaming mga kaibigan. What happened?
Ngayon, kalma. Hindi
sila magkakasama, no? Hindi, dalawa lang sila magkasama.
Dalawa lang. Sino kaya? Basta may dalawang magkasama ngayon sa side ng Griffin Esports and yet, VIL, pinahaba lang nila. Kasi hindi naman pala yung mananalo. Pero sayang yun. Sayang yun.
Sayang. Yeah, sayang yun. I mean, really thought that there's a lot of people that are actually rooting sa Global Esports. Pero, my God! It's just, woo! Mainit! Mainit nangyari dito, man.
Iba tong Griffin Esports. Definitely a team that we need to watch out for. And when we take a look at it, si Select talaga ang dami ng exemptional gameplays. But we gotta give it to attention. He's been getting a lot of those first frags and napaka-importante yun. Especially sa side niya as the duelist, then the refrags from CFAT. Tapos how Ace gets the most kills din kapag kailangan na nilang pumunta sa isang side. Yung last round na yun, sobrang importante na nun eh. Kung natamaan nila si Ace doon, okay na sana. Kasi sinamahan din kagad ng concast ng Griffin Esports. And after that, bigla nakapag-setup na sila sa A. Pinasok na lang kagad ng Global Esports. Medyo nagmadali sila on that side. And that's just it. 13-11. A really close one. But shockingly, nanalo ang Griffin dito. Well, in fact, mas malaki nga ang experience ng Global Esports against them. So they just took a lot of time. And finally, sabi nila, okay, kung OT to, magiging OT. Let's just risk on what we have sa pinaka-last round. And finally, they were able to get it with that 13-11. Good game well played para sa Global Esports. Hindi pa naman to. Last na ba nila to? Hindi pa, diba? Alam ko, at yung first na lang laban ngayon. And let's see if anong mangyayari man sa next, sa lower bracket nila. Kung makakapagkuha pa nga sila ng mga games or talagang hindi na talaga magiging pabor sa kanila. But looking at them, baka kailangan lang nila ng medyo relaxation, di ba? They spent so much time talaga for this and we all know how hardworking they are. So, pwede makabawi talaga sila. But on the other side, pinagulat talaga tayo ng Griffin Esports ngayon, Bill.
Yeah. Sobrang nagulat talaga tayo dito. We never thought that would happen. Pero yun nga, it's just the abilities of these players. It's really on point. Pero, I mean, tulad nga na nakita natin, di ba? Hindi rin magkakasama ang Hindi rin magkakasama yung mga players din dito ng GES. So, we need to consider that as well. Pero hindi. Hindi rin magkakasama yung yung Griffin di ba? Hindi rin sila magkakasama So, pantay lang.
And itong Griffin, they've been playing naman. Nakita na din natin names sila sa VCT. Pero, on VCT sa kanilang region. Pero ito talaga, sobrang nagulat lang tayo kasi inisip natin, especially with the HK Taiwan, makakasabay pa sila dito sa APAC. And looks like, yes, going up against one of the strongest, nasa big fan base such as global esports. Sobrang nakakagulat yung performance ng Griffin, something to look forward with. And attention talaga has really got an upper hand, especially with Ace also. Nakita natin yung Icebox match nila. Ang ganda ng synchronization ng team na to. But let's see if ano pa ang pwedeng dalhin ng team na to dahil they're gonna be going up against no-namers tomorrow sa 4 na series na ikakas natin sa buong araw.
Panalo na nga kayo, nagdadabog pa eh. Ewan ko ba siya? Pero yun nga, ladies and gentlemen, you just witnessed the 2 games and kung napapansin mo, medyo, 2 games lahat, Ray. Parang, pero matagal. Pero lahat close game. So, saktong curse lang. Saktong curse lang.
Nasa middle, 50-50. 50-50.
Saktong curse lang. Pero yeah, we've just witnessed all the matches for today. And yeah, congratulations to all the winners right now. And syempre, makakalaban ng no-namers ang Griffin Esports. But yeah, this has been your VCT APAC Day number 2. Once again, we are casting for the day. My name is Phil. Alongside with me is Ray. See you tomorrow for another action-packed day dito sa VCT APAC. Bye!
Flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I mean, I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems, they always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems, they always on road and they start. She knows this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I mean, I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping the 1 in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's Effie from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pop.
Well, our predictions just went straight out the window, and Griffin Esports surprised everybody off of that performance against Global Esports in the 2-0 fashion. Welcome back to the post-game panel. I'm Nomad. Alongside with me is Black and Blue and Raph. And I feel like the fact that Griffin Esports doesn't have a lot of stats to show for really helped out in their edge there in this game. What do you think, Black and Blue?
I'm not too sure. Maybe the factor is really of them kind of being the more unknown team. That's why Global kind of struggled to get that information, but I don't think that's really what was in play here. I do think Griffin, they showed up today, man, and they really played their hearts out. And not just only that, it's not about the willpower of it, but just the, I guess, not even like, what mentality to bring into the game. It's more just how proficient they are at the game as a whole. When it comes to that, competitive level, you really saw there was a big disparity for the most part, especially map number 1, between what Global could do as compared to what Griffin were bringing to the table.
Again, it's one of those things where I'm inclined to agree with you, because I honestly thought the approach towards Icebox, maybe because it's a new meta, maybe because there's a rework, but in all honesty, to put it simply, it felt somewhat unorthodox. There were some angles that were quite peculiar the way they were cleared, but again, it was still a highlight. The game attack on both sides at times felt super disjointed. Some of the utility didn't come out timely, but hey man, we have to give credit where credit is due. SK Rossi did his best. He played his heart out. He had as many highlights as he could muster, but the individual talent we see is so apparent on both sides. But I feel like they just need a little bit more time to settle in and glue just a little bit more.
Yeah, there were signs of life on Icebox on the side of SK Rossi. He did pull off those highlight reel plays, as like what you mentioned. But moving into Haven is also a factor that Global Esports almost had in the bag. They kept it as close as possible in the first half, and then they caught up. But then Griffin Esports still came out on top there. But there was also that factor where Griffin Esports was just unable to finish off the game for 2 rounds before the 13-11 scoreline there.
Yeah, and I mean, if you want to talk about numbers, here's one for you. A pretty harsh one, honestly. Not a single player from the side of Global Esports, the SA representative, were positive in their plus-minus, in their KDA, basically, for the entire series. On the Icebox especially, nobody going positive. On Haven, well, a few players went positive. SK Rossi, Hellranger, and Skills, respectively, at +3, 2, and 4. But I mean, kicking the numbers aside, what does that mean? Is that for the most part, the entire series long, they weren't getting enough trades to really equalize things out. They weren't being able to keep themselves in that positive prospect, both not just consistently in life, but in the economy. And when you keep on having to force your economy upon the opposition, and then you don't have as well the strats to support that, it really becomes this kind of one-man show where I guess the rest of the team just can't follow up and can't catch up to how forward he is.
Again, like the plus-minus and everything aside, the numbers, we've always talked about it. And as we mentioned earlier on the panel, that we are fans. We are honestly the biggest fans, and we're just so lucky to be up, rather have the best seats in the house and even have our thoughts being thrown into the official circuit. But yeah, again, the individual talent is very much present for all of these teams. We saw the grand stage of at least a stage like APAC Challengers. It is definitely more than other things, and the pressure might just haven't gotten to them. Again, it's a difficult road. This was not an easy step, despite being step 1.
And yeah, despite this being step 1, we've already taken their steps in, and we can finally see the standings moving forward into the next couple of days here in the play-ins. And there really will be some interesting matchups that we'll be seeing the next couple of days. For starters, it's Action PH and Onic G in Group A in the upper bracket. Whoever wins that will be qualified in the group stages. On the lower side of things, we got Full Sense and Team Big Bam, who will be fighting for their tournament lives and fighting for their shot going into the group stages. And moving over towards Group B, a couple of interesting matches there as well, as we've seen Global Esports play earlier on against Griffin Esports. Gonna have to see them face off against Fancy United and No Namers in Griffin Esports. They're gonna be on top of the winners brackets, and we will be showing that bracket right now. And for this part, can we already see a clear victor going into the group stages?
It's really hard. I mean, for Group B, there are some prospects that are looking pretty good, like No Namers. They surprised everybody yesterday with that 2-0 win versus Fancy. Griffin right now as well, doing that towards global. So as we said from the get-go, this is a complete salad that's going to be mixed here, tossed up even, because Group B is anybody's game at this point.
Again, as the days are getting older, a chip upon their shoulder. Both Viet teams not having the greatest experience. They have to really dig deep and muster enough willpower to fight back. Otherwise, their APAC journey might be cut short, which is honestly not something we would like to witness. But again, to add on to the topic, that can we really call who's going to take the groups? At this point in time, we've seen how impressive Onic is and how every one of the winners have performed. It really still is so difficult.
And I will agree with the both of you there as we have a look at the matches that we have for tomorrow. It's the upper bracket matches for the first half. It's Action PH going up against Onic G, followed by Griffin Esports against No Namers. And then on the second half of the day, it's elimination time between Full Sense and Team Big Bam. And then it's Global Esports and Fancy United Esports. All of that is going to be happening tomorrow, and we have a long day tomorrow as well.
Oh. Man, it's crazy looking at some of these matches, especially those, elimination matches for game 3 and 4, Full Sense versus BAM especially. You're expecting both of those teams to be back into the group stages, to make it out of these play-ins, but the fact that they're both in that lower bracket, you'll be eliminating one or the other tomorrow. Those were, some of the teams that we saw multiple times during C Challengers last year before this whole, APAC was drawn together. And it just goes to show, I guess, how competitive the scene as a whole has elevated. And Global and Fancy, I think, Raph, dude, these are two teams we were expecting to go pretty deep in Group B as well.
Oh, absolutely. Again, Fancy and Global Esports, they did have that extra weight, those extra expectations on their shoulders. But this time around, it has come to a more primal fight. You know what I mean? This is for survival instead of trying to wow all their fans and whatnot. And again, there's a lot, there's the cash prize, there's everything, but the pride as a player to go for that glory is definitely on the line. And I have to add, thank you for reminding everybody that the landscape now is honestly very, very different from our, previous year. And the elevation has just been astounding, or rather impressive. And hopefully it continues to do that.
Hopefully the evolution of the gameplays of these teams will still evolve. Hopefully tomorrow we see completely different standings, especially for the teams that are in the phase of elimination. But with all that being said, we have to call it a night for today, because tomorrow everything's going to be bright and early. Valorant action will be hitting us all, and we're going to be seeing some explosive gameplays 100%. And on behalf of the English casters, as well as the regional casters that we have all across the Asia Pacific, as well as the production team, I'm Nomad with Black and Blue and Raph. We'll see you tomorrow for more action at day 3 in the play-ins here at the Asia Pacific Challengers. Good night and good fight.
Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all of them, who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, make for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, it's easy, don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my van. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time,